and I'm down and round. I'm gonna drive until the break it don't riding out. I'm on a mission, riding out whatever it is I gotta do. Riding out until the day I meet you. I'm riding out. I look up in the sky, asking out a why, but never let it faze me. I'm keeping good vibes when I'm on the road. Watch out for all surprises. What it defies is good and bad, but look in the ties.
Another one day in the night, let me paint the view. Color time with my light. For every moment share with you, not in the day, but never fully gone. When we back again, until the coming over down.
For the days ahead of us, put your hands up, wave it side to side for good luck. For the nights like this, put your hands up, look, the one we never from dusk. You always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
With a lick in my heart, I plead for you to talk to me. I wanna hear the good and bad, the new stories you have. As I drift across the sky, the hour hand burns high. So good night, let me sing the lullaby. I'll be singing, baby.
When two hands meet at zenith, nothing comes between us. Dancing like ballerinas under the moonlight all night long. How these plain and simple scenes get painted so vividly by you. I just wanna stay with
And the world is only next, forever all eyes meet. You know you lead me in a trance. That means everything to me. Looking down below, the one I seek to find. No matter where you might go, remember you'll be on my mind.
Always watching over me, somehow you make me feel invisible. Power to my soul, I'm not easy things that used to bother me, cause your resistance just lights me up. You always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
With a lick in my heart, I plead for you to talk to me. I wanna hear the good and bad, the new stories you have. As I drift across the sky, the hour hand burns high. So good night, let me sing the lullaby.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures and sea creatures, because we got the jellyfish back. Rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell, in this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv. It feels so good to say. It feels so good to say that again. And youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation. Simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. All right, chat. Yeah, we are back, and as you can see, Twitch not doing as well as it was, but I left you without a word. First of all, Twitchy weasels, Twitchy jellyfish, do you read Twitch stories? I've got to know, because I thought about trying it. That was like the only way I could have communicated with you. I guess I could send subs an email, but that seems like an incentive to not sub. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need more emails in my, yeah, we're going to talk about the coffee. We're going to talk about the coffee, right? There's a little bit of a controversy, or shall we say, chat, a controversy, right? Because that's what they call this thing in Vietnamese. It's actually a civet, I believe, not a weasel. These are coffee berries. Natural diet for this creature. You know, because of this, it's become a unwilling sommelier of sorts of coffee berries, right? So here's the story. I've heard a lot of stuff about this coffee since I posted it. I saw it in the airport in Hanoi when I was leaving, and I was just gonna buy some coffee, and you know, like, yeah, I got some non-weasel coffee too, right? I got some coffee. I was like, oh my god, I gotta get coffee, right? The coffee in Vietnam is amazing, and I wanted to bring some of it back with me. But when I saw this, I kind of like couldn't, I don't know, it caught my eye, right? So I got it, and then people on in the community post that I made were saying, oh my gosh, that's the coffee that's made from civet poop. They keep these things in cages. They force feed them the coffee beans, and they don't treat them very nicely. And also, it's poop. You bought poop. They told me that I bought poop, right? And I did a little bit more research about this stuff. The other thing that people told me in the comments is that this is the most expensive coffee in the world. Now, while I will say that this, which is 300 grams, costed more than, or no, not more, it costed almost as much as a kilo of this, right? Which, you know, it's more expensive than that. It's not the prices that I was seeing, you know, quoted for how much the actual weasel coffee, and yeah, it's called weasel coffee because it's the poop. It's the poop, chat. This is Ethan Klein coffee. I don't know. But yeah, because it's they have to harvest it from the poop, right? So it's you know, very expensive, right? So yeah, I did a little bit more research into how this is actually made, and yeah, there's three ways, right? Three possibilities, right? First possibility is that this is expensive weasel poop harvested. This is the worst one, right? Harvested from weasels, force-fed. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, I'm just making sure my volume is good. Yeah, civets. Yes, you're correct, civets. But they call it I don't know. Somehow they translate it to weasel. Anyway, yeah, harvested from civets, kept in cages, force-fed, coffee cherries, and just with a miserable life, right? Right. That's the first possibility. Second possibility is that this is from a Garden of Eden-like farm that still cultivates this stuff in the original way is just to find civet poop around coffee trees and like hope that it's mostly coffee. I don't know. And like, I mean, but the second way is they would have them on these like coffee, like, you know, they would have coffee farms and they would have these things in it. And then when they find civet poop, right, it's eating the coffee cherries, right? So they would harvest it that way. That's kind of expensive. That's why they made that's why they made the first method where they keep them in cages. So I guess cheaper. But the third way, right? The third way, which, you know, I was in Vietnam, okay, a Marxist-Leninist socialist republic of Vietnam. And in Vietnam, being a Marxist-Leninist socialist republic, they kind of believe in science, right, chat? And so the third possibility, which is the possibility I think is most likely, is that they use science. They said science, bitches. And the science way of making this is to get the enzyme that they think is in the civet's digestive system and to just put it on the coffee beans or the coffee cherries, right? And to make it that way. And look, I'm using my brain here. I don't know for sure. I'm using my deduction. If anybody wants to like look this stuff up and see how this particular brand is made, right? That is actually the cheapest way to make it, right? That's the cheapest way to make it. And again, this costs $17. I believe that if this was actual Weasel coffee, from what I've read, the price is usually somewhere between $160 and $200 USD. And I did buy it in USD. Yeah, strange thing, in the Vietnamese airport, they charge in dollars, and the prices, I mean, it's an airport, that's, you know, the prices are higher, right? So the fact that I was able to get 300 grams of this stuff for $17, it tells me it was likely made by science. Makes more sense to use an enzyme. I was curious about that. So anyway, that is like my best guess about this. You know, I don't want to drink poop coffee, all right? Unlike Ethan Klein, I don't fancy a cup of joe, you know, containing giardia. And it's gross, and, you know, obviously the way that it's made in farms in, I think places like Indonesia, other places, but yeah, my understanding is Vietnam, this is most like, and judging by the price of this not being, you know, the insanely expensive price, right? I mean, this is $17 for this, kind of like a US, that's like the fancy coffee that you'd see at your grocery store, right? In the US, obviously, Vietnamese prices tend to be lower, but I was at the airport. I don't know. You do the math. You do the math and tell me. What brand is this? It is... Wait, it... It's VM Food Company Limited from Ho Chi Minh City. I mean, they got a phone number and they got an email, so if I really wanted to, I could message them. But, you know, it's going to be in their interest to, like, lead you to believe that this is from a weasel's butthole, right? Because the weasel's butthole is what makes this expensive, right? The idea that the weasel functions as a type of coffee cherry sommelier, picking and eating only the very best coffee cherries and serving them up to you through its behind, I think is the story. Like, they're selling the sizzle with this coffee, because from everything that I've read from coffee experts, coffee connoisseurs, one might say, this is not, you know, they say it's not like, you know, awesome, blow your mind with the taste coffee, right? So yeah, I think they're very much selling the sizzle here, and I'm gonna guess that they made this with the cheaper method, which is enzymes in a big tank, stir it around, let the enzymes do their work. And so I don't think this is actually poop, right? It doesn't say it. It doesn't say delicious weasel poop. What it says, let's see, is Weasel Arabica, 70%, Robusta Weasel Coffee, 30%. So, and then it gives the directions. Yeah. Caffeine content less than 9%. I don't know. Wow, I've never seen a coffee with a caffeine content on it, but that's neat. I don't know if that's good or bad. But anyway, that's the deal with the Weasel coffee. Yeah. I did try to take it back after people on the community post told me that it might be weasel poop. I was like, hey, I didn't know what this was. I didn't want to go to the souvenir shop, or like, I guess it's kind of a souvenir shop, and say, yeah, we're talking about weasel coffee. I didn't want to go there and tell them their coffee is shit, right? Because that might cause a issue. That might turn into a problem. If I go into a shop and tell, like, in front of customers and say your coffee is shit. Arabica is tasty, the tastier one. Robusta is the stronger one. Okay. Used more for instant? Really? Okay. I wonder what it was I was drinking in Vietnam, because I've already determined that this stuff, which is Robusta, I should have just gotten some Robusta and some Arabica. But this is more fruity and less chocolatey. It's still good. And look at what I got, chat. I mean, I already had this, but I hadn't used it for anything because I couldn't find any good coffee beans. I didn't even know what to buy, but yeah, we got coffee grinders. So yeah, that's the deal with the coffee. That is the deal with the coffee. Now I want to talk to Twitch. I want to turn my attention to Twitch, right? Now I asked you a question and I don't think any of you have answered it yet. George Jackson says, I love coffee, but I'd never try poop coffee. Welcome back, says Unobtainium XX. What I want to know is, do any of you read, do you read, you know, maybe that's a no. Maybe that's a no from Twitch. Do you read Twitch stories? Because that's the only way that I could think of possibly reaching out to you, but I didn't think it would work. Are we in emotes only? No, we're not, are we? Okay. But anyway, yeah, I was, so yeah, otherwise I would have messaged you. The other option obviously would be to go into your email box and message you, and I didn't think that people would appreciate that, right? You do not read the stories. Yeah, they tried to implement this a few years ago. I don't think anybody actually uses them. Arabica is more delicate flavors, I believe, but a mix of the two is quite common. I mean, that's what the weasel coffee is, I guess. But yeah, I am back in Thailand now, meaning, okay, so let me explain. I should probably explain to Twitch. Twitch is like wondering, why do you not love us? Why did you leave us for 10 days? What, right? So yeah, I'd probably also have to explain what happened in those 10 days, right? So some, even to YouTube, right? Some people do not know yet that I went to Vietnam in order to apply for a visa in Thailand. You can, it's somehow cheaper if you apply for this visa in another country. So you just go to the, you'd go, in fact, I didn't even have to go to the Thai embassy. I just had to be in Vietnam and in order to apply, right, over the internet. And they give you like a full, like, you know, rubber glove examination, like, right? They want to know, do you have enough money to support yourself? You know, just like everything about you, right? It was this whole ass thing that I had to fill out. It took me the whole day on what would it have been? Not last Monday, but the Monday before. Yeah, 2 Mondays ago, I was not streaming at all because I was, you know, sweating and filling out. Oh my god, what are we doing? What are we doing? That may or may not be a song. Oh wait, that's an okay song. Ooh, this is a Spookies theme. I'll fuck with this. Okay. Anyway, so anyway, long story short, I had to be in Vietnam for 10 days because the Thai embassy is taking that long to process these visa applications, and got a little scared that they weren't going to do it in time. But I don't know what, the night before, the day before I had to leave, right? The night before the day before I had to leave, I got an email from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Thailand saying that my visa is approved, right? So I got the visa. Why are you moving? You want to guess? KT-Mon? I'll give you 3 guesses. Why did I move? Or why, do you mean why am I going to Vietnam and going to Thailand? Is that what you're saying? I went to Vietnam to get a Thai visa. I don't just know it doesn't make sense, but instead of like applying at immigration in Thailand, the smart move is actually to go to another country and apply at the embassy. It's a little bit cheaper and it's a little bit faster than applying from Thailand. So that's, if you want to know why I went to Vietnam. But I'm guessing you're asking, like, you seem American, why are you not in America right now? Is that what you're asking? Do I understand this correctly? Kiwis are obsessed with coffee. Is there good coffee in New Zealand then? All right, well, if chat's gonna be slow, I'm gonna drink some more of this passion fruit soda. It's the drink that you eat, right? Because it's got passion fruit pulp actually in it. George Jackson says, I want to go to New Zealand. Oh yeah, it's really pretty in New Zealand for sure. Oh yeah, I gotta check. I think I'm supposed to be at 10 here on the goal. Goal should say 10, and there's probably, okay. So in order, thank you, Awesome Opossum. You're like the first one to resubscribe, right? Getting our numbers back up. Yeah, Twitch was almost challenging YouTube for the crown here, and then I had to go away for 10 days, and these numbers went way the fuck down. So thank you for helping us get them back up. What do I have here? Oh yeah, that's the butterfly goal. I'll mention that in a second. Magenta Dinosaurs with the super chat saying yay visa, yay indeed, and thanks for getting us 1 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. The butterfly goal happens when we get 10 super chats in the next 40 minutes, right? It started in an hour, you got 40 minutes left. If you can muster the weird champs to bust out 10 teal super chats in the next 40 minutes, I will once again, and I haven't been able to do this because I didn't have my butterflies with me. I didn't have Waluigi with me. I didn't have anything except for my laptop with me in Vietnam. But yeah, so in other words, Twitch, you did miss some streams, but they were kind of scuffed streams. They were laptop streams. They were shitty microphones, shitty webcam streams. But you know, they were streams nonetheless. You can check them out on YouTube if you would like to. But yeah, this is the butterfly goal. I'll put this butterfly in my hair if we hit the 10 teal super chats in the next hour. So that's what's going on with that. And thank you, Magenta Dinosaurs, for starting us off on that. And then I think I have one more. Crystal Saphira. Oh my God, Crystal. Now, I usually toast you with coffee or tea at the very least. Is it okay, Crystal, if I toast you? Wait, let me see if I can put this up on. Oh my God, I got to do the thing. I got to do the thing here. Oh yeah, also I don't have the bonus goal up yet. I'm about to put that up, but I wanted to run by you what I've got so far, what I've got in terms of, because I don't have whatever the bonus goal was on my last stream, and so I remade it. I did. We're at 13 now. Okay. I redid. I got 4 other items, but if anybody wants to resurrect something from yesterday's bonus goal, feel free to look at the last stream that I did. What was the last? Let me help you out here. What was the last stream that I did? What did I do last? The last stream was, oh my God. Oh, here we go. Elon Musk. Wait, is that right? Elon Musk and Dan Saltman try to get Elon Musk and Saltman try to get Hassan, what does this say, deplatformed or something? Try to get Hassan blanked, right? Because they're really kind of putting pressure, they're putting attention on Hassan that could get him more than just banned from Twitch, it could get him banned from life, chat. And I'm sure that's not by accident, but that's the last week, that's the last stream that I did. That's where the bonus goal would be. If anybody wants to look at that stream really quick, pull up that stream, look at the bonus goal and see if there's anything you want to pull back from the graveyard. You want to resurrect any topic before I get going. Let me show you kind of what I've got in mind for today. There we go. No? Not working, huh? Oh wait, maybe I don't have that on. Do I literally have to go to here? Okay, I guess I can move to this one. There we go. I was wondering while you're leaving America, I have a guess. If I'm correct, you're in the same boat. Wait, you're in the same boat, but can't get out? Wait, I think, are you saying you're in the same boat? Did you mean say I'm in the same boat, but can't get out? Same boat as me. Okay, I gotcha. I'm in the same boat as you, but you can't get out, right? Yeah, actually, you know, I was talking about this, and I do sort of want to, I had in mind, I don't know, this is gonna be a big lift because I don't even have time to edit my own videos, although I did meet somebody, chat, that edits, you know, videos and as a freelancer, and I might, you know, hit them up and see if they want to work on some videos for me here. But anyway, I want to put up I want to start a new project that's all about helping other people get out, because it is hard. If you're thinking it's hard, it is. If you're thinking there's a lot of things you have to, oh my God, I'm still trying to do everything here at the same time. But yeah, it is difficult. There's a lot you don't know. There's a lot you have to do in just a certain way. There's a lot of ways to mess up. Can't find that particular. I couldn't either, Narwhal. I looked it up at myself. We invented both instant coffee and flat white. Wait, flat white? What is flat white? Origin of flat whites? If you wait, what is flat white? Anyway, we're supposed to be at 13 here on the goal. So yeah, there we go. 13 out of 100 is where we're supposed to be. Yeah. So I was thinking about making, I don't know, a new channel or something like that. The whole thing is I don't want to, there's so much to cover and I don't have a lot of time and I don't know. I mean, but I got to do something, right? Because you're not the only one, believe it or not, Katie Mon, that is in that boat of wanting to leave the US, but not sure what steps to take, right? Disabled and unemployed, my family don't believe it's actually happened. Oh my God, that's so real. That is, I mean, sorry, that is like, you know, many such cases, right? Like if you're not targeted by the Trump administration, chances are you're like writing a lot of this shit off, right? You're not seeing it. It's not real for you. And it's fucking crazy because it's right in front of your face. But yeah, that sucks that your family is, you know, okay, wow, the Spookies theme is cool, but it's very short. It's very spooky. In fact, let's go to this one instead. This one's a little bit, there we go. Okay, that's the vibe. That's the vibe I want for today. I know it's dark, I'm just venting. No, I'm glad you said something, right? Yeah, it's, you know, it's more possible, like, okay, the first thing I'll say to you is that, you know, disabled, so I'm assuming, and unemployed, so I'm assuming you mean like you got a limited income, and you think that might be like a huge hurdle. It is a hurdle, right? Because there's a lot of upfront costs, not the least of which, and that probably the first is getting your passport and getting it expedited, right? but yeah, and can't count on any sort of help from family because they don't understand what's actually going on. I feel like maybe the music is a little bit too loud now. Here, let me fix. Allow me to fix. All right, that should be better. But yeah, it is actually possible to live outside of the country, even with limited funds. In fact, it might be more possible, you might find in the long run, to live outside of the country, given your limited funds, than it will be to live inside the country, given your limited funds, right? Flat white is me after top surgery. It's a reference that I didn't get. No one outside the community sees it. Even a lot of our community is in denial. Yeah, they want to think that nothing ever happens, right? Because as frustrating as it is sometimes that nothing ever happens, it also, you know, allows you to kind of just slip into that Groundhog Day mentality. And it's not Groundhog Day. Things are changing. And they're changing fast, and they're changing for the worst in America, especially after what happened last week. Wait, don't look the mods in the eyes like that? Wait, what? Irene equals Thailand or El Salvador? Disabled and poor is really hard to leave. Yeah, it does make it harder for sure. A lot of countries won't take people with chronic illnesses. Well, it depends on what you're after, right? Now, I have not bridged the gap to be able to become like a permanent resident or a citizen of Thailand, which, you know, might be, you know, to my advantage. Might be something that I need to do like long term. I haven't gotten there yet. But what I am on, chat, is my first non-tourist visa, right? Just saw that Proud Boys are targeting Hasan. Yeah, wait, but this time with their trigger fingers. Sorry, not their trigger fingers, with their Twitter fingers. They're using their Twitter fingers instead of their trigger fingers. Hasan read the article from the Atlantic magazine. We'll try to take a look at that today if we have time. I've got a lot of things that I want to go into today, but for the first things first, I promised Crystal Saphira that I would toast, and I'm gonna make that happen there. All right, so what am I looking for? Browser 5. Yeah, I'm just remembering my setup, my non-laptop setup, which is way better. I've discovered. All right, let's make it happen. All right, so again, I appreciate everybody that supports the stream. If you do support the stream, we're gonna see. Look at that. You're gonna appear, yeah, your super chats, your super stickers, all that stuff is gonna appear right here. And I'm gonna wait, timing. Oh, there we go. Toast. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have coffee right now, but I will probably make some more coffee because I've got, you know, I ground a bunch of it. I've got another cup's worth ready to go. This is so good. Nothing the entire fascist universe is trying to cancel sex destiny. Yes, we're gonna get into that today for whitewashing, refusing to whitewash. CK11. Wait, what? What is CK11? I get the CK reference. Flat white. Oh, is a type of espresso. I should know more about coffee, shouldn't I? I only drink it like black or with black sesame soy milk. Right, those are the two kinds of coffee, and today I'm drinking it black because I don't actually have any in the house. Yeah, I came back to a fairly empty house, except that I had left I you know, tried to clean things up before I left, and so I had a trash bag that I was throwing things away in, and unfortunately I didn't throw away the last bag of trash before I left, so there was a bag of trash sitting in my house with no air conditioning on whatsoever for 10 days, right? So I came back to some fruit flies. If you see those around here, sorry about that. The hunter guy that asked the last question, Oh, was an unfuck America DGG or goddamn? They must be. That guy sounds like his viewpoint is irreconcilable with. He might leave DGG because of this, right? Destiny is saying very different things than the guy. Is his name Hunter? I didn't even know, or he was a hunter. Oat latte, yeah, oat is really good. Oat, especially in matcha. Oat matcha latte is really good. All right, so let me check out a few more of these super chats. Magenta Dinosaurs says, yay Visa. Yay indeed. Yeah, I'm on my first non-tourist visa, which is good for a year, chat. It's good. I mean, it's not, you know, I gotta go and renew it every 90 days, and then I'll have to do some more paperwork in 6 months, right? But it's a lot better than the tourist visa, which you have to renew every 60 days. And basically they don't want you, like, if you try to, some people do this, right? It's called a border run. I guess technically me going to Kuala Lumpur in July counts as this, where you go, you leave the country for like a short period of time, get your passport stamped going out, get your passport stamped coming in, and then you got a whole new tourist visa. Now that'll work a few times, right? But if they notice that you're using this to just stay in the country, they will get angry and they will eventually refuse you entry. They might even ban you from the country for an amount of time. So that's not good. So yeah, being on a non-tourist visa, having like a defined purpose here, that purpose being to learn the Thai language. So I right now I live in a tourist area, right? There's lots of tourists. There's lots of farang, which is a Thai word for non-Thai person, foreigner. Farang is what you're called here if you are not from Thailand, and a lot of English speakers, right? And I kind of want to move out of this area because it's a little bit more expensive than the rest of Thailand. I just want to be able to live, like, you know, in Thailand and not pay, you know, I could probably cut my rent, get a similar apartment with pay about half as much in rent if I'm not living in tourist land. So I'm looking to do that, and learning Thai is going to be key to that because most Thai people do not, if they speak English, it's, you know, kind of limited. Just like my Thai is extremely limited right now. It's on Blue Sky all day. Dunking on Ezra Klein. We got to talk about Ezra Klein. Yeah, who's still trending for whitewashing CK11. Wait, somebody explain the 11. Are we... I think we're just like, they're trying to avoid saying his name because yeah, there's like a giant, there's a crackdown on free speech right now that Jimmy Kimmel just got, well, suspended, but probably fired. His name is Hunter something. It's not Avalon, I know that, but yeah, I think you're right. I think his name is Hunter something. I hate it when Molestany seems like a comparably better person. Yeah. Anyway, so there's one more super chat. Wait, is there? I thought there was one more super chat. Oh yeah, the other one I've already thanked, and that is a awesome opossum 98 for resubscribing for 9 months. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're watching me on Twitch, this might brew up some weasel coffee. They want the weasel coffee. I think it's okay. I think it's not actually poop, right? But I'm a little bit now I'm like, right? I think this is enzyme coffee, not weasel butthole coffee. But weasel butthole coffee does exist, and apparently it's incredibly expensive. Oh wait, Narwhal, if you want to look up VMF, it also the company's name is also like right here in the logo it says VMF, so maybe that might give us a better idea about how this coffee is made. But yeah, because this was $17 for this bag of coffee, which is expensive by Thai standards, expensive by Vietnamese standards, but not as expensive as actual weasel coffee. I'm thinking it is the, you know, scientific solution from the Marxist-Leninist Socialist Republic of Vietnam. So that's what we're doing. What's running through Ezra Klein's mind? They lost their Goebbels, and I need a job. Win. Oh, also TYT. Okay, so I wanted to point this out. Is it monkeys, not weasel? I don't know. Maybe there's another monkey coffee, but honestly, monkey butthole is a little too close to human, isn't it? Like, that's what I was thinking, right? Is it like you know, the way that this works, you got to have some animal that's like, you would never have like dog coffee or like cat coffee, right? Although technically this is in the cat family, I think. But you know, because like you see dog poop and you see cat poop, and that's not appealing to you. But if it's some exotic animal, maybe you want to brew up a cup of its poop. I don't know. I think that's how it works. I think that's the marketing game and it really is marketing as far as I can tell. I think you're right. The price for 50 to 100 pounds. Wait, is it 50 to 100 British pounds for farmed? I'll do more snooping. Oh, okay, cheaper than I thought, but yeah, this would be, let's see, 17 times like, okay, 3 over, how many times does it go into that? 3 1/3. Okay, so 17 times 3.333. Let's do a little math here. Calculator. We are going to get to the content, chat. This is just the douchebag buffer. The thing that I do in the beginning where I chit chat with chat in order to, you know, yeet all the douchebags. Because if you're a douchebag, you'll be like, what? This isn't what I clicked on. And you will exit stage, right? Yeah. So yeah, it would be $60 a kilo is what $56 a kilo is what this would cost. I think I overpaid. But I don't think I overpaid. Like, you know, it's not in that range of, yeah, because a kilo is actually 3 pounds, meaning that, okay, let's do a little bit more math. Wait, no, a kilo is what, 2.2 pounds? Is that right? Kilo is 2.2 pounds, I think. So wait, no. Let's bring the calculator back. Thought I was done with it. 56 divided by 2.2. All right, so this coffee is 25.50 a pound. It'd be at least 33. Wait, 33 a pound? Is it 2.4? Okay, I'm gonna have to, I keep on opening and closing calculator here. It's 2.2. Okay, that's what I thought. I remember doing the conversion. Yeah, so it does seem like this is underpriced for coffee that comes from a weasel's butthole. You gotta pay extra for that, chat. You gotta pay extra for actual butthole. Sorry, that sounds so bad. That sounds so bad. It seems like it was invented by the Dutch. Yeah, in Yemen, right? We weren't allowed to pick coffee in Indonesia. Oh, it's in Indonesia. So it's an Indonesia word, the name of this coffee. Somebody mentioned it earlier. Okay, so anyway, yeah, what are we talking about today? We are talking about blowback from the cancellation campaign of one Hassan Piker. So if you don't know, for the better part of, I don't know, what, a year at least? No, probably more than a year. Could I say the better part of 2 years? I think I could. If it's more than a year, that's the better part of 2 years. For the better part of 2 years, now, there has been a campaign to try to get Hasan banned from Twitch, right? The culprits that we have are people like Ethan Klein, Destiny, Destiny's Orbiter, Dan Saltman, and Lonerbox, right? These people have all participated in an attempt to try to get Hasan deplatformed, because apparently if you can't beat them, deplatform them. You're doing NCCTV, which requires your commentary, which we all enjoy prior to your reactions. Wait. Oh yeah, I am. This is NCCTV. I guess you could look. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I could be wrong. Just the first thing I read. Wait, what was the first thing that malicious communications read? Seems like, yeah, invented by the Dutch. Yeah, I mean, I saw something like that. I thought it was invented in Yemen, but maybe, like, I know they make it in Indonesia for sure. So anyway, they have been going after Hasan, and even during this Charlie Kirk thing, they tried to resurrect their greatest hits of, like, this is why Hassan Piker's a bad person. You know, every incident that sounds like Hasan calling for violence, right? Saying violent things. And you know, in one case, he is actually calling for the Democrats to go harder on Senate candidate Herschel Walker, former NFL running back. Is that what Herschel Walker is? A running back, I believe, who ran for senator in Georgia. Hasan did not think that the Democrats were taking their opportunity that they had and going hard enough. And he said something like, you got to like pull out his guts. Like he said it on stage, right? So it's really clear there. I mean, it's a weird way of saying it, but it's really clear that Hasan is talking about metaphorically. We're using figurative language. And chat, I want people to be able to continue to use figurative language, all right? There is maybe a fine line. Oh, thank you, Heidi Sausage. Heidi the Sausage. Congrats on my visa. Yeah, thank you. Yay, visa indeed. So yeah, after this, after this deplatforming campaign failed a million times, only succeeded really in getting small streamers like myself demonetized on Twitch. In fact, if you as much as talk about politics, right, anything beyond like the House works like this, the Senate works like this, Electoral College works like this, right? You got to put a content label, not to be confused with a category, but a content label on your stream, which basically means you don't get advertisers. You don't make any money whatsoever from ads. The admin has designated, as far as I know, there's an executive order. I think that's coming out that will do exactly what you're saying there, Rave. Where was I? Destiny, Lonerbox, Ethan Klein, right? Trying to eliminate the competition by getting Hasan banned, despite the fact that Destiny has said way worse things and been serious about them than anything. You want to talk about like advocating violence? How about somebody that suggests that that rednecks with guns should mow down protesters, right? That's have you seen Herschel Walker's son sat as bottom on the end? I don't know that. I don't know if I don't know how what is his name? Christian Walker. I don't know how Christian Walker has sex, and honestly, that's his business. I'm willing to leave that. Hasn't Destiny been banned for years? Yeah. So this isn't about Destiny getting banned from Twitch, chat. This is potentially about, I don't know how this could go, right? I mean, Destiny, at the very least, his YouTube channel, I would say, is threatened. Now he's on Kick too. You might say, okay, YouTube, Schmootube, right? The guy is on Kick. Well, who owns Kick, chat? What are the, Izzy is correct. Wait, what? Oh, there you are, Izzy Bandius. Yeah, Izzy, Narwhal by Nature confirms. Anyway, it's above my pay grade to tell top from bottom, from Switch, from anything else. Florida wants to start. Now, how does that work? Anybody want to explain the Florida wants to start taking people's passports? So take Florida citizens of Florida? Because I thought the whole passport thing was through the Department of like it was the Marco Rubio, right? I thought it was federal. Anyone speaking out about fascists? Yeah, this is the really pernicious thing about the thing that the group that they're talking about banning. Yeah, you might have heard that there's a group out there called Antifa. Sometimes it is portrayed as like a left-wing version of the Proud Boys. However, the Proud Boys is a actual group with leadership and with chapters, right? That you can join. You either are a Proud Boy or you are not a Proud Boy, right? Being a Proud Boy doesn't depend on what you believe. It is, a process that you undergo to join an organization, all right? Whereas Antifa is an idea that started in the wake of fascism back in the 30s, right? People that were against fascism were anti-fascist. That's what the word means, right? And so if you don't like fascism, surprise, surprise, whether you like it or not, you are Antifa, you are Spartacus, right? And that's the real danger of this, right? Is that they're in the wake of an attempt to, consolidate power for Donald Trump that is very much parallel to fascism, if not like on the nose, the same thing. They're trying to outlaw being against fascism. Antifa did Gen 6 and Trump pardoned them, but they're also bad. Yo, there's so many things that can't be resolved, aren't there? Anyway, so that's what's going on right now. And it's a very dangerous situation. Destiny has injected this dangerous situation with his usual vitriol, and it is blowing up in his face. He has one face, I think. But yeah, that's what we're going to be covering today. We're going to be talking about that. Now, chat, that is what I call the free half, right? That is the half of the stream that goes on no matter what, right? You know, I'll do it. I'll do it for free if I have to, because I just want to bring you this news, right? We also have the potential for a fun half, much like the majority report. And that fun half, oh my God, chat, I gotta set up a poll. I didn't hear from anybody. Nobody? Okay, so nobody wants to resurrect any of the topics from yesterday, right? Do I hear you correctly, right? By not answering my request that anybody that you know, if there was something on yesterday's poll that you want to see on today's poll, we're running out of time because I gotta set the poll now. I gotta set it soon, because what we're gonna do here is we're gonna possibly get a fun half, right? And the fun half comes if this number gets to 100, right? So if we get to 100 out of 100, then we do one of these topics, and also possibly another topic that that I haven't seen chat mention yet. Again, if you want to watch, if anybody wants to take a look at the last stream, look for this and see if there's anything in that, right? Like look for this, the notepad thing, right? And if there's anything in the notepad that you're like, ooh, but I really wanted to see X, ooh, but I really wanted to see Y, speak now or forever hold your peace, because I'm gonna set the poll and it's gonna be set in stone, right? You think the options are pretty solid? Good. I tried to make them as solid as I possibly could. But that's what's going on in the latter half. So yeah, this is your chance to keep me here a little bit longer, because otherwise it's a fairly short and sad stream. You know, that makes me question what I'm doing with my life and whether I should even be, you know, on YouTube or looking for a more lucrative remote job or trying to create a travel / immigration channel or something like that. But anyway, chat, that much aside, yeah, all jokes aside, the thing that makes this number go up is anytime somebody does what Awesome Opossum did, you know, you resubscribe on Twitch, what Magenta Dinosaurs did, that is a super chat. The super chats also make this number go up. That's the butterfly goal. I'm gonna give you an update because, you know, otherwise people just let this go by. Oh, 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes to try to muster the weird champs for 9 butterflies, or else that goal goes by the wayside. Wait, they don't want us to leave the US. Is that why they would take our passports? Possibly? Wait, Asmongold is trying to get Hassan analed? Wait, what? Does that look like what, you know, you could put any 4 letters in there. I don't know exactly what Asmongold's doing. We'll get there if we get to the fun half, right? Otherwise, it's all academic. It's all, well, you know, we could have had that, but we didn't get there because we didn't get to 100 on the bonus goal. And so no fun half, right? Just stop it at the end of the stream and log off, right? That's what we'll do at that point. But if we do get it, yeah, again, the things that make this number go up are super chats, super stickers, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift people memberships, right?
Super chatted $5. Butterfly,
oh my gosh. So chat's right now trying to see if we can make the butterfly thing happen. I'll give you another chance later, and I'll try to calibrate this, because honestly, the super chat goals, like, I want you to win. I want you to get confetti, and I do try to, like, I'm like the teacher that, like, if a lot of the class isn't passing the class, like, somehow you get a lot of bonus, like, I don't know, like the test becomes easier, right? Because I do want you to win, because I want to do bonus material. That's the only way that I get to cover really more than one topic in a day. Oh my God, what? Here, what? So yeah, super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, which I still have the Vietnam, I didn't quite cover the cost for the Vietnam trip, but we're actually pretty close. So if you want to, you know, top that off, because we are pretty close to crushing that goal actually, and you know, if you want to help me out with that, that's what's on Throne right now. Usually it's like stuff like a microphone, camera, things that make the stream better. I'm in Vietnam. I don't know if I can get Throne to deliver to me. So until I can figure that out, we've got cash goals. So if you want to contribute to that cash goal, which is the cash that I'll be using to defer the costs of the Vietnam trip and the visa and all of that stuff, then that's right there on throne.com/nocommentchick. If you sign up for my Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick, which also gets you a shout out, which I'll do in a minute. Then you know, that also makes this number go up, as does supporting me on Twitch. Again, Twitch, you were almost at the level of YouTube members, right? And I haven't been streaming for 10 days. So, you know, if you want to try to catch back up, you can do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you got Prime, you hook that baby up to Twitch, and you what the fuck? Out of nowhere, somebody on Twitch is not putting up with YouTube showing Twitch up on numbers. Yeah, we're like running out of time on the butterfly thing. I will try to do another one of those. Wait. But that's a lot of numbers, right? I think that brings us to, what is this? 78. This is what it should say. Boom. And again, chat, I will try to calibrate the butterfly goal so it's more gettable. I want you to catch the butterfly. 48. I think it's actually 78. Narwhal. That was 10 anonymous gifter with 10 community subs that I will read out now. Wait, will I read them out? Yes, I will, because I can find them. All right, let me do those. Zero Strata, you just got jellyfished. MSE Stream, old school NCC viewer, you just got jellyfished. Froggyman Zero, you just got jellyfished. The Wolf, with many Fs, you just got jellyfished. Iset, is that your name? I think it's pronounced Iset, or it could be IC3T. Either way, you just got weaseled, or you got jellyfished. That's what happens on Twitch. And Avalon of Babylon, really awesome username, just got jellyfished. Hooly Hoop, you just got jellyfished. Dr. Draith, you just got jellyfished. None Stew Smack, and you just got jellyfished. Not a Shovel just got jellyfished. So that is 10 community gifted subs during the month of September. Although I don't think, what is it, gift subs don't, like, the price doesn't lower for gift subs. So I think they just bought those gift subs at full price. So thank you very much, anonymous gifter, for bringing back the jellyfish, for giving. And anyway, the other cool thing about having a sub on Twitch is whether it's a Twitch Prime sub that you get for free, or whether it's a gifted sub that somebody else is nice enough to throw your way, or whether you're getting a discounted sub during the month of September, or even locking in multiple months, which at a lower price, which I think you can do. You get emotes, you get the jellyfish, you get the weasels, you get me dancing, and all kinds of stuff. You can post emotes, basically, if you get yourself a sub. So that's a really cool thing. And thank you, anonymous gifter. Again, I cannot kind of surprised by that. Okay, chat, I'm gonna be fighting with fruit flies all day today. It's all my fault though for not throwing away that last load of garbage. Anyway, so yeah, that's how this works. If we get to 100 by the end of the time that this stream is up, we watch one of these bonus contents. If we get to 200, we watch 2 of the bonus contents, right? We get to 300, 3, etc., 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 right? That's how that works. And the other thing that you can do is when you donate, I've got these like +0, +0, +0, in case anybody donates and they want to be like, hey, put my money on QIT falls in line with the Trump crackdown. Put my money on Candace Owens blames Israel for Charlie Kirk. Put my money on Asmongold trying to get Hassan whatevered, or Taylor Lorenz robo racism, right? You can say any of those, or you can say Vox Populi, in which case what you're saying is like, look, I don't particularly want anything. I just want whatever there's a poll. There's a poll on YouTube, right? And if you're saying Vox Populi, you are supporting the poll. You're saying less money in politics, less people putting their thumb on the scales as you can, and more of just what YouTube wants. And you can vote on this if you're on Twitch too. Feel free to come over to YouTube and make your voice heard. I should look at that poll now, shouldn't I? 2 minutes and 26 seconds left on the butterfly goal. I will try to do another one today, chat. I'll give you another shot at that as soon as I get through this intro here. Wait, what am I looking? Oh, I'm looking for, oh my God, it's not going to show me the poll. Anyway, I forgot how this works. Sorry, I'm going to take a look at the poll here. So anyway, oh wait, there's no poll. That's why I don't see a poll. I'm like, wait, why don't I see a poll? I got to set up a poll. All right, so I'm doing that right now. You can see all the items up here, so be thinking about what you want to vote for, right? Because I'm going to give you a chance to vote in just a second. Bonus content. Bonus content. Question mark. And the answer is whatever you pick. I give you 4 options. So yeah, again, the first half of the show, I choose the topic. The second half of the show, you get to choose the topic. And I'm working, chat, on possibly maybe doing an integration with Discord where maybe I would love it if I could just oh my God, I gotta eliminate one letter there. I would love it if I could allow you to decide on, oh my God, I gotta shorten the fuck out of that one. Like you to decide what we vote on, like what, oh my God, 9, okay. Candace Owens blames Israel for CK. There we go. That's what we're gonna have to put. Asmongold is trying to get Hasan redacted. I don't know. We'll find out if we end up voting for that. And then Taylor Lorenz on robo racism. Sounds like a Futurama episode. Actually, I'm sure Futurama has covered that topic. Oh, I gotta like change this to how about tries? Ooh, that's still one too long. All right, there we go. There's your poll. Vote. Make your voice heard by voting. All right, now we have the poll up, and I will try to revisit that and tell you what is winning when I get a chance. People really thinking that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. It's so silly. Yeah. What it is, I think, is kind of a power grab from Candace Owens, because they've talked about possibly like Ben Shapiro taking over Turning Point USA, and obviously the like anti-Israel Tucker Carlson Candace Owens, which you got to understand where they're coming from. They're not really anti-Israel. They're anti group of people that they associate with Israel, that being the Jews. And so they kind of use Israel. They're using like Palestine almost as a meat shield, as a way of going after, as a way of pursuing anti-Semitism without announcing it as such, to kind of hide behind the veneer of being anti-Israel, which at this point everybody with a conscience is. In order to launder their anti-Semitic views. So that cohort is worried about the more pro-Israel contingent of the right taking Charlie Kirk's spot. They want to take his spot instead. So that's I think what's going on there. Although we don't know. Yeah, you're right, Woody Red. Israel's doing a lot these days. Israel is doing a lot. But yeah, I mean, if they offed Charlie Kirk, that would mean that they offed, you know, that would mean that they're like, I don't know. What am I trying to say? Like Charlie Kirk's anti-Israel sentiment is kind of few and far between, right? Most of what Charlie Kirk is doing is like saying enough to stay viable, to not be rejected by the Nick Fuentes fans that are nipping at his heels always, and to stay influential while at the same time supporting, you know, sort of helping boil the frog about, like, for instance, Trump's attack on Iran, right? This Charlie Kirk supported that. So yeah, not very anti-Israel as far as I can tell. Anyone know the tea on Candace's husband? I can't help but think he has something to do with her positions. I don't know. They are Mormons Zionists general? I mean, let's see. I don't know. I actually don't know. But yeah. So like I was saying, supporting the stream in any of those ways that I mentioned that I'm, you know, I'll say it again. Super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, right? That's what makes this number go up. And if it goes up to 100, we cover one of these topics. What topic? The topic that you vote for on the YouTube poll. I hope that makes sense. And then in addition, if you do support the stream monetarily or with a Twitch Prime chat, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you favor, and you can put your thumb on the scale a little bit and add some extra points to your favorite topic if you so choose, right? So like I said, if you support me on Patreon, there's an added benefit of you getting a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since it's the beginning of the stream, let's do that now. All right, shouts out. Yeah, if you support, sorry, let me say this the correct way. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out, right? So here we go. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah Anderson, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zera Xerix. Awesome. Israel cannot afford to lose the support of the American right, and especially like young conservative Gen Z guys, right? That's like kind of all they got going to them for them. And only Ator, you do not need to excuse yourself from the table. You are excused. And this goes for further, right? You do you. I don't want to rob your sleep. But you also don't have to bring the fucking vibe down. Like, I don't know. Yeah, people probably don't realize that they're bringing the vibe down, but yeah. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. Anyway, we're gonna try not to bring the vibe down. We're gonna try to bring the vibe up because we're about to jump into the content here. What else? Oh yeah, I said I would read the poll. Okay, so early results from the poll. With 20 of you voting, only 20 of you have voted so far. I hope more than that have liked the stream. For once we got more likes than votes, but if you haven't done either, it's a great time to do it now. Again, joining Thumb Gang is a great way to support the stream. It costs you nothing, and if we put all our thumbs together, we thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission, pushing my content out to a wider audience. So thank you to everybody who's done that already, and if you haven't, you know, here's your, like, I'll wrap your wrist with a ruler like a nun, I guess. No, not really. That doesn't sound like much fun. With 20 votes counted, we have first place, TYT falls in line with the Trump crackdown. Second place, Candace Owens blames Israel for Charlie Kirk. Third place, third place, Asmongold. And fourth place, Taylor Lorenz. It's early, chat, so make sure to vote. Those numbers are not set in stone, and also know that you can know that you can let me know when you support the stream which one of these you support, and it'll make one of these numbers go up. At the end of the night, I add these numbers to the totals on the poll, And that's how we decide what we do for bonus content if we get to bonus content, which, you know, 78 out of 100, it looks like maybe we will. Anyway, I don't want to make any predictions because the night is young, chat. And we should get moving. All right, how many? Oh, good. I'm coming in under 2 hours for once. But yeah, it is time to get to what we're getting to right now. I think I've gone over all my personal news, as well as how the bonus content works. And oh god, I gotta kill these Canva links. All right, we'll start with this one.
Targeting Pestiny now. Oh yeah, I saw that.
All right. With that, chat, let's get going. So yeah, we're gonna start off on what's going on with Sex Pestiny before getting into the way that this is kind of blown up in the actually anti-Hasan cancellation campaign. I went over that in a previous stream. I think it was the last stream. So if you aren't up to date on all my streams, especially if you're watching on Twitch and you were like, where did you go? Well, I'm always going to be on YouTube, even when I can't. Oh yeah, so just for anybody who's joining us right now, I've been off Twitch for 10 days because Vietnam hates Twitch. I don't know, the ISP banned it. Like I wasn't able, I literally could not stream. I would have streamed if I could have, and I couldn't figure out a way to let you know that had gone on. So sorry about that, but I am back in Thailand, so we will be streaming again. Yeah, I gotta put the Ezra Klein stuff on the bonus content too. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna talk about the Trump administration coming after Sex Pestiny before we get to more of the way that the Deplatform Hasan campaign kind of blew up in the faces. And I mean, like, you know, this is one aspect of that. Look, if you ever watch Hasan, one thing that you don't hear, and this goes for like the Asmongold situation, Asmongold said some awful things about Palestinians being like subhuman, and that implied that they deserved the genocide that they were getting potentially, right? But a lot of people were calling for him to be banned. He did catch a 2-week ban. However, it wasn't a permanent ban. One person that was absent from that chorus was Hassan Piker, right? And some people frustrated about that. Yeah, Asmongold's a piece of shit, dude. Why don't you call for him to be banned? Why don't you use your platform to try to get rid of this guy? The reason that Hasan doesn't do that is because he knows that that kind of shit is just as likely to blow up on him. And he doesn't want to see that happen, you know, for obvious reasons, right? Same reason that, you know, he wasn't like, you know, cheering on, you know, what happened to Charlie Kirk. Because again, he was going to be on stage with Charlie Kirk 2 weeks from then. And he obviously does not want to be on a stage where somebody's getting assassinated. That's a very that's a very, you know, dangerous situation, right? So, you know, almost, you know, for self-preservation, you don't see Hasan call for this stuff. You do see people like Destiny, Sex Pestiny, Dan Saltman, and Ethan Klein call for the, and Asmongold. Oh yeah, that's right up there. That's right up there. What is Asmongold saying about Hasan? Yeah, it looks like, yeah, the grace that Hasan extended to Asmongold, despite him literally endorsing fucking genocide, was not returned. Not returned by Asmongold, and we'll find out about that if we hit the bonus goal and end up getting the Asmongold topic. Anyway, chat, I've jibber-jabbed enough. Let's give you over to Hasan here and see what's going on with Sex Pestiny.
As well. Isn't that interesting? Elon is targeting Pestiny now. Oh yeah, I saw that as well. Isn't that interesting that Sex Pestiny, who has said unlimited violence, has threatened me with death threats, is now getting a taste of his own medicine after utilizing right-wing groups and right-wing content creators for years and years to actively try to get me deplatformed. He is now getting shafted by the very same right-wing forces that he has expertly used to his advantage to try and unsuccessfully deplatform me. And now The chickens are coming home to roost for him. Will this cause his community to reconsider these allegiances? Probably not. Now, for many, many years, through unlimited envy and anger and resentment, this person has decided that that I was the number one villain that was creating a real threat that might tackle American democracy. What's interesting about that, of course, is that in the process of designing me for his own cult-like community as the number one enemy, he basically took on positions that were diametrically opposite to mine, including but not limited to being a supporter of Israel and its genocide, but also aligning with a lot of people that wanted to kill me, including vile neo-Nazis such as Sam Hyde. On
2 years ago on Twitch, but yeah.
You created him, I have to kill him.
Whoa.
Well, if you're trying to fundraise for that, I would absolutely help you.
Oh my God, he's talking about Hassan?
Vile neo-Nazis such as Nick Fuentes. He quite literally turned around and hung out with Nick Fuentes and propped him up when he was an irrelevant character, an irrelevant side character. He gave his phone number to all these other podcasts and whatnot.
Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being.
Oh my God, chat. I'm sorry. These edits are killing me. These glitch edits.
Gave his phone number to all these other podcasts and whatnot.
You know why? The other channel that uses these that has Hassan on it is the bot channel. So anytime I'm watching Hassan and I hear the glitch transition, I automatically am like, wait a minute, did I accidentally click on Hasanabi archive?
Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations.
He didn't care because he is a debate mercenary, if you will. He didn't have any sort of real ideology. And while he was doing so, for years and years, he used this community to find whatever they could to negatively frame me, to present me in a false light through a somewhat sophisticated smear operation. This operation also obviously took new light and a renewed strength when he associated himself with Zionist groups in this country that are also just as insane, but this time with a level of institutional, with a level of institutional control and influence. A big part of the clips that are flying all around the internet right now about how violent I have been came from his community. They've been at this game for quite a while to limited success. It hasn't really worked at all. He's aligned with the likes of Ethan Klein. That backfired spectacularly.
Oh my God. Look, this is going to come across as a criticism, and I have criticized Hassan when I disagree with him. I got no problem saying that. However, this is more of just something that Hassan might not realize, but should be aware of. Right? Yeah, it hasn't impacted Hassan. Yeah, I mean, it has a little bit. He wants to minimize. That's why he's saying that, right? He doesn't want to encourage more of that. If he says, "Oh, this is really hurting me. Oh, the ad revenue. Oh, like, right." Then it encourages more attempts to deplatform him. But yeah, no, who it really hurt was smaller political content creators. I said before, if you even touch on anything political in your stream, you get slapped with a content label that puts you with, as if you're doing something, erotic, as if you're doing something inappropriate, as if you're doing something dangerous, right? Those are the other content labels, and you don't get, you get demonetized of ads. That's why I'm very appreciative to people supporting me on Twitch and on YouTube, because it helps to make up the lost revenue. But yeah, it does hurt, especially smaller streamers, right? They went for Hassan and they got everybody. And I'm talking about, like, let me just portray it. Let me put it this way, right? Chat. Say you're a gaming streamer. You do video games. You're not doing a political stream, but you're LGBT, right? You're gay. You're trans. And you would normally talk about that because you want to, like, sort of, you want your stream to be known as a safe place for those people. for people in that community, and you know, like sort of get that, you know, that's anyway. You become political because you talked about your sexual orientation, right? You talked about your gender identity, right? Now you're a political stream, right? It just happened to like Iranian creators, right? Somebody puts Iran in the tags, and all of a sudden he's hit with that content label. He gets demonetized despite the fact that he's not even doing politics. So yeah, this has hurt a lot of people, just not Hasan as much, because, you know, he is, you know, member funded through subs and stuff like that. And you know, he's going to be fine. Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there.
On him, members of his community have also aligned with far-right figures that have also ended up hurting them in the aftermath of their association. But now, one of the last allegiances that they had put together is also backfiring on them. Here's Lonerbox and Dan Saltman, who spent a year branding me as a terrorist supporter over my Palestine advocacy and lobbied congressmen to take action against me, worrying about how those exact same congressmen now want to throw Destiny in jail. Let's take a look at this video.
So, like, congressmen are tweeting at the FBI telling them to investigate Hasan and throw him in jail, and the same thing with Destiny.
That's kind of insane. Yeah.
It's not kind of insane. It's
actually
it's very insane. Yeah, it's very bad. It's very insane. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good.
They literally engaged in fascist censorship attempts when they thought it would eradicate the left, that it would eradicate my support, it would get me deplatformed. And now those exact same motherfuckers, including Elon Musk, who was recently retweeted, who recently retweeted Dan Stalkman for a clip compilation that Destiny's community had created, that Tectone posted. That very same Elon Musk is now saying Destiny should be arrested. Phil Labonte, Destiny endorsed political violence today. Be advised that this is not a one-time thing, and it's not new. Let him say what he wants, but then also pay the price under the law. Elon Musk, I don't think this jackass should be banned, but Amazon should stop paying.
Wait, I didn't even see that Pisco's tweet there. Oh my god. Okay. Let me take a. I want to take a look at this tweet up here. He's on Pisco's tweet. Yeah. So, this is a DGG orbiter, law tuber, who has, I don't know if you want to call it, like, he's criticized Destiny to the point where he's probably off of the island. He's probably been kicked out, right? Destiny has the complete legal right to say everything that he's saying about Charlie Kirk and the right wing. Authoritarian scum like Elon Musk want to jail their political opponents for hate speech. Okay, so I guess it's kind of principled that a guy like Pisco, despite Destiny basically, you know, putting a target on him, like, you know, trying to kill his numbers, kill his viewership, because he's critical or has been critical of late of Destiny, even though he holds some of the same ideas as Destiny. He used to be an orbiter and was, you know, from what I can see, totally fine with him up until the revelations that came out this last January, right? Yeah, he's, you know, standing on principle, I suppose, here, and defending Destiny, despite the fact that Destiny has been no friend to him as of late. Interesting.
Violence today. Be advised that this is not a one-time thing, and it's not new. Let him say what he wants, but then also pay the price under the law. Elon Musk, I don't think this jackass should be banned, but Amazon should stop paying him to incite murder. That's insane. Separately, incitement to murder and domestic terrorism is a felony crime. For that, he should go to prison. He can resume streaming when he has served his term. The chickens are coming home to...
This is wild. So as a way of trying to deny that he doesn't give a fuck about free speech, Elon Musk is trying to say, no, I don't, deplatformed, no, never, no, I wouldn't want that. I don't think he should be banned. I think he should go to jail. And he could stream from prison? No, obviously he can't. This isn't Sweden. This isn't Norway. This isn't Finland. No, like, he should serve his time. And when he comes back at age 70, he can get back. He can jump back on well, not Twitch. He can jump back on YouTube. He can jump back on Kick. Wow. Elon is such a fucking disingenuous bastard. It's hard to feel sorry for Destiny, but Elon is absolutely incorrigible.
roost. They thought he got recently banned, by the way. Yeah, I saw this. He
Oh,
said,
God.
Unreal. Elon Musk and other conservatives just got me banned from Twitch. My entire income is gone now. So much for the party of free speech.
Ooh. Clever, Mr. Bunnell. I don't think it'll work. I don't think it's going to get them to leave you alone. But, wow. That's,
Speech, which of course happened a long time ago. And it's ironic because the reasons why he got banned, if conservatives knew, they would probably actually defend him. At the time, they may have. I don't even remember. But it was an endless torrent of not so liberal commentary that he was engaging with, whether it be attacking trans people or whether it be demanding that white supremacists drive over Black Lives Matter protesters because he was worried that BLM protesters were actually going to ruin Joe Biden's chances of winning the 2020 election.
and also he just doesn't like the idea that protesters might, he might have to take he might have to take a detour because the protest is going on. Very, very much like Vosh's sentiment after going out to pick up his nuggies and being late to stream because of a BLM protest got in his way. Right. Yeah, Destiny just finds actual free speech to be inconvenient. But I want to correct Hasan on one thing. Right. He said mow down. I guess you could think he means run over with a car. And there were right wingers doing that during the protests. But no, he was talking about with a gun.
Amandiu super chatted $5.
Freedom and butterflies. Yes. Thank you, Izimandius, for the $5 super chat. Getting us I put up another butterfly goal. I gave it more time this time. Now you got 1 hour and 49 minutes to make the butterfly thing happen in my hair if you so choose. You can do that with any super chat that turns teal, which I think it'll let you know when you make one. That will get you there. So yeah, thank you, Izimandius. And but yeah, mowed down meant like Rambo, like that's what Destiny meant, right? What's he gonna? I should not repeat his quote, right? But yeah, he did say mowed down, but I don't think he meant with a car. I think he meant with a gun, right? So even more indiscriminately violent. He meant spray and pray, or not even pray, just fucking spray at random. Did he defend Kyle? Oh, yeah, he's a big fan of Kyle. In fact, one of the channels that we're going to watch today is called Ryle Kittenhouse. Now, that started off as a Destiny orbiter and has since turned into a Destiny hater. And now, basically, it is I would call it the J-Stalk industrial complex, right? The beginning of a J-Stalk industrial complex is the Ryle Kittenhouse channel. So yeah, no, Destiny was a huge, I would even go as far as to say he's like a fan. Like I would say that he valorized Kyle Rittenhouse, right? So yeah, this whole thing that he's on to now is a little bit ironic. Don't you think? Elon produced one beautiful thing. That's Vivian Jenna Wilson. Good point. How is your machine gun noise so cute? Because I don't know how to fire machine guns or any gun. I've held like a gun in my hand one time during my life at the insistence of my father, and it knocked me the fuck down. It knocked me over, and I don't know. I never really got I've never played FPS games. I don't know much about guns, basically. Only like guns in Splatoon that spray paint.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing, because holy shit, this needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago.
Of course, Laura Loomer is one of the dumbest fucking morons out there and ate the bait.
Oh, that's beautiful.
About that before you decided to jump.
That's actually beautiful. I love that.
They're so stupid. And Representative Anna Paulina Luna said, I have forwarded this to the FBI for investigation. Inciting violence and murder. This guy's disturbed and unhinged, needs to be investigated.
Cash out the crime statistics? Not exactly like...
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes.
tongs.
It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video
Red
games. Okay,
tongs.
I'm done today. I don't give a. God, it's gonna be so fucking gay if I get killed in the next fucking 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the cuck shit out here. Please don't anybody make any actual, the most cucked, weak ass, bullshit ass speeches on my side. God, if it happens, holy shit, I'm gonna make a death note before I go out to go live and not. God, it's so cucked. It's so optics cucked.
After spending years and years saying some of the most heinous, insane, unhinged shit over and over and over again, and routinely also, to be fair to him, giving it to the Republicans as well, including, but not limited to, talking about the firefighter that got shot behind Donald Trump in terms that really frustrated a lot of conservatives, and openly spending every waking moment, becoming even more unhinged, like when he went on the Piers Morgan show and said this. Destiny just said the quiet part out loud, this conservative says.
I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term.
I'm sorry. What did he just say? Whoa.
Joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring. Nothing.
Let's try. I'm sorry.
7 out of.
I thought I'd seen this before. I just didn't. It sounds worse than I remembered. By the way, chat, left to right, Piers Morgan, I don't know that dude. Big Papa Fascist. Andrew Wilson. This is a guy that came up with the name Shaky Gurga, but don't give him too much credit. He literally can't pronounce Cenk Uyghur's name, and that's why he said Shaky Gurga. I don't know, probably a vice signal if I'm being real. Like, right, a foreign name, you intentionally mispronounce it to show that you don't like foreigners. I think that's what Big Papa Fascist. And no, Andrew, I'm not going to let you live that name down. You chose that moniker. You keep that moniker, right? You will forever be Big BPF, as far as I'm concerned. Anna Kasparian, and then Destiny on the far right. But yeah, I don't know who's the guy next to Pierce. I don't know that dude.
Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People.
Wait, what? Okay, wait.
Becoming even more unhinged, like when he went on the Piers Morgan show and said this. Destiny just said the quiet part out loud, this conservative says.
I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down.
If they're not willing to do what?
If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second.
That sure as fuck sounds like he's talking about do what Tyler Robinson did.
Second term. Every time.
I don't know. Is there something before this that where he clarifies? He's what would he say? Like, increase the heat of the. I thought he was arguing to not turn down the heat on the rhetoric, to turn it up. Right, that's the only way he's going to explain.
And he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. I think that liberals need to wake.
And now Tim Pool is farm.
Wait, I'm sorry, fuck.
He went on the Piers Morgan show and
I'm
said
sorry.
This. Destiny just said the quiet part out loud, this conservative says.
I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about.
Okay, so we don't actually see what he's advocating, which is why I don't think this is a great clip. But if I remember correctly, I think he's advocating for Democrats to turn up the rhetorical heat.
When Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. I think that liberals need to wake.
And now Tim Pool is farming him as well. Liberal calls for the death of conservatives following the Charlie Kirk assassination. He did 20 minutes on this. And Donald Trump Jr. is posting about it, saying this is the main.
Chatter says Big Papa Fascist does not vice signal. Direful says Big Papa Fascist does not vice signal. He's just evil. It can be both. It can be both, right? Like, I think he knows who Cenk Uyghur is. He just wants to pretend that it's an impossible to pronounce name to emphasize the fact that Cenk is not from around here. Anna's eyes are getting scarier and scarier. Just wait. She'll be on Fox News. My prediction, chat, she will literally be slotted in amongst the Like she looks like she's morphing into a Fox News host, right? As her hair gets blonder and blonder, and her takes get more and more right wing. Yeah, boring is good. I think a lot of people for a government, I think a lot of people would be inclined to agree with you now, Steven Sayers. So ridiculous. The way the mainstream has sucked in the debate bro community, and it's just nothing but shit throwing. Well, yeah, mainstreaming a guy that calls himself Big Papa fascist seems like a bad idea.
Of the Democrat Party. I don't even know what the to say. These motherfuckers are literally using Destiny's Community's clips because they couldn't find anything. They couldn't find anything recent of me saying anything that's even remotely advocating for violence or anything like that specifically. And I know they're looking. I know that right-wing groups are currently desperately looking for anything that they can tie me back to Charlie Kirk in a violent manner. And DGG basically gave him all of the shit that, you know, is readily available out there. All this like false framing, all this out of context. But then those very same forces that these guys often collaborated with are now coming after Destiny as well, because you can't be normal ever. Do you think everything he said is covered by free speech? Yes, I do. Everything that he's saying here is incisive deliberately. But what he's very clearly trying to say is that, like, Donald Trump needs to lower the temperature. That's what he's trying to say. It's ridiculous for liberals to cave and capitulate to demands of lowering the temperature when the main figure in American politics, the goddamn president, is not doing so at all and is using this tragedy as an opportunity to stamp out any sort of political dissent. Like, that's what he's implying.
Investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do that.
Popular streamer Destiny refused to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk, says you need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed. On Piers Morgan, I won't condemn anything until Trump can go on air and say all of us need to calm down. On stream, you need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so they look at their leadership to turn down the temperature. Yeah, I mean, we watched both of these clips. That's basically what he said, yes.
Destiny is liberal in name only, says Bval11. His actions speak more creepy edgelord troll. Yeah, look, I'm gonna say this is gonna blow people's mind. He's fucking apolitical, all right? He's malleable. He is, people throw the word grifter around to indicate someone whose political statements don't align with their true beliefs, but rather align with that which they think will get them the most play. And I think that Destiny accurately describes this. If you were in Destiny's community, Contrarian says OnlyFacts, yeah, if you're in his community, right, you know about Destiny's arcs. One of these arcs is the lefty arc. Lefty arc means that he's mainly going after the left, right? I think this was it right before he platformed Lauren Southern and Fuentes? Yeah, he brought them back to life too, right? He's malleable. I don't think that the fucker believes in anything. He's a grifting slop tuber, says Miku's. Apolitical is right. His identity is hating Hasan. Yeah. Anything that'll fuck over his enemies, anything that'll get him the attention that he wants. Oh my God, it's a ferret. Also, I'm high. What's up, Avalon of Babylon? Yeah, we got the Weasel coffee chat, although I'm afraid to try it. I'm actually drinking, just for anybody that thought this might be Weasel coffee, it's not. This is Robusta, Vietnamese Robusta coffee, which tastes kind of fruity. So I don't know what the deal with that is. The coffee I tried in Vietnam tasted more chocolatey, and I would frankly, I kind of like the chocolate flavor, but that's all right. I haven't had the guts to open up this bag on the off chance that this coffee came from a weasel's butthole, right? Which, authentic weasel coffee does. There's nothing on here indicating that it's that, and this was, cheap enough that I think there's a good chance that they made this like it's fake weasel coffee. They use an enzyme to process it, which kind of like, I guess, approximates the flavor of a weasel's butthole without actually coming from a weasel's butthole, which, that weasel butthole coffee is way more expensive. So many coffees that come out of animals' butts, right?
And he said this recently, for the record. He said this recently. Why is he rage baiting? Because he is a nihilistic debate mercenary that doesn't give a he thinks you shouldn't be optics cucked, which of course in many circumstances implies that you can, as a white guy, say the N-word, for example. Like it's totally irrelevant and unproductive ways in which he advocates for certain things. Like, it's just stupid.
On one hand, Destiny has a point, right? I mean, he's not making it in a good way. He's taking risks that he shouldn't be taking, and he's actually probably putting us all in more danger with what he's doing. But the idea that you should not like bow down, say, oh my gosh, the left has a real problem. Yeah, they're right. Like kind of from what I've heard, TYT is doing right now. That I think that truly is harmful and essentially allowing Trump, who doesn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk, to hold him up on one hand as a saint of freedom of speech, and on the other hand to use him to crack down on actual freedom of speech. It's something that you shouldn't give into. It's something that you shouldn't surrender to. And it doesn't help. All it does is essentially makes you a tool of the regime, which, it's going to, at the very least, look bad in historical retrospect. So we're going to get into more of this as we go on, as far as Ethan and Lonerbox. We've seen a little bit of them talking about the Destiny issue. We're going to kind of go back to looking at Lonerbox and Lonerbox and Dan Saltman talking about Hasan and why Dan's claim that he didn't talk to government officials to try to get Hasan banned is just utter bullshit. We can basically falsify that statement. But are we really surprised that Dan Saltman is telling lies? That's like the most normal thing on the face of the planet.
He's ultimately a nihilistic edgelord, and as someone who is nearing 40 years old, he just runs around and is like, ooh, I'm saying bad words that you're not supposed to say. I'm saying bad things that you're not supposed to say. And he wears that as a badge of honor. Yeah, he's the closest you can get to being a liberal groiper, literally. It's also been an abject failure. His own son is a Nazi. His own son that he refused to educate and refused to look after because he's too busy frolicking around trying to procure child sexual abuse material from random Discord e-girls. In the process of doing that, he literally created a Nazi son, a groiper son. That's what happened. So it's an abject failure. And now here we are. Guess who made it on the Fox News primetime and they did zero research on him? Far left streamer. Now he's banned.
And the far left is acting like Charlie had it coming.
If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive,
God, these people are so dumb. Dude, it's awesome though, because now they got like one scalp in their minds. They got one scalp. So then they're like, oh, finally, like we got one. Okay, maybe they'll quiet it down. You know what I mean?
Wait, the one scalp that they got is who? Are we talking about Jimmy Kimmel? I don't think it happened. This is a slightly old. I'm starting with the older clip. I think from yesterday that we didn't get a chance to cover because I was like in transit at the time. But I'm not sure what the scalp Hasan is referring to actually, whose scalp we are specifically talking about.
Charlie had it coming.
Failure. And now here we are. Guess who made it on the Fox News primetime and they did zero research on him? Far left streamer. Now he's banned.
And the far left is acting
wait,
like Charlie
what?
had it coming.
if you wanted,
I'm sorry. Now I don't. Okay, we already established that Destiny was previously banned from Twitch. That he showed his old Twitch ban as a shit post, and Laura Loomer fell for it, right? And also a way to like be like, oh, you got me, to try to get the right wingers to leave him alone. But does anybody know who Hasan's talking about? Far left streamer, now he's banned. He means they think they got Destiny banned. Okay. Yeah, Destiny's like the equivalent of a submarine pilot in World War II that they shoot the depth charges at, and he's got like a he's got like oil and submarine parts in a torpedo tube that he yeets in order to make them think that, oh, you got me, right? It's like Bugs Bunny pretending to be killed by who is it, Elmer Fudd, and it makes him feel bad. He's like, oh, I didn't actually want to shoot the wabbit. The wabbit. I didn't realize the ramifications of my actions.
Charlie Kirk to be alive.
God, these people are so dumb, dude. It's awesome though, because now they got like one scalp in their minds. They got one scalp, so then they're like, oh, finally, like we got one.
So again, the tactics that Destiny uses, you know, even when I don't know that takes the heat off of him. I doubt it. You know, he's probably got like 1 million crazed right wingers like ideating about, you know, doing to him what was done to Charlie Kirk as revenge. And obviously, you know, it makes the situation more dangerous. It encourages them. And that's what I said he was right about, that standing down in the face of Donald Trump's bluster about Charlie Kirk is actually the wrong response. Again, just to go back to what I said at the very beginning of this, you're walking a tightrope, chat. On one side is complying in advance, right? What a lot of the mainstream media is doing, what apparently TYT is doing, and so on and so on. On the other side is Fed posting and giving them like a reason to come after you and a reason to, like, I don't know, like further pretext to go after marginalized groups, right? And either side, there is no net. You're on the tightrope with no net, and the floor is lava. That's lava down there, okay? So yeah, you gotta stick to the straight and narrow here, right? Don't comply in advance, but don't Fed post.
Okay, maybe they'll quiet down. You know
Donald
what
Trump
I mean?
shouldn't have been president for the second term.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear.
That guy's name's Destiny, and he just learned his fate. He's fired and banned from making any more money.
Literally.
They really think that they got him. I mean, look, no, it's not good. It's not good. I shouldn't be clapping for it. Again, it does. Hassan's right. It does like encourage them to keep going with this, right? Like the best thing that can happen, look for anything. Like, look, chat. If like, you know, if I was getting the kind of harassment that I got when I was like Twitch poll's most hated person, I would be encouraging the people. Like if I was like, oh my gosh, the harassment, I can't take it. These people are saying awful things. I don't know if I could go on, right? If I did stuff like that, that would encourage them. If I even acknowledge that they're doing the harassment, like, right, that encourages them, you know. So, you know, you can only imagine what the thing that works is the gray rock method, right? You don't acknowledge, you show what they would call in Muay Thai, I think it's called Jing, right? And that is when you're fighting and you get punched or you get kicked, you keep your posture up. You don't double over. You don't get, you know, let yourself get yeeted back, right? You let it brush off, even if it hurts, right? And, you know, that is because Thai judges, unlike American boxing judges who count like how many blows did you land, or Taekwondo judges will count like how many times did the dude kick you, right? Thai judges are looking for a narrative, right? And if the narrative is that you were getting pushed around, that's not good. Yeah, neutral stance, not advancing, not falling back. Exactly.
Says kick right here, you idiot. It says kick right there, dumb. I wonder why.
Wow.
I wonder why he's on kick.
They think that kick is Twitch.
Not on.
They don't know the difference.
Anyway, we shouldn't even tell him. No, he got banned. Twitch is taking these concerns and they are running with those concerns. And by that I mean they banned him so hard. They banned him before he even said those things on Twitter.
On his site. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed? when you go to events? CNN is defending this guy.
Are they?
We can't punish people for disagreeing with us. We can't punish people for being jerks and celebrating the death of someone. That's not illegal.
It's pretty funny that Jesse
Is that SE Cup chat? Anybody know who that pundit was?
Waters, the day after Charlie Kirk's assassination, or like hours after Charlie Kirk's assassination, was like, it's war. We have to start physically apprehending people. Like, we have to, it's war. We have to take it to the left. We have to do something to the left, right? Like immediately after. And then he's like, wow, I can't believe these guys are saying such violent things on the Democrat Party side, on the extreme left.
Illegal, and that shouldn't be who we are.
She's right. It's not illegal to say Charlie deserved to die and you're glad he did. They have a right to say that, but we have a right to fire you.
I genuinely can't believe this is a separate clip. They're not defending him specifically. I know, of course they're not defending him. But it is funny that these guys are so stupid and so susceptible to misinformation that even when this dude turns around and trolls people by being like, oh no, I got banned, by showing the actual time that he got banned, which was many years ago at this point, they're like, hell yeah, we got one.
You can't walk into the office and say you're into homicide. You can't work at CNN and tweet, I'm comfortable with cold-blooded murder.
What do you mean? Dog. A prominent anchor on your network, Brian Kilme, quite literally said that about homeless people, which includes, of course, homeless veterans as well. A group of homeless people that you guys love to avoid talking about until you want to talk about how much money we're spending on immigrants or some shit. He just straight up said, we should kill homeless people. Like, not even, like, that's it. That's what he said. He said we should straight up kill homeless people, dude. That is crazy. Also, speaking of which, 13 people hurt in 2 mass shootings at the Minneapolis homeless.
Oh yeah, I was going to cover this.
Day, apparently, at least 13 people have been wounded, 5 critically, and 2 shootings that erupted over a span of 12 hours at homeless encampments in Minneapolis. The mayor is saying he shouldn't be surprised if they are connected. He wouldn't be surprised if they're connected. The shootings on Monday marked the 4th and 5th mass shootings to occur in Minneapolis over the past 3 weeks, including one on August 27th at Annunciation. I can't even read anymore. Annunciation Catholic school that left 2 children dead and 21 people injured. Yeah, here's what Brian Kilme said. This guy.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to the...
Straight up. Straight up.
I like that he also clarified, like, if people don't know what involuntary euthanasia means, look at his face, bro. Wait.
Yeah, look, play something, but he apologized, so it's fine. I don't think it's even about that. I think it's because he said this about the homeless, right? Again, these organizations, they respond to pressure, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of pressure coming at this guy for saying involuntarily inject the homeless, right? Who was it that said that about, like, fentanyl, right? There was somebody that said they wanted to, like, they were, like, talking about, I think it was like a local law enforcement official that was suggesting that they purposely, like, you know, pump, you know, that stuff into the homeless population to try to get more people to die. Again, you know, phenomenally successful program that Biden administration did run was, you know, getting the antidote to those overdoses out and available, and has saved, like, a bunch of lives, right? And I think it's one of the first things that Trump undid.
Involuntary lethal injection or something.
Yeah, mentally ill and unhoused. Yeah, they're also putting that out there.
Yep. He went, yeah, and then stop.
Israel's suspected of doing that on flour that goes to Gaza with OxyContin.
Look.
Please. It was a Democrat that said the thing about that. like a Democratic sheriff.
Please look at his reaction. Look at
again, Chad. If we're talking about like red state America, you know, a Democrat is a very different animal in those parts.
His fucking reaction
or something.
Yeah,
it's still over the counter. It's just expensive. No, but like Biden had like programs to just get it out there, get it available, like get it into like places where, you know, if you you know, that I think it put it in the hands of cops and first responders so that they can more effectively counteract overdoses.
Lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Yeah.
Right. I would say this: we're not voting for the right people in North Carolina. Wake up.
Yeah, we're not voting for the right people. We should be voting for the people who will kill the homeless. I can't. This is so funny. Yeah, no, he apologized. He did. He had to apologize. Of course, he had to apologize. We are so far removed. We are so far removed from like accountability or anything like that, especially on the conservative side. Like it is unironically seen as like a major freedom that you have if you are right wing, you know?
The murder of Irene Zaruska in Charlotte, North Carolina. And how to stop these kinds of attacks by homeless, mentally ill assailants, including institutionalizing or jailing such people so they cannot attack again. Now, during that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injections. I apologize for that extremely callous remark. I'm obviously aware that not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina, and that so many homeless people deserve our empathy and compassion.
Man, remember when you got banned for Medicare fraud? Imagine if you said anything near this, but you know the right is never violent. I know. This doesn't mean that like those of us on the left should get to say stuff like this in general. We can't get away with it, and we shouldn't say it anyway. But like, understand that this is how it works. Like, there is no... I know I farm the hypocrisy points all the time, because unfortunately, dullard-ass normies actually respond to that, especially those in the margins. And it's certainly a weapon that the Republicans have wielded for a very long time. But the reality of the matter is, these guys don't give a f. Yeah, they're hypocritical. Like, they don't care. They're just lying. They're stupid. They're lying. They're hateful. It is what it is, you know? I genuinely don't know what to do. Like, what do you do when half of the two major parties in this country, like one half of the entire political system is just operating on lies and hysteria? Libs think hypocrisy is like a poison debuff. Yeah.
Does NCC put anything on the corn? I got a little bit of salt on this, but that's it. I mean, sometimes I'll put like coconut milk or coconut milk on here. But yeah, I didn't mean to get this corn because like lately the corn's been like kind of bad, but they just like threw it in. Like I ordered some fruit and they threw it in for some reason along with some taro root, and it's actually pretty good. I don't know if there's like 2 growing seasons or something. Maybe that's it, because it was really good in the spring, then it started sucking ass in the summer, and I stopped ordering it. But now it's back.
More people need to be killed.
Anyway, that's funny that, like, again, Jesse Waters, only a couple days after being like, we have to do war to the left, is like, wow, I can't believe how intolerant these libtards are.
Speech is free, but you're not free from the consequences. If you're glad Charlie's dead and thought he had it coming.
I'm sorry. Let's talk about consequences for a second, right? These right-wingers are acting with impunity, right? With the assumption that the arrow of history will lead only in the direction of a fascist future, and that they will be seen as heroic, that since the winners write the history, they're gonna look good. They're gonna continue to look good. And that's not what history shows us. All right? These kind of moral panics, at some point there will be a backlash to the backlash. And you're on fucking record saying this shit. And I sure as fuck hope that at some point in the future, there is a truth and reconciliation council in that future, right? because you want to talk about like consequences. You might not be able to see it right now, right? Signing up for ICE looks like a good idea. It may not look like a as good of an idea. Like honestly, chat. You know what the lesson from Nuremberg is? People always hold up Nuremberg as an example of people, being held responsible, held culpable for their actions. The German, high military officials. But yeah, it was only like the highest of the high officials. Even some of them kind of got by with like lesser punishments. I think the only lesson of Nuremberg is it didn't go far enough. And we got to make sure not to make that mistake when the backlash sweeps these motherfuckers up, all right? Anyway, just some thoughts for the future.
I'm supposed to sit next to you in the break room? You're going to teach my kid at school or serve in government? And I'm supposed to just say, free speech. You're advertising that you're a maniac and that you have no decency, compassion, or humanity.
I mean, like low key, that's how I feel about being around Republicans who celebrate deaths of not just like one person, but entire swaths of the population. That's what it feels like if you're anti-Zionist, if you're anti-Israel, and you're surrounded by these people who are just like you're surrounded by these people who are looking at all that death and destruction and going, that's awesome. We want more of it. And you should shut the fuck up. But once again, I always say like, this goes back to how violence is perceived by the masses. If it's institutions, if it's institutional violence, if it's systemic violence, if it's the violence of the state, it's not considered violence by the masses. So as long as the government doing it, right, you can maybe get mad at the process, right? Oh, wow, like we're bombing this country. Oh, you didn't get proper clearance or permission from Congress. At most, that's the anger and resentment people have. I remember this when we were talking about bombing Yemen, which is a rite of passage for every American president. And like even in the Signal Gate, the main point of contention for everybody was how big of a security failure this was, that drunk ass Pete Hegseth had brought in the editor of The Atlantic into the group chat when he was talking about how they're going to be bombing Yemen. And that
Demagogue is bringing us a blast from the past, and by the past I mean the classics, right? The Greek, bringing Greek philosophy into the chat. Honestly, Hasan is wrong about this. What's actually happening is the discourse ethic is reverting to a pre-Socratic state, wherein the ethic is harming my enemies is good for my friends. I would say that what you're seeing is in the Trump regime and in the global right wing in general is a reversion to pre-Enlightenment philosophies. If you take a look at some of the thought leaders like Curtis Yarvin, you'll see that that's like a buzzword for them, pre-Enlightenment, right? You know what happened? Let's see, what came before the Enlightenment? Oh yeah, the Dark Ages. It's Dark Age philosophy that we're seeing here. Yeah, they're unironically getting medieval on our asses.
That was the major point of contention. No one was like saying, hey, why the fuck are we bombing a sovereign country? Can someone explain that to me? Like, that's pretty fucked up. That's pretty unacceptable. Why are we doing that? And that to me is indicative of the way that we see state violence, right? Another glaring example of that, like the societal reflection on violence, who gets to do it, who gets to be the recipient of it, and how non-state actors are those who are considered violent, was when Benjamin Netanyahu went on Fox News and just sat there and was like, the type of violence that seeks to silence dissent is one that I'm all too familiar with. And I was like, the f do you mean? You've killed every journalist in Gaza, motherfucker. You're a war criminal. You're doing the Holocaust. And you just sit there and you go, oh, I can't believe like the violence that took out Charlie Kirk, it's coming in my direction too. The very fact that people's immediate response to that isn't like, says you? Really? You're modern day Adolf Hitler. What the f do you mean? Is that asymmetry, is the lack of reflection from the broader society, from the masses, on who gets to do violence.
Just to like kind of latch on to what I was saying about the dark age philosophy of the global right. If you want to know more about that, if you want to hear more of my thoughts on that, watch the previous streams on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you might have missed all this stuff because I was in Vietnam. Obviously the webcam is worse. The sound is worse. Apologies from that, but I was only on my laptop. Those were laptop streams, but I kind of went over what I think the right is, which is exclusively a moral panic, right? I think the particular diatribe, the rant that I have in mind is on the stream where we went over Hassan's Mother Jones interview in the second half, in the fun half. And so if you're interested in that, I feel like it's, pretty important stuff. And that, yeah, essentially what the right wing, it's not a political movement. Conservatism, at least in the United States, if not most of the rest of the Western world, quote unquote, is just moral panic. That's all they've got, right? And it is very much a resurgence of the Dark Age mentality. The Renaissance. Okay, well, yeah, that if you want to get into, if you want to get granular, like random 3PO, you can say there was the Renaissance before the Enlightenment. Yes. But I was speaking a little bit more broadly.
And this is precisely the reason why right-wingers can get away with coming across as not violent, because they simply want more of the things that are happening. If the systems themselves are inherently violent to those who are working poor, to homeless people, to black people, brown people, undocumented people, trans people, gay people, and you just keep demanding more of that, right? Then technically you're not making a major call to arms. You're just saying, I want more of the thing that already happens. And that's it. That's how these guys can get away with making these sorts of statements, while simultaneously broader society does not understand exactly how violent this shit is, or at least those in the margins don't understand exactly how violent the things that Republicans are demanding truly are. Obviously, if you're black, and when you hear someone like Charlie Kirk be like, police brutality is necessary because black people are violent and doing something, something along those lines. When Charlie Kirk relitigates the same exact racist tropes.
__ by super chatted $20. I think Theo Von's father was a missed, not see. Von is short for Von Ternikovsky. I saw him explain his father was elderly when he was born, moved here from Argentina, and he shared a backyard with David Duke growing up.
Wow. Oh, no, I know about the David Duke quote is wild, right? Narwhal's referring to like I believe there's like a David Duke, like there's a clip of Theo Von talking about how he grew up next to David Duke and just being like talking about what a chill dude he was. I think even the person that he's talking to is like, wasn't David Duke, the Grand Wizard of the KKK? Yeah, I guess so. Way back, like, right? Wasn't he like, I don't know. It was, I think it was while he's talking about like Theo Von's older than he looks, right? Theo Von is not a Zoomer, although maybe his mentality kind of match. Oh, I don't want to put that. No generation discourse. That shit is reductive, hyper reductive. But yeah, he's agree with you about the moral panic. Yeah. And look, it's an infantile. It's not, conservatism isn't a political philosophy. It isn't a movement. It's a moral panic, and it is representative of an infantile disorder that humanity should have gotten past, and many may have thought that humanity got past years and years ago. Unfortunately, it's always been hanging out there in the background, and something about the, something about liberalism, I would say, is far too permissive. Is far too permissive of that sort of shit. Again, chat, nobody needs to, you don't have to excuse yourself from the table or anything, but yeah, it is late at night and some of you are going to sleepy or some of you are getting eepy. We got some EPI chatters. We got some dream characters in chat
that have impacted Black Americans. He can get away with saying that. Black people understand it's violent, but the broad majority does not. They just think, what do you mean? He's just saying it
but also thank you for the super chat.
like it is. What do you not want police? Do you want people to just like keep doing rapes and whatnot? And it becomes this like endeavor to have to explain to people, you know? And in the process of that explainer, they turn around and they say, oh God, you're the real divisive guy. You're being quite divisive, sir. Why are you calling out my racism? Why are you trying to describe my racism? And I will.
But yeah, Theo Vaughn's father. Yeah, I don't know anything about this, but it does. I don't know. It's disturbing. Let's just say, given how influential Theo Vaughn has accidentally become.
I will say, while I've always tried to understand this.
Ooh, look at this. It's we bring up Karl Popper here. It's the Popperian paradox that a liberal discourse enables fascist doctrine to flourish, which then leads to liberalism suppression. Yeah, but there's also maybe a failure to understand that certainly modern liberalism is often almost characterizing it as the left is a bit of a mistake, or categorizing it with the left. Now, like I said this before, somebody asked me, like, I don't understand these labels, liberal, left, progressivism. I just want to grill, right? Like, no, it's understandable. Like a lot of people, there's a lot of confusing discourse about this, right? And I said, like, broadly speaking, when we say the left, right, that encompasses liberalism, progressivism, and leftism, right? And progressivism being a reaction to the ineffectual nature of liberalism, a desire to return. I'm talking about modern progressivism, right? As distinct from early 20th century and late 19th century progressive movement, what the original movement, right? I'm talking about the modern resurgence of the progressive label is a desire to return to the politics of Roosevelt, right? And also a bigger emphasis on social justice than maybe liberalism will sometimes use social justice as a fig leaf, i.e. the Hillary Clinton primary campaign of 2016, but it's not terribly concerned. You can see by how many liberals threw trans people under the bus after the most recent election. That it's not really, it doesn't really concern itself in a serious way with social justice, right? And then leftism being the the furthest like left of the left. Now, this is in an American political sense, right? A more all-encompassing perspective of political philosophy would actually see liberalism as a form of conservatism. With the form being that which seeks to protect the capital class by, from time to time, throwing some peanuts our way, right? Throwing some treats our way, keeping us burger pilled, so that we don't get pitchfork and torches pilled, right? And so if you really understand liberalism, by which I mean like modern liberalism and especially neoliberalism, you understand it as a philosophy of the right, a philosophy of capitalism, and it's an important concept to understand.
Career until these past 2 years, I never truly got how.
Didn't FDR put American citizens in concentration camps? Did I sound like I was glazing the progressive movement? Yeah, you could even question, like, whether FDR, there's a lot of criticism. I don't usually get into this, right? Because, oh my God, FDR is, like the current liberal order is in a lot of ways, like, way worse than FDR. And, FDR sounds like a walk in the park, compared to the current landscape we're dealing with. But yeah, there's a lot of, criticism of FDR, including, racism informed a lot of the redistributive. So you said internment camps for Japanese. I'll also say that the New Deal itself was implemented along racial lines, preferentially benefiting white people over black people, trying to cut them out because of the idea that, like, you know, giving anything to black people was gonna probably hurt their their politics. So yeah, it is a fundamentally liberal. FDR was a liberal, and in case anybody's confused, he's a liberal, but compared to modern liberals, he's like Keynesianism, right, is not a philosophy which is kind of like the economic philosophy enacted or accepted not just by the left but by like a lot of the body politic post New Deal, right, is also a capitalist economic philosophy, right? Anyway, I'm spreading out a little too much here. But good points. Good point, George Jackson.
How enraging it is to constantly have to explain a position with the knowledge in your mind that the broad majorities of society are not going to see you as a full human being. They're always going to have that implicit bias until the Islamophobia kicked into high gear with the whole Israel stuff. I always thought I understood it, but I never truly understood it. I never truly understood, even though I empathize with it and I obviously defended these groups, the unimaginable frustration of having to constantly eat it with the full knowledge that people that are watching, people that are listening, onlookers, maybe even loved ones, right? People that you thought were allies and friends will never understand. They just won't.
Somebody earlier said that Destiny, they were describing, I think it was OnlyFacts, was describing Destiny as being a contrarian. When I was making the point that he is apolitical in that he doesn't have a lot of real strongly held beliefs. His beliefs kind of, it's almost like seasonal, like, right, according to the arc that he's in, or the political beliefs you'll hear coming out of Destiny's mouth. But I also want to point out the reactive nature, almost the emotional nature of Destiny's beliefs. People have mentioned that a lot of the beliefs that he's adopted are to, like, when the left is annoying him, they're gauged to kind of poke back at the left. When Hasan is an enemy of his, he'll take on something like the cause of Israel in the midst of a genocide. I also want to point out, like, that he is. You see the difference with Hasan and Destiny. Like, some people might look at what Destiny said on Piers Morgan and what Hasan is saying on stream, how Hasan responded in the wake of the direct aftermath of the Charlie Kirk incident, right? His head was a lot cooler, and there wasn't, as it wasn't as I don't know, militant, I guess. Some people might view Destiny through that lens, but understand the difference between Hasan and Destiny is that Hasan is like, you just have to eat it, and Destiny is like, I absolutely will not eat it. These Trump supporters are morons, and I'm going to go on Piers Morgan and I'm going to say they're morons, and I'm going to, right? He doesn't realize, he thinks that, oh yeah, God, chat, his whole thing about when Trump was when the attempt was made on Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, right? Destiny's reaction was to make fun of any of his viewers that might potentially go to a Trump, basically say that if anybody went to a Trump rally and this, what happened to the firefighter happened to them, they would, deserve what they got, and he would laugh at them, right? You're seeing Destiny kind of unable to control his emotions, being driven by ego, and making the mistake of analyzing the situation as that the natural state of things is that, the left should be, by which I mean Democrats, should be held to the same standards as the right, right? And not recognizing you've been living under 10 years of Trump. At this point, Destiny, you gotta fucking recognize that is not how things are working. That is not how things are shaking out. And anyway, if you can't, I mean, as much as it sucks that you, as in Hassan's words, you have to eat it, right? You kind of do. You're not going to be held to the same standard. Trump can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and get away with it, whereas you, if you even imply that, you know, that you're getting some joy out of, you know, a horrible person having a horrible event happen to them, you will be fucking ground underneath their road roller. Duh.
Especially if they're, you know, let's be real, white men. You can try to understand it, and there's no problem with like not fully being able to comprehend it. I certainly did it fully comprehended for many, many years because I'm a white passing dude. I'm a white guy. I'm 6'4". I'm traditionally attractive by Western standards. So like when I was advocating for trans people, or when I was advocating for black people, when I was advocating for undocumented migrants, like there was always a level of security that I had, or a not being.
And honestly, like, I mean, in addition to like, you know, ideology and like seriousness and like sobriety about the situation, you know, reading the atmosphere, reading the room, etc. Like, right, there's also a difference between Hassan and Destiny is maturity, which is ironic given that Destiny is older than Hassan. Right? There's a little bit of what you're seeing from Hassan is maturity. Math is impeccable, really? Incredible maths.
Directly in the targeted group, the dehumanization. I just didn't, you know, I never experienced what it's like fully because I didn't live here post 9/11. Remember, I only came.
Trump is the mainstream media's cash cow. Yeah. I mean, that's in there unconsciously and in their mentality. And maybe even when you're talking about like the owners of the media corporations, maybe consciously as well.
Here in 2000. Well, I guess I technically came here. I mean, I came here post 9/11, but like I missed the most heated moments, right? I came here in 2009, and even when I was experiencing it didn't feel that bad, and I overlooked it. But it is so frustrating that I know for a fact, for example, that there is a decent percentage of the population that will never ever on this issue, on the issue of Israel, on the issue that they have bracketed off as like a Muslim issue, right? There are a ton of people who will just never listen to what I have to say. It's also part of the reason why I value Jewish allies, white allies in this stuff, because those people can make a larger impact.
Okay. Jimmy Kimmel has been fired. I want to get to this. Hassan also went over that. All right, let me go and I want to check out. I want to take a look at where we're at as far as the poll goes right now. Give you an update on that. Let you know how the butterfly goal is going as well. All right, so 78 of you have, first of all, 78 of you have liked the stream. We've got more than 78 people in here right now, so if you would move your finger over, you know, it's good to move your thumbs, right? Your thumbs, you know, need exercise too. One way you could give your thumb some exercise is if you're watching me on the phone by pressing the like button. If not, you might have to move your mouse or your trackpad or any number of the things over to like the stream, because it does indeed help us out a lot. It helps pump my content out to a wider audience, people that would like what we're doing here, but they just don't know that we exist, right? And you can let them know we exist by liking the stream. Looking at the poll, it looks like TYT falls in line with the Trump crackdown, is ahead by 1 point, with Asmongold trying to get Hassan redacted in second place, right? Third place, we got Candace Owens blaming Israel for Charlie Kirk. And fourth place, we have Taylor Lorenz on robo-racism. 78 of you have voted so far, about the same amount as have liked the stream. So yeah, go ahead and get your vote in if you haven't already. Remember, you can also affect the outcome, although it won't show up in the vote immediately. But at the end of the night, I add sorry, you can affect the outcome by supporting the stream through a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or sign up for at throne.com/nocommentchick, or sign up for my Patreon at patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you got Prime, hook that baby up to Twitch and it'll give you a free sub to use on the stream of your choice. If that happens to be me, you'll get all the emotes for the stream and you'll support the stream at no cost to you. It's also September, so buying yourself a sub or even buying yourself a few months of subs, I think is discounted by 25% right now. You can get it cheaper, so it's a good, make use of the September special if you want to. And you can also gift subs, which is very generous, but any of those will translate into making the bonus goal go forward. We've secured at least one piece of bonus content. If we get to 200, we'll actually do 2 of those pieces of bonus, 2 of these topics, the top 2, right? And the thing that determines which one is what you vote for, as well as when you support the stream, you can tell me in the chat which topic you want, and I'll add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. That's why all these plus zeros are up here, right? Is for people that want to put their thumb on the scale a little bit. You can also do the reverse of putting your thumb on the scale with Vox Populi. Oh my God, are we at 97% on the video game stream? When did that happen? Okay, that's good. But anyway, yeah, you can also say Vox Populi, in which case you're going to be reinforcing the will of the people, the will of the voters on YouTube, which is where the poll is at. Get yourself over to youtube.com/nocommentchick to vote on that right now if you haven't voted already. And you can also say video game stream, which is basically right now you'd be saying, I want you to play Soul Hackers, right? You are teasing us with the music for Soul Hackers, getting us hype, and yet you have not played Soul Hackers. Well, if we get 3% more to video games, you will secure a Soul Hackers stream. And Narwhal Nature is letting me know that that's 20 points for Candace. So look at that. Look at that. That puts Candace in the lead, right? That's how it can work. So yeah, if you supported this, if you've donated already, or if you donate during the stream, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. Anyway, let us go. Yeah, 123 is what we're at right now. Wait, is that right? Did it? Narwhal, you kicked it up to 103. Did something else happen? Did I miss? I did indeed, Sarah, with a super sticker, a stupendous. You're again, Narwhal. Your math is impeccable, I must say. I wasn't sure. Yeah, it doesn't show. There it is, the super sticker, which is like what happens when I wake up in the morning. My ponytail turns into a heart, and stars fly all around me as I regain consciousness. Sarah is putting $20 towards Candace. Candace Owens. Okay. Wow, look at that. Candace has got some motion. This is kind of a big story. Now, don't get too hyped, because remember, it is Candace Owens, and she's got all kinds of motivation to talk about Israel that's got nothing to do with concerns for the Palestinians. But we'll take a look and see what's going on anyway. I've got great mods. Why, thank you. I think I've got great mods. I got great chatters. I got an awesome community. Hey, Vite, speaking of which, hey, Vite and Gale, let's give Vite and Gale a shout out. I don't think I've shouted you out in a while, Vite and Gale. Wait, I think I'm supposed to actually type shout out is the way the new shout out works. Type shout out. The Twitch command, not a Stream Elements command. Which, oh god, chat, we gotta get off of Stream Elements. I need a replacement. If anybody knows a good replacement for Stream Elements, I am all ears, because there's some issue. I'm not making them any money, all right? That's why I stopped doing sponsorships through. Wait, where are you, Vitingale? I'm trying to make sure I spell your name right so that Oh, you're in the YouTube chat. That's why I can't. Okay. That's why I'm not seeing you in Twitch. All right, there you go. Shouting out you in Twitch, nonetheless. Fightingale streams on Twitch and has recently been cited playing music. Right? You want a wholesome music stream with a streamer that is musical? That would be Fightingale, and you can follow. Wait, did I do it right? I hope so. Mods, if I didn't do it right, type the appropriate command. If I forgot the right command. Something else just happened in chat. This is Vitingale with a member chat saying, oh wait, let me click the right one here. And thank you, Sarah, and for the super sticker, and thank you, Vitingale, for the super chat. Vitingale, is it up here? Yeah, sending lots of love. Also abolish. Yeah, unfortunately misunderstood slogan there that people don't realize that, you know, maybe if we say repeal and replace the police, right, with an organization that actually gives a fuck about public safety, gives a fuck about the public, actually wants to protect and serve, rather than a bunch of fucking high school bullies that that are slotting into an organization that traces its history back to slave patrols and Pinkerton thugs. Yo, Omega Star with the resubscribe, taking advantage of the month of September in order to resubscribe. Thank you, Omega Star. So what does that put us at? Narwhal says 126. I think we're actually at, what would it be now? 132. Yeah. So kind of closing in on that second, starting to close in on that second topic for bonus content. Again, if you want me to stick around longer, oh my gosh, Real Burner, taking advantage of the Twitch Prime at no cost to Real Burner, right? Does not cost you any money, but you get all the benefits of having a sub on Twitch since you moved to another time zone. Oh my gosh, I start my day in the, Berlin with BCC? Like NCC, but Berlin? You know, I don't know. I might have to take a trip to Berlin sometime. Like I've heard it's a cool city. I've been hearing good things about Berlin. And one of the more affordable places in Europe too, I am told. But yeah, I am maybe easier for in some of your time zones and much more difficult in others. So, again, apology, chat. It's hard to do being in halfway across the earth from you. But yeah, so like I said, we're gonna get back to the content now. And oh yeah, the other thing I'm supposed to mention. Oh my gosh, is that we got two of the teal super chats that go towards Butterfly. I got the Butterfly right here. You haven't gotten to see a butterfly in my hair for at least 10 days because I have been in Vietnam and I did not bring the butterflies with me, mainly because I knew they'd get smushed if I put them in my my suitcase. And I didn't want to smush the butterflies, but we have 43 minutes left to get 8 more teal super chats. And if we succeed in that, I will put the butterfly in my hair. Vitingale resubscribing to lubricate the hype train. That's a well-lubed hype train. Not affordable anymore. Oh no, did tourists ruin it? Or I don't even know if it's tourists or what ruined it, but yeah, affordable places do tend to get less affordable. Including the place that I'm in, which is now, I don't know. I guess the bot is strong and the dollar is weak. I guess that's kind of what's going on. I'm not complaining. I'm just glad that Vietnam, that Thailand and Vietnam will have me, because not being in the United States is a great thing for me right now. Narwhal's telling me that the math now is saying 141. Do you want to watch this? Let's do really quick. We'll look at the situation with. Is it? Oh my God! Is it Jimmy Kimmel? Is that right? So what? Stephen Colbert took out Stephen Colbert, and by took out I mean put pressure on media organizations to eliminate people late night comics who are not nearly as relevant as they were. Chat, like I'm told that back in the day, Johnny Carson was like the equivalent of what Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel are right now. He was like one of the biggest celebrities on the planet. It was massively influential back then. Like more recently, you've had like, you know, Conan O'Brien and Jay Leno and what is the dude's name? Dave Letterman, right? These people occupied a big spot in the media landscape. Obviously, television has a dwindling audience, so you know, and you know, you can say what you will about these late night comics. You know, they're kind of lib coded and maybe not as funny as not as funny or as insightful as some of their forebears, but nonetheless, they're being forced out. Not for being unfunny, but for being anti-Trump. Anyway, let's see.
Was being canceled back in July. The president of the United States, Donald Trump, had a chilling reaction.
Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going.
We'll make a start with the gifted sub. George Jackson, you just got jellyfished.
You know, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that.
They're next. I hear they're going to be going. Well, tonight, an ABC spokesperson confirms that Jimmy Kimmel's late night show has been preempted indefinitely. Now, it comes just hours after a large set of ABC affiliates announced they would refuse to air Kimmel's show. They say because of comments the late night host made on Monday night relating to the motives of the man that shot and killed Charlie Kirk, wrongly suggesting the killer was part of the MAGA movement. He was not. Nexstar, the largest owner of...
We don't know that. And also, that might actually be right. It does seem like the killer was, at one point, definitely came... Bring it back. All right, chat. Reload and refresh. Let me type this into the chat. We just reload and refresh. We just had a minor F, an F minor, not to be confused with an A minor. Reload and refresh. All right, is everybody back with us? Never left. Okay, we're good. We're good. We didn't. Nobody got yeeted. Put the jellyfish on all my jellyfish on Clandis. I will indeed. God damn. Let's see. What do we got? All right, 12 for Candace, I believe that is. Candace going up to 50. God, Candace Owens, incredibly popular. Unfortunately, she literally is. And there's way too many people getting introduced to her without knowing what she's actually about. They just like, oh yeah, she cares about Palestine. Dave is the man. Leno is an idiotic a-hole. Yeah, this is before... I can't really say much about these people. Conan O'Brien had the masturbating bear. That's funny. And the dog that poops on people, right? Oh my God, Videngale with the reload and refresh. Yes, I see you there. I see you there. I'm gonna be doing that after stream, maybe. Because I'm back in Thailand. Triumph. Oh wait, that's the dog's name, the insult comic. Yeah. If you've ever seen, what is the guy's name? The old school insult comic guy, not Rodney Dangerfield, but oh my God, chat. Who is the insult comic like king? Anybody remember? Old dude, I think he's dead now. Yo, Hype Train is still going? Yeah, look at that. You're at level 2 with 22%. YouTube, Twitch is coming back. Twitch is mounting a comeback. Look at that, 119 to 155. Like, again, sorry for George Carlin. Yeah, kind of. Craig Ferguson. Oh, as a late night host. Who's the insult guy? Oh my God, I can't remember his name, chat. He's like bald. He's white. Wait, what was his name? Rickles. Yes, Don Rickles. That's who I'm thinking of. I am thinking of Don Rickles. 90 seconds left on that hype train, says Videngale with a highlighted message. Yeah, Don Rickles was like the I think Triumph's kind of modeled after Don Rickles a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. I went yeah, that's that. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've only seen Don Rickles as a wrinkled old dude, but apparently he was young once too. So had a long and storied career, I guess. Cannot stand Conan. Not even the masturbating bear, Renato. You're not a fan of the masturbating bear, or the dog that poops on every. But like the whole thing about the Triumph is like he'll glaze up a celebrity. Like he'll come on with a celebrity and he'd be like, "Oh yes, I'm so glad to be here with this, amazing celebrity. You are just the greatest celebrity that I've ever seen." And you're like the very best. He'll use all these superlatives. You're the very best. And then he'll turn and be like, "For me to poop on," and then actually insult them. That's when the insults come, right? So, but when he met Don Rickles, I think, Hype Train coming in at level 2. Yo. When he met Don Rickles, he was like, "Please, Mr. Rickles, poop on me." It was the one time he didn't insult somebody. And I feel like that's the biggest insult to an insult comic, is not to insult the insult comic, right? To be like, "You're above that, sir. You're like, I worship at your feet." You got, I'm sorry, you gotta, anyway, Triumph fucked up that time. After Conan got fucked over by NBC. Yeah, isn't there like a documentary about Jay Leno and like doing something sussy to Conan behind the scenes? Don is Sinatra's era casino old jet. Wait, Don Rickles is? Whoa, he's like Rat Pack? Is he Rat Pack? That is old school. Vaguely remember Triumph pissing Eminem off? People will sometimes rip the puppet off of the guy's hand. Sometimes Triumph really does provoke a real reaction from celebrities. GG Hype Train Hypers.
Local stations in the country came out and said it, quote, strongly objects to recent comments made by Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk and will replace the show with other programming in its ABC affiliated markets. And if that were the whole story, he said something, it was not correct, the affiliates pushed back, well, then that would be one story. But that, of course, is not the whole story, okay? Because crucially, just hours before that statement, Trump's hand-picked FCC chairman went on a podcast and suggested ABC's broadcast license or affiliates could be at risk if they did not suspend or fire Kimmel, essentially issuing an order saying,
"Oh, it could be like, I'm not going to try to dunk on Jordan." I don't know. I feel like Jordan would want you to dunk on him.
And I quote him here, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way."
But I guess what is it like if you try to dunk on Jordan and you fail, it's kind of embarrassing maybe?
Well, hours later, ABC made the announcement Kimmel would indeed be taken off the air indefinitely.
Jay Leno is pretty disliked among other comics. I don't think Jay Leno, he was a comic? He was a stand-up guy? Because Jay Leno has one joke, all right? And it's like he talks up here. That's all he does. He talks low and he talks high. Or he talks high and he talks low. Biddy Gay Cruz Johnson. Yeah, what are all these gay guys trying to suck his... Anyway, he screwed Conan. Oh, Jay Leno screwed Conan over. He was so bad. What does he do? He does that thing with cars, like, right? No, that's Jerry Seinfeld. What does Jay Leno do? He has car. I think he has cars. I think Jerry Seinfeld had Jay Leno on. That's why I'm thinking he's the getting coffee in cars with celebrities guy, but it's actually Jerry Seinfeld. So wait, what? Oh my God, chat. We're NCC back on Twitch. That's right. We are so back. We've never been more back. Oh, but that doesn't mean that we won't be more back in the future, probably. But yeah, I'll try not to. I didn't realize that Vietnam does not allow you to stream on Twitch. So I don't know. Maybe next time I need to leave the country to apply for a visa, maybe I'll choose a different place. A place that has coffee that's not spiked with Adderall. Hey. No, I brought some of that stuff back. Ooh, I did bring some of that back. Speaking of which, I missed a chat that I was just about to read out. Leno has a huge garage. That dude is way too rich. I mean, all rich people are way too rich. I don't mean to single out Jay Leno. He screwed Conan over. It was so bad that Jimmy Kimmel said to Jay Leno, "Remember when you promised somebody you were mentoring your time slot, and when they got it, you took it back for a few years?" Was he jealous of Conan being like, did Conan beat his numbers or something and he got jealous? Is that what happened? Leno is a gearhead geek. He seems like a motorcycle guy. Couldn't you see Jay Leno like on a Harley? Jay has some museum of cars in his, like screwed Letterman over too. Sets out celebrity churros and joints. Damn. Leno sucks. It's okay to single him out. Okay. All right.
Definitely. And this is just the latest chapter in Donald Trump's ongoing campaign to crack down on free speech, dominate the media, and essentially render the First Amendment meaningless. An extreme campaign that has been an over.
Anybody kept the abacus going? I think I might have lost track.
Drive the past week. I mean,
a lot just happened.
You had the Deputy Attorney General of these United States, the number 2 of the Department of Justice and the former criminal lawyer for the president, suggesting using criminal anti-racketeering laws, the kind of things used for mobsters, RICO statutes, to go after and prosecute protesters who heckled Donald Trump at a restaurant, who yelled at him.
Oh, we'll get to that in a second. Creflo says, talk to my friend so he can help you stream in Vietnam. If you want to give me the socials of this person, great way to reach me is nocommentchick.gmail.com. That is me. So if you want to get my attention with anything, that's probably the best way to do it. The most like, right, I try to answer my Blue Sky and Twitter DMs, although sometimes it's the fucking Discord, it's really hard to get a hold of me. But yeah, hit me up on Gmail, nocommentchick@gmail.com. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. True. And the location for the electron transport chain, in fact, right after we come out of the Krebs cycle, although you may know it as the citric acid cycle. God, there's many different names for this thing, right? Leno lives for car. Oh, he does have bikes too. Stories about Jay Leno hitting on other celebs. Sorry, I'm going to say that right. Earlier in his career, bragging about his bike and having a huge dong. Supposedly. No, I'm easy to reach on Gmail. That's the point.
We're also getting new reports today. The White House plans to target a variety of left-leaning groups and nonprofits in the coming weeks, all part of a larger and more dangerous effort underway. And it follows a playbook we have seen successfully run in recent years by authoritarian strongmen in places like Hungary and Turkey and Russia. Because in those places, they did.
Oh my God, look at his initials. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, well, you could have also been like, like you could have said those 3 letters, dumbass, to me in Gmail too.
They didn't just criminalize speech they didn't like, though some of them did some of that. Crucially, they made it virtually impossible to see and hear examples of that speech by taking de facto control of the media landscape. In Hungary, for example, the country's oldest newspaper was suddenly shuttered after being bought by a businessman with links to far-right President Viktor Orban. According to Reporters Without Borders, Orban has used media buyouts by government-connected oligarchs to build a true media empire subject to his party's orders. The group estimates such buyouts have given Orban's party control of some 80% of Hungary's media market resources. It is a similar situation in Turkey, where according
Puppy Girl UVU, thank you for following.
to Reuters, the biggest media brands are controlled by companies and people close to longtime leader Recep Erdogan and his AK party, following a series of acquisitions starting in 2008. Then, of course, there's Russia, where oligarchs friendly to President Vladimir Putin control much of the media. Wartime restrictions have shut down the rest. In each of these 3 countries, they didn't just arrest protesters or dissident journalists or show up knocking on the door of magazines. They used government power, and sometimes through legal.
I got confused there, chat. You know, in French, a magasin, which looks a lot like magazine, is a shop. And so when he said knocking on the door of magazines, I was like, what? Did you come there? Are they closed between 1:30 and 4 o'clock? Is that why you're... Anyway, sorry, bad. There's a Paris joke, chat, to everybody. Anybody that's ever been in Paris and tried to go to a shop that closes in the middle of the day for lunch or something. Abacus was correct. Yes. Okay. I think, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing, acknowledging anything or anyone.
Mechanisms to essentially roll up all of the country's media into a friendly propaganda.
Yo, Demagogue 69, first time watching the stream, but you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to 153. Yeah, we're well within striking distance of double bonus content. For the first time in a little while. Yeah, it was kind of rough when I was just streaming YouTube and YouTube alone. I have missed my jellyfish. I have missed the sea creatures of Twitch. Leno made a rat bestiality joke and got sued. What? I thought you were going to say Leno, like, put a rat somewhere that the sun doesn't shine. But no, you're talking, it's not a Richard Gere situation. It sounds like he made a joke about that. Something like that, though. I don't even know how you get a rat involved with a human being, but that sounds bad. Squirted on? Oh my god, squirted inked on. There we go, inked. Wait, isn't that like a Splatoon thing? Like get inked?
And arm of the regime. So given that context, I want you to look around the US right now and see what's been happening here, right in front of our eyes. In July, the Trump FCC, that's the...
Oh my god, Creflo, that's not going over my head. That's actually a really good joke. I thought Magazine was a Trump brand of nicotine gum. Yeah. I mean, it's not... I wouldn't be surprised. I bet a lot of Zen users that aren't Hassan Piker might find themselves... They're definitely those podcasts, bro. You know, kind of skews that way. I wonder if Hasan uses the Zens partly as like an appetite suppressant. It just kind of crossed my mind that that might be part of what he's doing there, because he really sticks to his, like, I don't know, like he's not just trying to get big, right? He's trying to get lean and big, and for that shit you got to really, like, I don't know, control your diet, probably in a slightly unhealthy way.
Entity that Brendan Carr controls, approved the sale of Paramount, with it, CBS, to Skydance Media, which is controlled by the family of pro-Trump tech billionaire named Larry Ellison. It was his son, actually, who's buying it. Now, that approval only came after Paramount paid Trump $16 million to settle the president's obvious, frivolous, ludicrous lawsuit against CBS News and 60 Minutes for editing interviews. And after the Ellisons agreed to eliminate DEI programs, and after they agreed to install an executive, formerly from a conservative think tank, to essentially act as a sort of ideological minder at CBS News for political bias. So they did all those things, then they got the approval for this very, very large merger. After that, CBS canceled Stephen Colbert's top-rated late-night show, which was notorious for its criticism of the sitting president. Last week, after Larry Ellison officially leapfrogged another pro-Trump billionaire, Elon Musk, to become the world's richest man, the new Paramount conglomerate made another media bid, this time for Warner Brothers Discovery, which just so happens to own CNN. So there's a possibility that they could purchase that and roll that up as well. Then yesterday, we got this news about TikTok. Perhaps you've seen it. Do you remember the Chinese-owned app that was banned as a security risk because of a bipartisan vote in both houses of Congress and signed into law by Joe Biden? And then Donald Trump just literally ignored the law while he searched for a U.S. buyer. Well, yesterday, there was news of a framework of a deal. Interesting. Let's see what the deal is. Gives America...
Wait, Guillermo de Torment? Wait, which Guillermo are we talking about?
Americans an 80% stake.
Oh yeah, he sued the New York Times for $15 billion over, oh my god, I'm trying to remember which stories. There was like 2 stories, and then there was like 2 books from Penguin Random House, including Lucky Loser, which is a great book if you can get a hold of it somehow, right, through your local library, or I don't know. If you really, like, I mean, that's a book that puts together all the details on Donald Trump. Now, look, it's not like I don't know, it's not the silver bullet I think that some liberals want it to be. The fact that Donald Trump is not a business genius. But yeah, some people, like people voting for Donald Trump for economic reasons, some of their justification is like, well, you know, the businessman, Biden doesn't know business. That's the problem. If we ran our country like a business, then the problem is that people think that you should run your country like a business, right? Which is ridiculous. But but yeah, this is the line that they use to get more Trump voters in the door. And in fact, Donald Trump is not a genius businessman. He's a man to whom every business enterprise he's ever engaged in has turned to shit. Some would say, including the country. Yeah, I don't know. Guillermo de Torres is. I don't know who people are talking. Somebody said replace Stephen Colbert with Guillermo. What? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's another Guillermo. They didn't say which Guillermo. Guillermo. I can pronounce words. Maybe.
In TikTok, which Americans? Well, you'll never guess. Yes, Larry Ellison is one of them, along with far-right venture capitalist, Trump donor, Doge consultant, MAGA backer Mark Andreessen. As Talking Points memo noted, if all those
Guillermo's the guy from the. Okay, I didn't know. Wow, I don't know anything about late night television. Apparently,
deals all go through. That would mean the Murdoch family controlling.
Wait, Guillermo from Conan. Oh, wait, the band guy, the guy that's the head of the band of Conan. Wait, it's Kimmel's sidekick? A different guy. Okay, are there two different Guillermos? Renato's talking about Guillermo. Am I pronouncing that right? Guillermo? Or maybe that's a mistype? I don't know. It's Colbert. It's not Conan. Okay, so we're not talking about Conan. Oh wait, are there two Guillermos perhaps? Trump's tech syndicate backed by Larry Ellison and Rupert Murdoch to take over all U.S. media. Yeah, and in case you're wondering if maybe Fox News might mellow out after the passing of Rupert Murdoch, unfortunately, the ownership of the media company has been consolidated under Rupert's most right-wing offspring. So that's not going to happen. Guillermo is not on Conan. He's with Jimmy Kimmel. I'm just reading chat. Fight it out, chat. Fight it out. No, just kidding. Don't fight. Guillermo is a short guy on Kimmel. I don't watch enough Kimmel. I actually have not ever watched Kimmel. I'll be totally honest. I've watched some Conan, but I feel like I always see the episodes like randomly, like clips, or you know what I mean. I don't like. I've never watched Conan like at the time that it's going on. Andrew Richter is Conan's sidekick, not Guillermo. Really don't think that Kiki the Flying Gerbil is actually possible. Wait, what is this a reference to?
Fox News, the Journal, New York Post, its other properties, Twitter, TikTok, CBS.
Yeah, this is really scary shit. This is really fucking scary shit. Now, the only thing that takes a little bit of edge off of this, and I say only a little bit, right, is that there's no, TikTok, that's really bad. CNN kind of doesn't matter, although it does have like an institutional authority, despite the fact that, because it's like the first cable news network, I guess. CBS, obviously terrestrial television is not nearly as influential as it used to be, but this is still bad. This is still really, 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 really bad. I mean, Murdoch family controlling Fox News, Journal, NYT, in New York Post, other properties, Twitter, TikTok, CBS. Here, let me turn off the I gotta turn off the subtitles to read this. A CNN owned by and more owned by Elon Musk and the Ellison family, Washington Post. I mean, this is what they're doing. They're buying the platforms, right? They're buying the platforms. They're buying the networks. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. And we're at 168. Also, I gotta thank somebody for dropping some well-timed Sasha G. Good timing, right? 5 gifted memberships just dropped on the channel, courtesy of Sasha G. And I need to read them out. Infallible Fowl, you just got weaseled. Shax BA, you just got weaseled. CJ Ton, you just got weaseled. And Jerry DB, you just got weaseled. Also, No Grimly, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And also, it's a really good thing because there's a little bit of a competition shaping up between Twitch and YouTube. Twitch has been chasing the number of memberships on YouTube with its subscribers count, and was almost there before I took 10 days off. And look at this, Twitch is right back at them. with 120 subs, but now we just added 5 more weasels, courtesy of Sasha G. So yeah, thank Sasha for those weasels, everybody. Twitch chat, where is it? Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, this is, oh my gosh, a rabbit's butt just came out of, like, no, wow, this is the great thing about emotes. This is the great thing about emotes. Guillermo's the security guard turned sidekick? Okay. Apparently I haven't watched enough Jimmy Kimmel to know. Yeah, look at all those butts. Look at all those butts. Does it only, for a while it was working on YouTube too, right? I thought that, maybe I need to update something. When I was on my laptop, YouTube emotes were showing up as well. I don't know, they don't seem to be, but you can test that out if you want to, YouTube. Especially if you just got a membership, post your weasels, right? One of the cool things about having a membership means that you can post all the emotes, and we do have emotes on YouTube. They're not animated like the Twitch ones, but they do exist. Yo, balloon dogs, hell yeah. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Let's check out this media story about the consolidation of the media. I mean, this is bad shit. One of the what was his name? The guy from Italy, the bunga guy, Silvio Berlusconi, right? Controlled most of the media in Italy, and some people call him Italy's Trump. So some people look at Silvio Berlusconi as prefiguring Trump. It's a little different. Trump was a reality star, whereas Berlusconi owned the media. But yeah, we're getting more and more of that going on. Berlusconi was a model for Trump. One of the models, I would say Adolf Hitler, probably the other, right? He's using that Hitler playbook a lot, whether he wants to say it or not. Although he really does affect more of a Mussolini. You know, if you want to really look at if you want to make a comparison of, you know, the U.S. and Israel to Italy and Germany in World War II, the U.S. is probably not Germany. That's all I'm saying, chat. That's all I'll say. But anyway, let's get back to this.
CNN and more owned by Elon Musk and the Ellison family. The Washington Post owned by Jeff Bezos. The Trump administration is threatening to bring the government down on free speech and use it against dissent. It is also facilitating the sale of some of our biggest private media outlets to Trump allies and is a very obvious attempt to consolidate power over free expression. Ben Rhodes served as Deputy National Security Advisor to President Barack Obama, author of After the Fall, The Rise of Authoritarianism in the World We've Made. David Enrich is a New York Times Deputy Investigations Editor and reporter, author of the much celebrated, well-reviewed Murder the Truth, Fear the First Amendment, and a Secret Campaign to Protect the Powerful. They both joined.
Anybody notice, like, you're getting more and more of this formula? You cover a story, and then you go to the panel. Is this something that's always been with cable news? Or is this something that's, like, kind of new? Is this their way of trying to make themselves more clickable in their digital form, right? That they're competing with stuff that's more, I don't know, contentious, and so they're trying to play that up with the panels. And I mean, that's what's giving you, like, CNN's like fucking omega racist panels and all this shit.
Now it's good to have you here, Ben. Let me just start with you.
Ew, that's an Italian code for a teen sex party. That's what bunga bunga means. That's, oh my god, I didn't know that.
I said this when Colbert was fired, that it's not too much of a overstatement to say, like, the test of a free society is whether you live in a place where late night comedians can be on TV making fun of the leader. And I still feel that way, and today feels pretty bad on that score.
No, it feels terrible. And your lead-in was really good, Chris. And frankly, my book that you just put up there goes into a lot of detail about these takeovers of the media. And here's what I'd stress about it. Some people see this and they think, well, you know, it's just one TV show. It's just Stephen Colbert. It's just Jimmy Kimmel. It's just late night. What you have to see it as a part of a concerted strategy where not only do you have pro-Trump oligarchs consolidating control of the media, and frankly, that's what they are. I mean, if we were talking about Russia, if we were talking about Hungary, if we were talking about Turkey, you're talking about government-associated oligarchs, wealthy people with interest before the government, buying up the media because that's one way to retain favor with the leader. But also, really importantly, it's the example that is set. It's not just about what Jimmy Kimmel or Stephen Colbert said. It's the fact that they basically got axed for their speech. That is a message to every other broadcaster on every other medium in this country that if you say something the leader doesn't like, you're probably at risk of getting axed. They want, Chris, people like you and me to be sitting here right now and have another voice in our head every time we open our mouths.
Choose your words carefully. That's what they want you to think. Yeah.
That if we say the wrong thing, that might be it for us too, right? This is not just cancel culture. It's way beyond that. It's trying to enforce essentially an ideological test on the broad-based news media that reaches the vast majority of Americans so that the only content they're seeing is essentially ideologically aligned with whatever Trump and his FCC director and a small group of people around him think. That's what's happening. And we're pretty advanced. The only other thing I'd say, Chris, is we're pretty far along on this thing, right? Like it took Putin a while to do this. It took Orban a while to do this. I think maybe because we have to think of this as we're in year 9 of the Trump era. Like he had one term to see what the landscape was like. He had 4 years out of power to consider what he'd do if he'd get back. They studied what Orban did, they studied what Erdogan did, what Putin did. There's one playbook that has been pursued everywhere. And I think what Americans need to realize is we're not at the beginning of the playbook, Chris. We're near the end of the playbook.
Damn. And the uncomfortable like place that they cut the clip. All right, so I'm gonna give you something a little bit fun now. Here, let me check really quick how we're doing on the poll. Okay, first butterfly goal. We missed. No. 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left to put a butterfly in my hair. You got 8 super chats to teal super chats to try to make up, and you only got 10 minutes to do it. I should have mentioned this earlier, but I didn't. Again, apologies. If we fail this one, I guess we can try it one more time. Try to get a butterfly in my hair. I need to check the poll. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, TYT falling in line is in first place. Although I gotta point out, Candace has got the donos. Candace has got the donos money. Asmongold tries to get Hassan blanked at 31%. Candace Owens in third place in the poll. Although yeah, look at all that dono money going towards Candace, so it's gonna put it in first place effectively. Right, and then Taylor Lorenz on robo-racism in 4th place, right? 98 votes so far, 88 likes, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, Chad, I try to give you a little bit of news and like a fifth of our viewership leave. That is depressing. That is really fucking depressing. That being said, we're going to bring you back to Hasan again, instead of Chris Hayes, who loses me views. But yeah, make sure to hit that. We got to get these things over like 100 as like a base, right? If I have any stream like under 100 likes, like that's a huge failure on my part, and it tells me I'm not bullying you enough. So if you don't want to be bullied more, make sure to hit that like button.
Alex Jones thinks you will pay 100 billion in damages. What is this? Alex Jones suggests Hasan and Destiny should be on the hook for 100 billion in damages. The Alex Jones smear case for 1.4 billion was a ridiculous judgment amount, but it set the standard. How much will Hasan and Destiny have to pay? We didn't make the rules. 100 billion. They're in deep trouble. I mean, the reality of
Alex Jones said that the parents of dead children were paid actors. No children died. Sandy Hook was a psyop, right? He basically got the parents of murder victims almost murdered. So that's really funny, Grums. That's hilarious.
The matter is, they're fucking hallucinating, right? They're hysterical, they're hallucinating, but also this is an administration that leans into that sort of thing. So who knows? Who knows? This doesn't necessarily mean that it's like real or appropriate or honest, but it's kind of like when I try to explain to people, like, the law doesn't necessarily always mean the law, right? Hasan pays off federal debt for us. Yeah. Okay, I know Alex Jones' ass is not talking about paying damages. Yeah, maybe I'll have a fucking billionaire shadow donor that will cover all of my expenses. Ha! Just kidding. Therein lies the problem. Therein lies the problem. But I think we all know. I think we all know what I must do. I'm pro-Trump now. It's time for the pivot. I'm pro-Trump. M Israel high. Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time. No one has ever done it like him.
We're getting to Ethan Klein, demagogue.
Okay. No one has ever done it like him. Where's the hat? Where's my apolitical hat? I'll get it in a second. Trump has the biggest penis. Trump's terrorist policies are chaotic but directionally good for the country. America's hot. America's hot, hot, hot. Capitalism is the best, and Trump is the best. I cried many tears. I love my president. He hated Jeffrey Epstein. He was a white hat pedophile. I believe it. I believe that he was a white hat pedophile. When he was allegedly, potentially alongside Jeffrey Epstein, like maybe allegedly diddling children, it was always for the betterment of mankind. I'm also a Christian now. My name is no longer Hassan. It is Hank. I am Hank Pecker. I legally changed my name. Yeah. Irish Catholic Dogan Piker. No, not even Catholic, bro. No. Straight Protestant. Evangelical Protestant Zionist Christian. No, I can't even risk being Catholic.
What is he drinking? Is that kombucha?
Yeah, I think that America should be able to have a white utopia. That's what I believe. The real reason why you feel a lot of economic pressure on your day-to-day existence is because of Guatemalan migrants and not because of your boss and your landlords and numerous other people of
cold brew. Oh, cold brew coffee. Is it more powerful? Is it? Hey, you're back on Twitch, Ash Bradford. Welcome back. I still need to give YouTube a. I said I wanted to give YouTube and Twitch a Pausanabi type emote for people to vote if I'm pausing too much.
Of worth. They are the real marginalized. They are the 1%. How dare you speak about the 1% in such horrible ways? They are the true. They are the true minority, the only one that matters. I care. I love them. I'm just doing common sense.
Wait, it is kombucha? The gross kind? Wait, there's a coffee kombucha? Normal kombucha, right, is tea? Has tea in it? It like you get a SCOBY, which is like a big it's a mushroom that looks like a jellyfish is what a SCOBY is. Right? It's like the mother of the kombucha. It's like this big organism that like eats up the sugar and shits out the kombucha, right? So yeah, if you're drinking kombucha, you know, it's not weasel shit. It is actually mushroom shit. Is what it is, I believe. He got so mad last month when somebody asked, like, every fucking day chat. Wait, what? Oh, what it was? Okay, I see. It is. Wait, cold brew Anson's. Wait, what is cold brew? Cold brew concentrate that he adds water to. Oh, okay. He makes it himself. It just keeps it in the jug. Is that what it is? Okay. I just wanted to understand. SCOBY, a symbiotic colony of bacteria and yeast. That's what SCOBY stands for. I thought it was like Scooby-Doo with too few O's. Anyway.
Also, QAnon is real. Ay.
That being said, that's a lot of coffee, especially cold. I think cold brew is stronger, right? If If my experience in Vietnam was any indication, cold brew seems to be much stronger. I thought he was going to put on the hat. Put the MAGA hat in the bag, streamer. Put the MAGA hat in the bag.
Is your soul shriveling as you say these things? No, I'm a grifter. So
just like Griftony.
Obviously, as a grifter, it doesn't pain me whatsoever to reveal my true points. Actually, I'm no longer a grifter because I'm saying to you what I believe. I'm no longer audience captured. I'm revealing to you my true positions.
I just want to say I'm calling bullshit.
Oh my God. See, are we gonna get to this today? I do have a lot of shit. You can see kind of what's on. Oh, it's Hasan reacting to. All right, I guess we can go for this. This will give me a chance to. We'll watch at least a little bit of this chat. I want to get to the. Wait, where was this? Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. There it is. God, I'm trying to remember where everything is on this list. Anyway, Hassan's doing a little chair stream. That's a good chance for me to do the chair stream as well and take a pee, offload some of this coffee and water and passion fruit juice that I have imbibed, and come back to you fresh and like, I don't know, 5 pounds lighter from taking that big of a pee. I will be right back.
On it. I do not think these are legit, and I'm not alone. There are bipartisan calls right now that what the prosecutors receive from the FBI is total bullshit. It's not making sense. Put this up, Kylie. I am still okay, my love. Now, I have a 22-year-old son. He doesn't speak this way. A little while longer yet is another quote from the letter. Till we died of old age.
Right back.
Grab my unseen, a bit over a week. And then he refers to a squad car. He uses the phrase circle back. He refers to his car as a vehicle. This is just, there's something incredibly fishy about this. I do not trust Kash Patel's FBI. He's a conspiracy theorist. Dan Bongino is a conspiracy theorist. They had podcasts where they trash talked the FBI for 4 years, which was their audition to get this job. Their number one thing is that they are Trump loyalists. I'm just not buying that this kid texted, ever since the election, my dad's been hardcore MAGA. If he and this roommate were in a romantic relationship, why do you have to say that? That would be assumed. Why are you giving all these details about changing clothes? I'm just telling you guys, it stinks to high heaven. I'm not buying it. I don't trust anything that this administration puts out. They immediately, here's one of the main reasons as well, aside from knowing that 22-year-olds don't text like this. One of the main reasons is immediately after Charlie Kirk's murder, there was a organized, coordinated messaging attack on the right, that this was left-wing ideology, that these were leftists that did this. And then within 12 hours, it had swollen into left-wing transgender terror cells. That's what, before they even had this guy. And here's another tell in this letter, in the text exchange. He says, the roommate allegedly says, I thought they caught the guy. And then Robinson responds, that was some old crazy dude. So let me get this straight. You're worried about the rifle that you reassembled while you're changing clothes, and you're texting all these details to your.
I'm 22 and I called my girlfriend my love. Yeah, no, that part is not that suspicious. I don't think that is the part that invites scrutiny. I think the part that invites scrutiny is where he says, remember when I was actually doing the bullet casings? Ha ha. I wrote those memes on the bullet casings. It's making me lose my mind every time I hear the notices bulge ooh woo on Fox News. Remember? It's just like, what do you, like, what does that, how does that come up in any conversation at all? Like, try to put yourself in the mindset of either of these people in this back and forth, and you will realize how crazy that sounds. It comes across like he's basically tying himself back to this crime.
Your roommate, but you're also logged into your phone analyzing, and you know that some guy was picked up and then released. I don't know that I even knew that at that time. And I'm not trying to allegedly stash a murder weapon. I'm calling bullshit. I don't believe this for a second.
I agree with you. It's too convenient, given what you said. The immediate narrative was it was a leftist trans person, but he didn't fit the narrative. White, Christian, MAGA,
Mormon.
It did not fit their narrative. And that's never stopped Donald Trump from lying or corruption before. So why should it now?
And moving along, I want to highlight this tweet from Hassan Piker. He says, half the right thinks the messages are fake because it doesn't implicate the trans person. So there's a bunch of people that believe that this is wrong because the messages provide cover for the alleged trans roommate. The other half think the shooter is a patsy because it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. Hassan, a leftist, says, I will say the text messages are too perfectly plugging holes for the investigators and unnatural. And what I'm seeing here in Hassan's tweet, you guys, is bizarre bipartisan support. And to fight this fascist regime, it's going to require this. It is going to require people on the far right that have these podcasts and people on the far left to save our Constitution and our First Amendment. And this is the exact same thing that all of these bots and the administration are trying to prevent us from doing. Let's hear from Matt Walsh what he says about this. This is a far-right anti-trans nut job. I am leaning very strongly towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. So his big thing is he's anti-trans. It's almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. This feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. So this is the far-right anti-trans movement. He's calling bullshit on it. Hassan Piker's calling bullshit on it. Jennifer and Pumps are calling bullshit on it. I'm calling bullshit. Next up, we have Steve Bannon of the War Room. He's not buying it. Play the clip.
As is presented in Utah, I'm not buying all of it. I'm particularly not buying those text messages. It just seems too stilted, too much like a script, actually a bad script.
Oh my God,
We've
chat.
always said that this administration is incompetent. And this
I've got to turn down the AC. It was like too hot when I started. Now it's too cold.
is the highlight of this incompetence. But what's so sad about this is incredibly dangerous. This is a wild time to live in the United States, and they have eroded the institution so much that within 9 months, I don't believe an effing word coming out of the FBI. Not one word, because Cash Money Patel is blindly loyal to the cult leader. And then behind the cult leader, you've got the failed drag queen, smoky eye sociopath, Little Smokey. And then it gets even darker. You get to Palantir, you get Elon Musk, you get to these very dark forces. There are people on the far right that see this. They see that people that are more powerful, with more money, with more nefarious intents than Matt Walsh and Steve Bannon, they see that they are sucking up to Trump, and they have the bank account that Trump is impressed with. And so there is a very weird time right now where we all need to focus on, because I believe we're at a precipice. I believe it's going to take some level of bipartisan voices to save this democracy. And I'm starting to see that this could possibly happen, because if the right wing is calling bullshit on the FBI that they wanted to take over, this is a window that we cannot close the door on. Here's Candace Owens.
I'll be honest. I don't think. I think Candace Owens and like Nick Fuentes and Matt Walsh and Steve Bannon would love for people like myself to be deplatformed and maybe even arrested.
Or worse.
I don't even believe for a brief moment. I think they're just farming the discontent. I think they're farming the discontent. I don't think there's any like higher priority that they hold. Like my consistent anti-Zionism is not something that they care about. Like their anti-Israel opinions, I don't think. What is this? Yikes, brother, your take on this didn't age well. Oh my God, dude. We have more pressing matters currently. Okay. Like this is a great example of this. Jackson Hinkle, Hassan Piker, Destiny, you're going to jail forever, right? Like these guys are fantasizing about this.
To jail, little man. Jackson Hinkle, you're going to jail. You're going to prison. You are going to jail. I can't wait until they put Jackson Hinkle under the jail, dude. Do they even make a cell that small? They're going to have to get the cell for animals. They're going to have to get the cell for midgets and women to put Jackson Hinkle away. Jackson Hinkle, Hassan, Destiny, you're going to jail. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're going to prison forever. Hassan is being deported. Destiny and Jackson.
I'm literally an American citizen. Like I was born here. You know what I mean?
Demagogue says Nick Fuentes is so clueless. He's going to. It's funny that like the most look like if you were to think of Charlie Kirk, the situation, right, as a mystery, right, with suspects, and we're not talking about suspects for who did it. I mean, we think we know who did it. We think he's in jail now. But I mean, as far as we know, that's who did it, right? Evidence points that way, right? But I'm talking about in terms of like whose rhetoric is most likely to be responsible for, right? Out the gate, it's this guy. And yet they were talking about Hassan. And like, I don't know, like mainstream milquetoast media shitheads, right? That's who they were going for. It is kind of amazing that there wasn't more scrutiny. And there was some scrutiny, right? Like everybody's mom learned what a groiper was this week, right? So there was some talk of Nick Fuentes. But I'm just surprised that there wasn't like this overbearing thing of like everybody being like, Nick Fuentes, you're going to jail, right? Because I mean, he's got the most like fingerprints, I guess, at the rhetorical crime scene, I guess. And you know what my explanation for that is? The rest of the right is afraid of this guy. They're afraid of his groypers. They're afraid that just like Fight Club, what do they say in Fight Club? We were everywhere or something like that, chat. The whole thing with Fight Club where like there's like a bouncer is like in the Fight Club or something, like like the idea that they're like they're claiming like power by virtue of like how like random people in positions are going to be part of Fight Club and shit. Like I can't remember. It's been forever since I saw the movie, but like the same kind of thing is actually kind of true with groypers, right? It's an iceberg where you see this guy, but there's like a bigger iceberg underneath the surface, right? I think that's why Nick didn't get much blame. I think that people are afraid of him, right? People on the right are afraid of this guy. And they're kind of gutless. You can call them gutless cowards. We will guard you while you sleep? Why, thank you. Wait, where did that come from? People are worried about me now?
All of the geniuses fomenting authoritarianism don't realize that if you aren't rich, even if you're in the in group, you're screwed too. Yeah, true. People you're trying to step on, we're everyone you depend on. Is this the Fight Club quote? We're everyone you depend on. We're the people who do your laundry and cook. You know, you could like immigrants could say this actually. Then they'd be telling the truth, right? How much of the society, you know, relies on underpaid, undocumented immigrants. Ooh, Fuentes, exactly. It is from Fight. No. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I know that. I was asking for the Fight Club quote, actually. I vaguely remembered the quote, but not as well as some chatters. And then as I read it, I was realizing that, like I was saying, it kind of applied. Like like Fuentes and the Groypers could say this because they're a lot more wider spread than anybody realizes. And I think that's why the right was afraid to pin the tail on the rat, Nick Fuentes. But I was just saying, like, as I read it, you know, I'm realizing how much it applies to I love Fight Club, says Omega Star. Slim Shady spitting in your onion rings. Wait, is that an Eminem verse? Watch Fight Club so often. What a masterpiece. I think I've got it. Wait, do I have it? No, it's a different book by the same author. Yeah. For some reason my apartment came with books, which I think somehow the apartment building has like a library, and if I wanted to, I could take some of these books back and get other books, which I probably should, just so other people can read Dune, since I'm not reading. Yeah, I got Dune back there. There's a book about Pol Pot back there. There's a lot of stuff. We are in the basements all around the country. There we go. Pollen, no. Chuck. Is it Diary? Wait, what is it? No, it's Choke. It's Choke by Palinuk. My apartment came with books. Well, it's just the complex like has a like clubhouse type, like a common area that anybody can use. And I think in that clubhouse there's a library, and what they people can like take books out of the library, sign their name, and bring them back to their apartment if they want to. Fight Club is the H3 podcast. We're getting to that. Oh my god, I know chat wants to see the Ethan Klein. I've been anyway, I gotta watch the content. We're at 168 out of 200 though. I want to point out, like, right, Candace Owens probably in a commanding lead altogether, even though it doesn't show it in the poll. But that number right up there, plus 52%, I add that to the overall thing at the end of the night. Also, so it looks like that might be winning. Although I got to tell you, if we get to 200, then it's not going to be the top one item. It's going to be the top two items. So if there's the second place or third place thing is attractive to you, make sure to make a donation and then let me know which of these things you want. You want to see Asmongold? You want to see TYT fall into line with the Trump crackdown? We could very easily get double or even triple content tonight, because it is one of those nights. Anyway, I gotta get through. Wait, whoa, 4 hours. Okay, we're 4 hours in. All right, I gotta watch as much of this as I can before getting to will Twitch get banned, and the Ethan Klein fans expressing regret. That's all coming up, so stick around. Also, like the stream, FFS. Also click the button for the... Oh my god, I forgot to mention this. Yeah, we got a blast off Skeet, a blast off on Blue Sky. So if you want to help me bring in more people from Blue Sky, and you're on Blue Sky, go over there and interact with that post. Leave some comments, leave some likes, hell, even repost it if you want to. I'm not picky.
He's just fantasizing about the administration.
Wait, I hope you you ate your fruits. I'm not hiring yet, but it's a little early in the day for me. Wait, ate my fruits?
Is corn a fruit? It kind of is here. I mean, I bought it at a fruit shop. Actually, I didn't buy corn. That's the whole thing. I didn't order any corn, but they sent it to me anyway. And I was a little bit like, oh God, corn. Because I thought it was out of season, but apparently it isn't. Yeah, we just talked about Kimmel earlier. Oh, you're the one person that wants to see Kimmel. SK, I lost like a fifth of my audience just watching, Chris Hayes talk about the Kimmel thing. I always eat fruits. Well, yeah, this time I got, this is like a sweet potato here, which I guess is a fruit. I mean, it's not, it's a root, but we'll count it as a fruit. And you do buy it. This I got on purpose, and this is just, sweet potato with coconut milk, healthy child sauce. Why do they call it that? I don't know, Chad. I think it, anyway, whatever the fuck it is, mushroom sauce. There we go. We'll just call it mushroom sauce because I think that's the base, and then some salt and vinegar to make a nice sauce. Get that energy for the stream. We don't want to lose it. Yeah. Here, let's
just like doing this kind of stuff, but I don't even think Jackson Hinkle is in the United States.
Jackson Hinkle are being imprisoned forever. The world will be a better place.
Chat, does Nick know about Haas? Does Nick care about, does Nick mention Haas? I mean, if you're mentioning Hinkledink, Haas is kind of like a bunion on the, if Hinkledink is a foot, like a yellowed foot with like fungus all over it, then Haas would be like the bunion on that foot.
Born Aryan sent $30.
Born Aryan sent $30. What a fantastic.
Those are his stream alerts, by the way.
Way to end that clip. Yeah, Nicolas Fuentes talking about deportations. Remind the viewers that this is a Nazi. I mean, you can kind of tell, I think, by
Born Aryan. Yeah,
sent $30. What's happening with the Jerome Powell thing? Yeah. We'll
oh, I agree. SK, it's pretty important, pretty scary. I try to cover stuff that is important and scary, but sometimes the viewers don't like. They're like, put the drama in the bag, put the slop in the bag.
We'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, this is a real push, though. Okay, this is a real.
Who are Hinkledink and Haas? Jackson Hinkle and Infrared Haas, aka Haas Al-Din. He used to be a Twitch streamer. Yo, Norwaldoff, thank you for the Prime sub. Do you think Jimmy Kimmel on Gavin Newsom podcast is the lib version of what? Of complain about being canceled? I mean, I guess there's a little bit of a cope stream there, but yeah, nonetheless, thank you for the Prime sub, Norgalnarf. And you just got jellyfish, right? You got the emotes. And you can too, and it costs you nothing, right? Narglenorf can confirm this. That costs zero. That takes zero money out of your pockets because you used a Prime. Smart. And you get all the emotes and everything else. They are shameless and getting more emboldened.
Real push that's taking place. The House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky.
But yeah, I'm sorry. What I was trying to say is Haas used to be a Twitch streamer before he got shit canned on Twitch. Then he had a YouTube channel, which I don't know what the fuck happened to Haas's YouTube channel. I think he's on like Kick or Rumble now. But what he is, Haas is, he's a guy that'll pretend to be a communist. He would love it if you'd call him a tanky, right? He will self-describe as a tanky, and that's because what he is something infinitely worse. Haas is a fascist. Haas is a third positionist, much like the Strasserites in the Nazi Party or the National Bolshevik movement in Russia. He's a Duginite, and Dugin is the political theorist, sometimes credited for Putin's, strategy. Although I honestly think that's a little bit puffed up. I don't think Putin's necessarily as attached to Dugin as some people say, but yeah, nonetheless, Dugin's basically trying to
rehabilitate fascism by calling it the fourth political theory, or rather saying that his Eurasian National Bolshevism, right? He was a member of the National Bolshevik Party in the 90s. He formed his own party, the Eurasian Conference, in the 2000s, and he's trying to claim it as the fourth political theory, when in actuality, it's just fascism. It's just fascism with Russian characteristics, all right? That's what we got going on with Dugin. He was a part of, along with Limonov, right? Was part of the National Bolshevik Party in post USSR Germany. Before he decided Limonov was too gay and formed his own thing.
Kentucky invited the CEOs of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit to testify on the radical.
All right, here we go.
Online forum user.
We're starting to get into the meat of today's stream, so here you go, chat. Aren't you glad you hung around? I'm sorry I had to give you like there's just a lot to cover. There's a lot to cover, and we took our while getting here, but yeah, here we are at talking about the real pressure to crush free speech under Trump's boots.
Okay, and the reason why they're doing this, the reason why they added Twitch onto this specifically, is even though Twitch has no factor in this investigation whatsoever, whereas Reddit, due to the profile of the roommate being prominent on Reddit, Steam, due to the Steam shooters, the shooter's Steam profile, and Discord, due to the fact that the alleged shooter was on Discord. Those are three platforms that have been mentioned in the investigation. Twitch on the other.
God damn it! So you're telling? Oh my god! Are you telling me if the shooter had been more on Facebook, they would have gone after Facebook? Could we like? Only the shooter had been on Facebook and Instagram.
On the other hand, has not been mentioned in the investigation at all. And if the conversation is actually about broader online radicalization, then they would obviously factor in Meta, YouTube, Kick, Rumble, Gab, and numerous other right-wing and right-wing adjacent platforms, Twitter obviously being a primary one. The reason why they are mentioning Twitch in this is because of the active efforts by those on the right, on Twitter, and all around to try and deplatform me, because they say Twitch is a totally liberal woke platform. This is what the Congress of the United States House of Representatives Committee on Oversight and Government Reform sent to Dan Clancy. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform requests your testimony at hearing on Wednesday, October 8th, 2025 at 10 a.m. in room HVC 210 of the
Chat, you're getting a preview of tomorrow's, would it be tomorrow's chat? Wait, it's today's Wednesday. Okay, not tomorrow, but Friday's H3 stream, right? We gotta wait till, like, this will definitely be, like, Ethan is gonna be fucking, like, you know, rip bozoing Dan Clancy coming up soon. Never Facebook grandma would withhold her tithing to the Trump administration. Wow. They can delete my Rust. I'd be better off without it. Well, they'd also be deleting Dan Saltman's Rust. Apparently, Dan Saltman is a big Rust player. I never really got into. I've watched a lot of Rust gameplay, and it seems like it would appeal to me. But I never really. That's the whole thing. I already had Minecraft, and the game was like, I don't know, $30 or something. So I didn't get it.
The U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. The hearing will examine the radicalization of online forum users, including incidents of open incitement to commit violent and politically motivated acts. To confirm your appearance at the hearing, please contact the Committee on Oversight Government Reform staff at 202-225, whatever. The Committee on... You will have the opportunity to provide a 5-minute opening statement prior to answering questions posed by members. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is the principal oversight committee of the U.S. House of Representatives and has broad authority to investigate any matter at any time under House Rule X. Thank you in advance for your cooperation to this inquiry. Now, in the past, there have been investigations such as this one. I believe it was about like Russiagate, where people just didn't show up, right? let's be real. The reason why they sent this to Valve is because Discord, Valve, Steam, and Reddit have been mentioned in this investigation. Twitch has not. So why are they factoring Twitch into this if they're not going to factor in all other social media platforms? I think you all know why. As I tweeted, I said, Twitch is not a factor in the Tyler Robinson investigation at all, and yet they want to bring the platform into the story. There's a sinister reason, and I think you all know what it is. There is a broader conversation to be had about radicalization that's taking place online, which would, of course, include Twitch as well. Okay? If this was being done in a fair and balanced way, I totally would understand it. To have all platforms, specifically ones where radicalization very clearly unfolds in front of our eyes in broad daylight, specifically Twitter, when it comes to every single neo-Nazi shooter, for example.
96 likes, chat. We're just 4 off from getting 100.
That would be understandable. But the reason why they're not doing that, and the reason why they're doing this instead is because this is directional. And the only platform that is mentioned in here that is not relevant or pertinent to the investigation whatsoever is because they want to use the Charlie Kirk assassination to target people like myself. Okay? That's it.
Wait, what is this? Charlie Kirk and Jenny Thomas booked charter buses for activists on DC and January 6th. Yeah, that's like straight out of the Tea Party playbook, right? When the Tea Party was brigading town halls, that was how the Koch brothers did it, right? They greased the wheels. Not that, you know, there weren't people that hated Obama already, for you can guess the reason. But you know, they just like they basically make it less, you know, it's kind of astroturfing. It just eliminates the friction, right? And makes whatever is going to happen on a bigger scale. Sarah continues, that association with the Proud Boys makes me want to know if Jenny paid for those buses from a bank account she shares with Clarence Thomas. Maybe so, but unfortunately, like even the recent attempts to hold the Supreme Court a little bit accountable, to give them ethics standards like the rest of the government has been broadly rejected, and they're rubbing it in our face, chat. The fact that you've got a illegitimate Supreme Court completely owned by the Federalist Society that is putting down frankly illegal rulings, illegal because they defy precedent and settled law. Like all these assholes got on the Supreme Court through lying, even down to like the more moderate of what we would say the current Supreme Court, such as the Chief Justice himself, lied when he said that he believed in stare decisis.
I recognize this. This was an initiative that has been circulating for quite a while. This is an initiative that has been in the background due to Israel, due to my anti-Israel commentary for quite a while. And now they are using, instead of using the anti-Israel reasoning, they are using the he is fomenting political violence narrative in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, which I think is perhaps one of the worst angles of attack, considering that there is nothing I've said that is even remotely violent, especially directed towards Charlie Kirk. And also, I myself was slated to engage in spirited discourse, back and forth, debate in a public setting against Charlie Kirk. Okay? Twitch does stand out among companies, Steam, Discord, Reddit, that oversight wants to scrutinize, especially since Comer has direct...
Was it Rick Santorum? Yeah, Rick Santorum, the rant heard around the world, where he tried to essentially complain that Obama's answer to the financial crisis was too generous to homeowners, right? Homeowners that got screwed. The financial crisis caused by banks gambling with your money. and instead, Obama, really, instead of holding them culpable, Obama bailed them out, and Rick Santorum, made this rant, implying like, I don't want to be paying somebody else's mortgage. I'm a taxpayer. Oh yeah, you're gonna pay for the bank bailout instead. That's much better, Rick Santorum. Yeah, what a fucking joke. Anyway, as we all know, Santorum is defined as the frothy mix of defecation and lubricant that results from anal. That's the if you look up Santorum, that's what that means. The guy's literally wow, a substance. Let's just put it that way.
Tied the testimony request of the Kirk shooting. The suspect used Discord and reportedly Steam. Right-wing folks have long said Reddit is left-leaning. Okay? And everybody on the ideological right are obviously making it seem as though this is totally relevant. Totally relevant, right? Here is Charlie Kirk was asked why he wasn't willing to debate Nick Fuentes as opposed to someone like Hassan Piker, who he was set to debate less than 2 weeks after the day he was shot. According to Kirk, he saw Hassan as an honest, genuine, good faith actor. This is true, right?
It's funny. I personally do not give a platform to bad faith actors. And I had a whole open about this. And by the way, a really important thing is not to lie and to not bear false testimony. It's fine. I'll answer your question. You said, I want to have a question about Turning Point events. And you obviously lied about your question. Doesn't surprise me because you have deceit. But you know what? Honestly, I'm asked that question all the time. I don't platform trolls. And I don't platform and I don't discuss people or I don't debate with people that are not good faith actors. It's funny. I personally do not give a platform to bad faith actors. And
so, Mr. Hassan, did you see the forward dated letter saying, sorry, Charlie got dead from Israel dated September 2nd? Yeah, I saw that. I think that's just, I can chalk that up as a accident, like in the initial, when they were putting it out there. Slasher says the government is scapegoating social media, chat, and video games under the guise of political de-radicalization as a way to censor the internet. Meanwhile, all the free speech guys cheer this on because they want certain streamers banned over personal vendettas. It is pathetic. They don't understand it. There is a reason why I have, especially in the aftermath of October 7, consistently said, whenever people go, hey, shouldn't this person be deplatformed? I've consistently said, I am not going to advocate for deplatforming anyone, especially because I know that the crosshairs are on me first and foremost. Okay? Of course, that hasn't stopped Asmongold, Tectone, and numerous others that have actively advocated not only for deplatforming, but for the government to literally take action, which would be obviously a direct violation of the First Amendment, direct violation of freedom of speech, beyond like cancel culture and whatnot. And now,
I'm so sorry.
It's unfolding. Not that it matters. Moral consistency in this regard does not matter. Okay? When you call for violence, yes. See, everyone is going to try and make this seem as though this is a sincere request. Okay? That's it. That's all this is. Right-wingers that want to enact out a personal vendetta over a Twitch streamer that they dislike will try to turn around and say, no, dude, you've been calling for violence. You're radical. You've radicalized people. Okay? And the reason why they can't associate me with anything related to Charlie Kirk is not seemingly stopping them from continuing along with this narrative. Right?
One more chance at the butterfly goal. I haven't put one of these in my hair in a long, long time. I would love to do it tonight. I've opened it up for our small donors out there, right? So if you've never super chatted before, it's a good chance for you to do so, because I lowered the bar, and now blue super chats or above, 10 of them in the next, I think I've got like an hour and 40 minutes on the clock or so. we'll get the butterfly. We'll activate the butterfly goal. That's what I'm saying. So I made it really, really easy this time.
Now, of course, as I've said already,
also we're at 171 out of 200. If we get to 200, we'll cover not just the first topic, which probably will be Candace Owens, it looks like, but the first and the second. So either Asmongold trying to get Hasan redacted, or TYT falling in line with the Trump crackdown, which I've heard about, but I don't even know. So you might have to guide my hand in picking the right TYT clip to watch, or I could just look on Twitter. I'm guessing Twitter is probably talking about it. TYT might actually be more interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, like, if you're saying, like, you know, why do we have to pick one or another? Well, we're pretty close to we're pretty close to getting the top two. And that's what will happen if we breach the 200 level. Then we'll pick the top two subjects. Yo, Omega Star. With it, exactly what I'm talking about. Look at that, 199. That's blue. Looks blue to me. Yeah, 1 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. There it is. I made it easy. Thank you for the 5 butterflies.
Ban me all day, every day. That's not going to stop the truth. And if you were to ban me, that's not going to, if you were to get me deplatformed successfully off of Twitch, I'll find a way. But even if I were to, even if my career were to be over, right? Even if I had no platform whatsoever to speak on issues that I think are important to address, that still would not change your life. If you are a right-winger who is excited about the prospect of making the government take care of someone who you find to be a nuisance, someone who you despise, make no mistake, this will eventually harm you as well. Okay? Not only will this eventually harm you as well, because of course they're going to come after you too, because this is about broad censorship. There is going to inevitably be an opinion that you have, whether it be on Israel, for example, or any number of different reasons. And the government will say, this is political dissent. We don't like it. And they will come after you too. I know it's very difficult for you to comprehend that right now because you're too excited at the prospect of imagining a world where you've taken a scalp, where you've successfully been able to deplatform this woke Antifa guy, right? Having said that, however.
Okay, Ember Pines, I am so sorry that it was supposed to go like, right? I don't know why Stream Elements is not working, but I did the sound for you, and thank you for the super chat. That's got us at 2 out of 10 on the butterfly goal.
This is not going to put more money in your pocket. This is not going to make you more likely to retire at a reasonable age. This is not going to make your health care more affordable or free. It's just not going to fix any of the real issues in your life, the issues that I fight for every single fucking day. Your former podcast host and Dan Stalkman are the main cause of this? Absolutely.
Here we go. Ye of little faith that didn't think I really had anything on Ethan Klein. Unfortunately, I do, chat. Unfortunately, there is a Ethan Klein tie-in. And I said before that some of the stuff, like Dan Clancy getting potentially dragged in front of Congress, that is going to be celebrated, I am guessing, on the Friday edition of H3. And if he doesn't, I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled up Hassan's stream from today and responded to some of the things Hassan's saying.
Absolutely. This has been an ongoing initiative in the background for the past 2 years, since October 7. And a lot of people have actively aligned themselves with right-wingers because they know right-wingers are the only ones who would actually be crazy enough to push for this kind of deplatforming, to push for this kind of initiative. But it does not matter, right? The very same people that always said cancel culture is so stupid, using like age-old things that are taken out of context to associate a person's entire worldview with like a 10-second fucking soundbite is so stupid, are very clearly utilizing that and weaponizing that entire thing, as they have done so over and over again. Okay? But that's the goal. People who don't want to fight for improving their situation need something to feel better about. So they need some small wins. No, I think that's exactly what it is. But the left wing did the same thing, but now the shoe is on the other foot. It's just how these things work. No, that is incorrect. Okay? That is incorrect. Especially for someone like myself. If you're coming to me and telling me that, you're definitely wrong. Okay? As a matter of fact, the reason why there's a lot of radlibs who fucking hate me is because of my consistent advocacy for reform, rehabilitation, and my lack of interest in hyper-focusing on culture war issues that pertain to cancellations and things of the like. Do you understand? There's a reason why there's so many like people who present themselves as leftists who will be like, I fucking hate Hasan. He's right-wing. He's actually secretly right-wing. The reason why they say that is because whenever people come to me with demands of deplatforming people, I always say, I'm not interested in that. That's a big part of it. No, that's not the reason. Okay. Well, there's also a bunch of different things that I advocate for that they disagree with, whether it be like, I don't know, American imperialism, whether it be Israel, you know, whether it be getting people to reconsider the way that they've learned about American history, for example. There's a million different reasons why someone could be upset about my commentary. They posted on IG that you wish this would happen to Hilo, like how deranged they have to be. Yeah, that was so ridiculous that no one actually picked that up because it's a completely hysterical perspective. Okay?
Did I go to Omegas? Are more of these getting not... Are more of these like not showing up on... Anyway.
Yeah, these guys don't realize you talked to Asman the literal day after he made those genocide comments. You weren't trying to get him banned. The exact opposite occurred. Exactly. And many people yelled at me over it. They said I was actually whitewashing and laundering his reputation. If you're
97 likes right now, we're 3 likes away. Can we get 3 thumbs up? Can we get 3 thumbs up, chat? It really does help the stream get out. If you're wondering why we're stuck under 100, yeah, it's like if we get 100 likes, then generally, you know, we will not have that problem. We should be in the 3 digits by now. It's like a little bit, I don't know. I mean, I know I stream at the dead of night, but we can do this, chat. 3 more likes.
You recall, there was never a moment where I actually advocated for deplatforming. Now, that doesn't matter, right? It's clear that that doesn't matter. Taylor Lorenz says, the government is using the shooting as a pretense to censor the internet and deplatform progressive creators, and Democrats continue to go along with it. They're going to jawbone all day, ram through COSA, repeal Section 230, and worse, unless we fight back hard to protect online speech. A big part of this equation is anti-Israel sentiment. I promise you, if I was a pro-Israel progressive, okay, which obviously is oxymoronic, but if I was, this wouldn't be as major of an issue. 100%. There would be no calls to deplatform someone such as myself by the ADL. There would be no calls. There would be no liberals turning the other cheek when they see this initiative coming from the right. This is punishment directed for that issue, first and foremost. You can try to find any way to cut it in your mind to make it seem as though there's other reasons for it. Oh, he deserves it, this and that.
George Jackson, jumping off the Taylor Lorenz Twitter post here. Taylor has been doing good videos lately. Yeah, we've got one of them in the bonus content goal, Robo Racism. It's kind of in last place right now. If you want to support that or anything else, make your voice heard by going over to Twitch or by going over to youtube.com/nocommentchick and voting in the poll there. Also, if you donate or if you have donated, make sure you can let me know which of these topics you want to see. It looks like right now we're definitely going to cover the Candace Owens stuff. and possibly even another subject too, which might be TYT. But again, we're at 173 out of 200. If we get to 200, we'll cover not one, but two. That's where we're at right now. We've also got the reduced cost sub butterfly goal. So if you want to see a butterfly in my hair, we just need 8 more super chats of, I don't even know. Are we at 106 likes? That's awesome. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Right, we're very close to the, or not very close to the, but like what I'm saying is that like it's usually that teal or above count for a butterfly goal. Now I've reduced it to blue or above counts for a butterfly goal to try to give people the smaller donors a chance. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway,
but people only say you're secretly a right-winger because many people prescribe to categorize beliefs instead of allowing for nuance where morals, belief, ethos determine specific responses to the real-world issues. Theory only applies so far.
One drawback to corn is it does get in your teeth.
Example of you because you put Zoran and Cuomo was attacking with the 9/11 statement. Exactly. I've had liberals who have also put the spotlight on me in a negative fashion, like Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams. This is a real fear for some people. I mean, obviously, Richie Torres was the first guy who pushed for this long time ago, leading up to the election.
I'm going to speed Hasan up.
This was before the election. I just noticed the hearing is one day after October 7th. Yeah. But you didn't do anything wrong. Why are they going after you? It doesn't matter. I need you to understand. It's not about doing.
Let me know if this is too fast and I'll put it down to 1.25.
Something wrong. Okay? It's not about doing something wrong. It has nothing to do with that. It's because of my perspective. It's because of what I advocate for. And this is, unfortunately, something that I have considered from day one. It was an inevitability that once it got to a point where my audience grew to a certain level, my platform grew to a certain level.
3 times speed.
People in positions of power would find that to be dangerous and would want to do everything in their power to take me out. We're there now. I will be honest, I'm shocked that it didn't happen sooner. That's it. But remember, there is this mentality that you have in your mind where you think the government, why are they doing this? This doesn't make a lot of sense, right? It's going to be 100% about the clip chips. Have your context counter arguments ready, of course, but it doesn't matter because there is no way that the official organs of the government, like there's no way that I will be able to, even with like a big media push or whatever, be able to overcome the faucet of right-wing propaganda paired up with the official organs of the government taking the initiative to fucking slander and smear a singular Twitch streamer. That's it. That's it. Part of the reason why they're doing this is so that they can get media attention to it. Here's a corresponding piece. Laura Loomer, Elon Musk, and virtually every single right-winger since the moment of Charlie Kirk's assassination has actively put the crosshairs on myself and some other members of the left as well, or people that they foresee as being a part of the Democratic Party's messaging operation. I'm the most visible and the most accessible left-wing content creator in North America. So, of course, I would be public enemy number one. There are Democrats on this committee as well, and I'm certain, there are going to be Democrats that would want to be on this committee, that would waive to get on this committee as well, if this actually ended up happening and like the Twitch CEO actually like showed up, right? Because there's also that too. Dan Classy could just not show up. There are congresspersons on the minority side that I know personally as well, that I can talk to as well. I mean, there's Greg Kazar, there's Summer Lee, there's Maxwell Frost, there's Ro Khanna. So there's Ayanna Pressley. There are certainly Democrats on there that I'm certain would do a decent job of defending the freedom to dissent openly and freely. Why don't you bring up Whitney Webb? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want from me? Shut up. Take a week off. Jesus Christ. You just keep spamming Whitney Webb over and over again. Oh my God. I have brought up Whitney Webb in the past. Jesus Christ. Your saving grace here is that ranking member Robert Garcia has said he's seen your content and knows that you're not the issue. He's also said some more. He said more in some circles.
Robert Garcia, is that the Republican? Is he on this list? Yeah, Robert Garcia, Democrat. Okay.
I mean, there's that as well. Oh, Lamau, they didn't invite the YouTube CEO. That means they have control over YouTube. I hope Dan doesn't go in there like a naive guy. It's very odd.
Oh my God. Yeah, Dan Clancy would probably, you know, if Dan Clancy does show up in front of Congress, though, he's allowed an opening statement for 3 minutes. Dan. Microphone. All you need is 2 turntables. Right? You know what I'm saying, chat? DJ Dan Clancy. On the 1s and 2s with a MC Dan Clancy, right? He can do his rap thing. I think Congress would love that. Wait, Discord link is bullshit? Let me try to fix that.
Oh, Rashida Tlaib is also on here as well. So there's a bunch of Democrats that I know personally on this list on the minority side, right? There's also Marjorie Taylor Greene, which ironically enough could be a saving grace on the Republican side for someone such as myself as well. Because she definitely has seen and has criticized a lot of the censorship initiatives, especially as it pertains to Israel. So, of course, that doesn't matter. I think there's a higher priority to clean up and pack up any kind of political dissidence, any kind of political counter messaging. So I suspect that she won't be as enthusiastic. For people that say, dude, spam the context, there will come a point, I hope, where you will understand that context is irrelevant. Okay? For slop tubers, context is irrelevant. This is about smearing. This is about attempted deplatforming. Context does not matter. The truth does not matter. Okay? What matters is the fight you have to put up. It's that simple. Lying is overpowered, and everything here is being done in a partisan basis. The Colorado school shooter from the same day that Charlie Kirk was killed posted himself holding his gun right here on Twitter/X, where he followed multiple far-right accounts. Weird how you wouldn't call on Elon Musk to testify at an online radicalization hearing. Yeah, that's the thing. Every platform, America is violent across the board, and every single social media platform has reflected on that violence. Every single social media platform has had a shooter, a political shooter, a mass shooter, a school shooter, either get radicalized on said platform or post on said platforms. There are obviously protective measures in the legislation that try to ensure that these platforms are not held liable and therefore can continue at least like presenting some semblance of free discourse. But that environment is changing. It is very obvious that environment is changing. It's very obvious that these guys don't want that to be the case anymore. And I think a big part of that reason is Israel. Just as the TikTok ban that was passed in a bipartisan manner came at the directive of the ADL and numerous other advocacy organizations, they want to make sure that they control all kinds of political discourse, political dissidents. Tyler Robinson, as far as we know, didn't have a fucking Twitch account. He might have. And the last part of this story that I want to address is this. The overwhelming majority of violence from nonpartisan independent investigations and even the Department of Justice, the overwhelming majority of political violence and domestic terror has happened in the hands of the far right. Far right anti-government extremism is responsible for the majority, the overwhelming majority of domestic terror incidents.
MTG can't be controlled. Is this a consequence? What?
Outside of 9/11. Okay? That's it.
I think I got the I think the Discord link should be good now. You need to type !Discord. Try it in Twitch too. Make sure that our Discord link on Twitch is current. I know I just added a current link on YouTube, so and let me know if that works. I don't even know.
And there have been shooters that have detailed their ambitions, channeling the right-wing rhetoric that you hear from prominent right-wing content creators, all the way from Tucker Carlson to even Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro. And yet, no such initiative has ever been taken against those commentators. And the reason for that is because it creates a dangerous environment of censorship that liberals and Republicans alike understood up until this moment. Okay? That's it. We are now moving in the direction of the government taking a heavy-handed approach in silencing political dissent. And a lot of people on the right do not understand what they are doing. Okay? Right-wing creators have been named in actual manifestos. Right-wing creators were in investigations found to be responsible for the radicalization of many far-right shooters. You say liar because you are simply oblivious. You don't know the truth. And it's okay. All right? It's strange, considering you've been following me since...
Hermit Orologist says apparently DOJ removed all the stuff saying that there's more terrorism from right. Yeah, there was a study. And the DOJ literally didn't like the results of that study, so they removed it. Much like the Trump administration is removing images like the image of the scourged back, right? The scourged back is an image that of a former enslaved person who had been whipped during his slavery. And a lot of Northern Americans, when they saw that image for the first time, when they saw the actual practice of how, you know, slavery is conducted in the South, that turned them more into like radical abolitionists, right? And the Trump's taking this this kind of information off of like historical monuments and you know, he's gone after the Smithsonian. It's bad stuff. Yeah. We went after Smithsonian for the impeachment hearings. Yeah. Look, if anything should be purged from the fucking historical records, right? If anything should be scratched out, it's like number 45 and number 47, right? In terms of like there should be like a big fucking asterisk on this whole era, right? Historically speaking, in retrospect.
Since 2019.
But instead, Donald Trump would rather remove evidence that America was ever even a slightly better country.
And this is the first time you've chosen to speak in this chat. Murderer. You want to murder. It's on the news. You want to murder people. It's on the news. No, you don't have to ban this guy. So many 2019 followers chirping for the first time this week. Yeah. Unironically, when they come for you, what are you going to do? Maybe the DSA guys could provide some amount of protection. No, they can't. No one can.
I'm sorry, the DSA guys? I'm sorry. That's too funny. That's too funny. Point of privilege. I would rather Hasan not be harmed. Wow. Amazing. Trump is super... good to see you, Columbia Rican. Trump is super desperate. The new poll shows he's at 39%. Yeah, he's fallen through the floor being 40%. That is a pretty significant sign right here. Even after. Okay, so this poll that Columbia Rican is pointing out is in the wake of what happened to Charlie Kirk. Also, mods, make sure to let me know if you like take a, you know, or like mention it in Weasel Court, I guess. If you take a break or anything like that, or can't be on the stream, because you know, at some point we do have a few people that haven't been showing up, and I will have to remove the wrenches at some point. But a good way is to make sure that doesn't happen to you. If you want to continue to mod, is to keep in touch.
The reality of the matter is the American government is immensely powerful, especially when it comes to dealing with domestic affairs. And if the American government is actively taking the initiative to go after left-wing content creators, left-wing advocates, left-wing organizers and activists, there's not much we can do. The only thing we can do is hope for the best and hope that these institutions that are holding on by a thread at this point will still apply some semblance of justice. The House Oversight Committee technically has no power. The House Oversight Committee does these kinds of shows of force in an effort to bully and ridicule people. So as long as the company doesn't capitulate, but there's of course no protection afforded to someone like myself in that regard, as long as the company doesn't capitulate, it doesn't go anywhere. It's...
Yeah, this is true. Like, listen, this is the whole thing. All these pressure campaigns, they're kind of unreal, right? A lot of times though, I mean, like, you know, obviously with the Trump administration, like everything's on the table.
but potentially, like, he's willing to do stuff that a lot of other elected officials would not even attempt to do. But in general, a lot of this stuff is like bluster and fear. And it's only when you start to like for instance, with a streamer, chat, like if you talk shit about a streamer for their opinion, or even their opinion on like another streamer, right? They're criticizing your fave or whatever. That might seem like it puts the person on blast. That might seem like it, but it doesn't really have any effect. What has an effect is if somebody like reads those tweets and then, what's going to have that person on and cancels, right? That's what has an effect. If somebody kind of gives in to the pressure, right? Same thing with platforms, right? It's not real until, oh my God, Columbia Rica, it's not about you. It just reminded me. No, you've been here a lot. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't want anybody now. I should have even said anything. Now everybody's gonna think. Everybody that's been gone for like one night is gonna think it's about them. No, it's not a big deal. I just breaks from the internet, vacations, things like that. It's good to check in with Weasel Cord. That's all.
Not dissimilar to the ways in which there are outrage. There's a manufactured outrage, right? To demand bans for content creators. Sometimes Twitch leans into that and they actually legitimize those claims, no matter how ridiculous, like in the case with Cracker, right? And sometimes they don't, and it goes away.
And it's not even like a bad thing, right? If that happens, like if I do have to take a wrench from somebody, like never think that like having a wrench or not having a wrench, having a sword or not having a sword, that's the Twitch version of it, is like a commentary about like, how good of standing you were in. I literally just try to give it to people who are, level-headed and who will, who are here enough. And if not, then, we can move it to other people, but that should never be taken as like a, as like a commentary on like, anyway, you know what I'm saying. I love you all, mods, and I love you all, chat.
In this circumstance,
that's what I'm saying.
It's just entirely dependent on how much the larger company, Amazon, the company that Twitch is under, sees this as a imminent threat to its bottom line. There's also a real
and also there's like a lot of people here that are here a lot that would probably like, I don't know, we just try to move it to whoever can wield it most effectively at the time. I don't know, it's anyway, I'm making too much of this.
Fear from these companies.
He does kind of look like Sherlock Holmes, yeah.
No matter how powerful they seem, about what Donald Trump might do in retaliation to them. That's precisely the reason why so many top law firms immediately caved to Trump's demands to offer pro bono service to the federal government. The reason why they did so is because the Trump administration straight up said, you will never be able to step foot inside of a federal building if you don't do this. That is unprecedented. And instead of taking on this legal battle, many of the top legal companies in this country decided to cave and capitulate. But there is a little bit of hope that I have, at least, with respect to how they have behaved, how Harvard has behaved, for example, and chosen to fight back. Because that kind of response shows that these institutions are still there and they are still beholden to the truth, at least to a certain degree, and that this government is not all powerful.
Megastar with getting us one closer to the butterfly goal. Where are we at as far as the butterfly go? I am level-headed, says Omega Star. Yes, indeed. Let's see, we're at 3 out of 10. So we're 7 blue super chats. We got blue. So we got a special on butterflies today, chat. Blue super chats, 7 more of them in the next hour and 21 minutes will get you a butterfly in my hair.
So it's entirely in the hands of billionaires and mega corporations and how much they choose to capitulate to demands being made by this authoritarian government. That's it. I hope people understand exactly what is going on here, okay? I hope people understand that it's not just me either. House Republicans urge Treasury to investigate Code Pink, Palestinian Youth Movement, Breakthrough Media, and other anti-genocide left-wing orgs. House Oversight Chair James Comer and Representative Anna Paulina Luna, and by the way, neither of these guys are very serious people on the right. It would be far more consequential if it was like Tom Cotton, for example, that's pushing for this sort of thing. Those guys have a lot more institutional motion within the Republican Party. James Comer and Representative Anna Paulina Luna are not seen as like super serious individuals. on the Republican side, just like Richie Torres on the Democrat side is like not really a serious person, right? Having said that, it's entirely in the hands of the Trump administration and how much they entertain this. They sent a 5-page letter to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent asking for a formal review of Neville Roy Singham, a U.S. citizen living in China, and the networks he funds. The letter alleges that Singham acts as an agent for the CCP and finances groups that spread disinformation, sow discord, and promote pro-CCP talking points. Citing New York Times and pro-Israel think tank reports, it claims nearly $1.8 million in funding has gone to U.S. leftist organizations, including the Party for Socialism and Liberation, Code Pink, No Cold War, Tricontinental, the People's Forum, Answer Coalition, Palestinian Youth Movement, and Breakthrough Media. If you noticed, every single one of these are groups that I also work with. Okay? The committee wants the Treasury to consider freezing or seizing assets, apply FARA enforcement, and evaluate possible criminal penalties. It frames these groups as radical actors undermining U.S. national security and calls for government action. As I told you, this is precisely what their intention was. And a big part of the reason why they're doing this is because they want to stamp out anti-Israel sentiment. And if you have any opinion on this issue, if you cannot recognize that this is being done at the behest of a foreign government, the foreign government of Israel, and you think there is validity to these claims being made, you are a sucker. You are being duped. Can Amazon use some kind of...
Hasan is pro PRC. Amazing that he doesn't move there then, I guess, right? If you were like totally cool with the way that the PRC is running China, is handling things like free speech, it'd be much cheaper to live in the People's Republic, and yet he stays in the U.S. Interesting.
Kind of power they have against Trump in the future, kind of like Qatar and Al Jazeera? I don't know. I don't think Amazon knows me all that well. I hope they don't. Isn't this just more McCarthyism? Not just about...
He didn't support Taiwan, or he didn't support the KMT, those,
Palestine, but about any left-leaning beliefs? Yes, this is precisely what it is. And for the longest time, the reason why this kind of counter-narrative and leftist commentary was allowed on U.S. airwaves, on the independent side of media, it was obviously not allowed on mainstream discourse all that much with regular frequency, but it was allowed to be on the independent side of news media, was because it did not present an institutional threat. But as tensions keep bubbling up, as the material problems that Americans are experiencing are not solved, and the discontent grows, these guys do not want people to be directed towards wanting to take action in an anti-capitalist direction. They are not fearful of fascism. They are fascists. They are, however, fearful of socialism growing. This is no longer a LARP. This is no longer an accurate assessment of history. This is happening in real time. It feels like you're giving up. What makes you think that I'm giving up? I'm just telling you what I foresee happening, as I have done so for the past decade. As many naysayers and haters of mine, both on the left and right, have said, you're a LARPer. You're not a serious threat. You're not a real radical. I have always tried to moderate my discourse to the best of my ability. But of course, if you're live for fucking 8 hours every single day, 7 days a week, there are always going to be things that you've said that can be manipulated, that can be used against you. And you can cut hours and hours off of shit like that, as a matter of fact. You're a joke. I see myself as one, and I wish the government would see me in a similar vein, because if I was seen as simply a joke, this would not be happening. The Oversight Committee says breaking news: CEO of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit have been called to testify for Congress. They don't actually have to show up. They haven't in the past. But
oh my God, chat! Look at this. Discord CEO, Reddit CEO. Wow. Steam CEO? I don't think some of these pictures, other than Dan Clancy, I've never seen any of these faces before. I wish that we were trying to come up with solutions. We should be trying to get at least 5 simple things every day to fight back. Whether that means a phone call, email your rep, boycott Coca-Cola. No, not Coca-Cola. Just kidding.
My assessment.
Actually, I had to, when I came to Thailand, one of the things that I had to do was find, the first water that, when I was in a hotel, right? The hotel gave me water, and it's owned by Coke, and I didn't even realize it. I'm like drinking the water and be like, yeah, this is like, I'm glad. I don't know. I end up looking it up, and yeah, sure enough, the company's owned by Coke. Then I ended up buying some water from a convenience store, and I was like, okay, I got it now. This one's good, right? Look it up. Pepsi, right? And I finally found this one that is neither Coke nor Pepsi, that I think it's owned by somebody in Thailand. So there's one other water company too. I think it might be the is it Chang? Maybe it's these are also beers, I believe. These companies make beer as well, and kind of have a little bit of a duopoly. I don't know. It seems like most of the beers that you see in Thailand are going to be Singa or the other one that I said, Chang. Is that right? Wait, Nor. Tyler didn't even watch Twitch. Oh God, yeah. This is fucking kind of wild. No, it's just because Hasan came up because Hasan got brought up thanks to Dan Saltman, right? That's why they're going after Twitch. Tiger beer. Wait, what am I thinking? No, that's actually Singa is a lion. I think Singa in Thai means lion. Wait, what is the other company? Oh my God, Chad, I gotta look. Just a second.
My assessment of the situation, I think, is they'll probably drop me as a sacrificial lamb instead of genuinely trying to push back against this. They're going to throw you under the bus, big bro, for sure. We shall see. Maybe they'll ask Gaben when Half-Life 3 will come out. Sure. Are they asking every social media guy except Twitter? No, the other social media companies that they're demanding show up to this because they're angling this as like radicalization in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. The other social media platforms are ones that have been mentioned in the investigation.
Yeah, I was right. Singa and Chang.
Right? Reddit, due to the roommate being on Reddit. Discord, due to the fact that the alleged shooter was on Discord, and Steam as well. Twitch is the only platform that they added onto that, even though it was not mentioned in the
Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't saying Tiger to Singa
investigation whatsoever. There is no, there's no evidence that the shooter was on Twitch. He could have been. I mean, he could have been on every.
Thai beer is not bad. I mean, apparently there's a thing where like they don't have microbreweries, and you know, there's like a kind of a reason for that. Although there is some restaurant in Bangkok that's trying to run their own microbrew, I guess. I don't know. I don't drink beer, so I don't even know the difference. I don't really drink alcohol.
Every single platform, right? But the reason why
they're easy drinking, so kind of like Corona or Coors, that kind of easy drinking.
They are doing
like light, and you can chug it, that kind of stuff. The kind of beer I used to drink in college.
That, in my opinion, is because of the reason why they're doing that is because there has been an active deplatforming initiative concocted by not just the right wing, but also people who present themselves as liberals, specifically Destiny and Dan Saltman, working
in undergrad
alongside the ADL and numerous other advocacy organizations, doing mass calls to advertise, as you guys know, mass calls that quite literally had unsubstantiated and false information in it, like active slanderous claims in those spam emails that they blasted out to every single person, every single company, with the hopes of getting their advertisers to pull back from Twitch, creating material pressure against the platform to take action against me. Now, there's obviously there's obviously a level of material harm that any platform will take on in an effort to stand on the principles that they abide by, which is, this is a platform where we're not going to take the initiative to ban certain people that are not in violation of the terms of service.
You call it necking a beer? So like when you drink it too fast to really taste it? I mean, I don't know. I don't actually. Oh no. I don't actually mind the taste. I just like. I don't have like taste when it comes to alcohol because I haven't tried a lot. And so I go like when I did drink. Oh my God. Tastes so good once it hits your lips. I don't know why sweet potatoes make me hiccup. Chat, I want to mention that we're at 173. We're coming up to a crossroads here. Like as far as whether we get bonus content or not. I'm almost done with. I think this will be our last segment. Assuming that they cover the Ethan Klein stuff. If they don't, oh my God, there's also like a JStalk thing that I guess I need to cover at some point. But yeah, if we get to 200, we'll cover the top 2 topics. If we don't, then I'll cover. It looks like Candace Owens is in the lead right now, so Make sure to vote if you haven't voted already. Like the stream if you haven't liked the stream already, and donate and let me know which of these topics you want to see, because it could determine the outcome of the stream. And again, if we get to 200, we'll cover the top 2. If we stay below 200, I'll just cover the top vote getter, the top topic. God, my brain is just.
But clearly, if it gets to a level where there's like this much political pressure, then the company Amazon is most likely not going to sit there and
will Ethan Klein ever be mentioned? I mean, if you pay attention, he's already been mentioned.
Defend it. They will.
There's just a segment about some remorse from his fans. Actually,
there's a high likelihood that they will succumb and offer people like myself or whoever they demand.
I'm just not sure if it's in here or not.
As a sacrificial lamb. I feel like you get so many articles. Wouldn't there be some sort of uproar about you getting kicked off? Yes, but that doesn't really mean too much. If you recall, there have been certain institutional pressure from organizations that have some semblance of legitimacy that Twitch has caved to, the ADL being one of them, but up to a certain degree. Obviously, a million New York Times op-eds are not going to be able to change the trajectory when the federal government is making these decisions. So we shall see.
If anything, the New York Times being against a Trump policy would probably just, encourage them to double down on it.
You say stream on TikTok, but obviously TikTok is also being sold.
The failing New York Times. Yo, what is going on? Sarah, did you see my message about Brandon Herrera? Sus as fuck, he plays into all this. A gun manufacturer. Are you talking about the guy that's running? We did actually cover, I think, if it's who I think you're okay, so Xander Hall, and I'm going to acknowledge the what's going on Twitch in just a second. But he's the guy that's running for Congress, right? And he almost won in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. He's also a gun manufacturer, I'm sorry, more than just a gun tuber. Yeah, no coincidence in politics. Yeah, so we covered Xander Hall had covered him being don't sleep on this guy. This guy's far right. And and Chud was like, Xander Hall, these lefties are losing it. Now look, Xander Hall's not somebody I have a lot of faith in, a lot of trust in. He's I don't even talk about Xander Hall because when we last Xander Hall, he was threatening to choke the life out of another streamer. And I just don't, people like that, I just don't even want to mess with, right? But he was actually right in what he was saying about Brandon Herrera. And he was the only one, as far as I could tell, that was on that story. Emailed you the list of links, the newspaper article, his connection to the shooter. Oh, the Minnesota shooter. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's a YouTuber, I think, right? If it's who I'm thinking of, right? But this was one that Xan actually got right. And Chud was basically carrying neoconservative water. I'm not sure if he realized it. Again, chat, we have a lot of arrogance from non-American centrist or right-wing coded streamers in terms of their, knowledge of politics, right? And they think they know better than Americans. Yes, Americans, we don't have the best education. A lot of your general run-of-the-mill, normies in America, they might participate in the political process, but they don't understand it. But Chud manages to be even more ignorant than Xander Hall in this one, and discounting Xan's understandable and true concerns about Brandon Herrera and his Joel Siverud with the 5 gifted subs. Let's see, Kelly Voicer X, you just got jellyfished. Aaron D. Pat, you just got jellyfished. YKOOL, sorry, Ycool, I think is how your name is pronounced. You just got jellyfished. Bode Garde, you just got jellyfished. Yo, Demagogue with the 5 gifted subs. Hermit Munster. Wow. Wait, the guy from the dude, like on, like, right, the Backstreet Boy, Herman Munster. Is that, am I remembering this correctly? Chat, everybody. Was that one of the Backstreet Boys? Either way, you got jellyfished. I think I'm remembering correctly. Put half of my okay, special request. Half of my points on Asmongold and half on video games. Yes, indeed. So that's like 30. Joel, or had you already contributed? Maybe there's more that I need to add to. I think it's 30. Okay, I think we're at 30. I can't tell unless you were anonymous. Which, you know, you don't have to out yourself if you don't want to. Demagog69 paying forward the gift they got from Omega Star to the community. That means you got a gift sub from Omega Star earlier, and now you're gifting subs to other people. So Shartnado77, you just got jellyfished. Straw Clap K Impo. Sorry, Straw Clap. Wait, do I have a straw? Oh, I would love it if I had a straw right by me. Straw Clap Kempo, you just got jellyfish. Solus67AU, you just got jellyfish. Vor5, sometimes you like, you know, Vor so much you gotta say it twice. You just got jellyfished. And Fandom Girl 12, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Not the Backstreet Boys, that's the TV movie monster. Wait, the guy that played Frankenstein was named Herman Munster? That seems too on the nose, doesn't it? Demagog says, I want TYT. Okay, wait, I gotta figure this out. All right. So wait. Altogether, that's we're adding 60 points. We're adding 60 points. Let me do that before I forget. Oh my god, where am I at? Adding 60 to 170, that puts us over 200 to 230. 230 out of 300 is where we're at. The Munsters were the whole thing. With Wednesday Addams. Oh no, not the Addams family. Different than the Addams family itself. Anyway, and then Joel wanted half and half for Asmongold. Let me add that. Half for Asmongold gives Asmongold 15, and video games. Oh, look at that. We got a video game stream. I don't remember when it got to 97, but I guess it did. It must have. I mean, I didn't write this down. I hope I. Anyway, either way, we were damn close to the video. Yeah, we're pretty. If it's not 97, it was 81 or 82 or 83 or something. What happens at 300? We get 3 times the bonus content, right? I don't know. That's a good question, right? Because, you know, somehow, I don't know. It means that the stream will be longer also. So, you know, look forward to that. This should say 112. 112. So that means, yeah, we got a video game stream coming up soon too. And that means we'll actually get into any of you soul hackers, any of you Atlas Gaming fans, you're going to be eating well soon. Because I got to start a new video game. But it's a video game that I've wanted to when I've been jellyfished. Wait, it sounds like catfishing, doesn't it? A little bit. Gotta lay it down before we end up getting Asmongold. I mean, I don't know. I'll let you know where we're at in just a second. Did I add everybody's? No. Wait, Demagog said. Wait, I thought you wanted wait, what did you say, Demagog? You had TYT. Okay, yeah, Demagog says TYT. So 30 to TYT. Okay, you're trying to prevent Asmongold. I see. I gotcha. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, some people just really don't like Asmongold, and it's understandable. It should be 236. What did I do wrong? Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, actually, no, that does make sense. Magenta. I was like, wait a minute. How dare you correct me with my math? Except that I think you're right, actually. You want TYT? Yeah, you're like making sure I don't add yours to Asmongold. You'd be like, that would be the exact opposite of what I want. That would be the exact opposite. Need to dip for good luck with the work meeting, Joel. I hope that goes well for you. Again, chat. Don't ever feel like you have to excuse yourself from the table. You know, did anybody else's family do this?
Like where if you're eating dinner and you get finished, right? You can't just get up. You gotta be like, may I please be excused? I've enjoyed my meal. May I please be, especially if grandma cooked the meal, you know, doubly. You got to kiss grandma. You gotta kiss grandma's ring and before you get out of the table, right? You got to do some negotiation to be able to get up from the table. Because they all want to talk to you about school or whatever, right? But yeah, my family had that, and like you got to excuse it yourself. So I just want to let everybody to know that you don't have to excuse yourself from the stream. But yeah, I do hope your meeting goes well. Everybody, did you say everybody, George? Everybody. Sorry, I had to. It's in my head now, chat. It's in my head. All right, where do we? Oh, Dr. Umar? Is that? No. I'm no, that's not. That wouldn't. No, wait. I'm oh my God, chat. I don't know. Who is this on Megyn Kelly? That's not, is it? That's not. I think the resemblance is only vague anyway. Yeah, show adequate supplication. Well, especially if grandma's cooked you dinner, you know, you gotta really, you know, those are like family recipes, I guess. Yeah, rock your body. Exactly. Wait, body rockers in the house. Oh my God. Chat, is that like the 2000s version of the Backstreet Boys? Is LMFAO like basically like is the party rockin' song like the basically Backstreet it's like, do you know what I'm saying? There's like because like right in the video they were zombies and they were all dancing to that song and they had to put headphones in and pretend to dance and go like doom 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 doom. Everybody everywhere. Wait, oh, is it blasphemous? Wait, is it blasphemous against Backstreet or is it blasphemous against LMFAO? I was a Chainsmokers gal myself, frankly, but that's another story. That's a story for another day.
Every single major independent, every single major quote unquote independent social media platform has been taken over. Anyway, there was also this Theodore Jedediah Cruz.
Yeah, as Todd Blanche, the deputy attorney.
It's anti-Backstreet blasphemy. I get it.
The journal just said right now they don't have any evidence of an organization. Obviously, they're still looking into this. But on the bullet casings, I don't remember there being a transgender one on there. I remember him saying there was one that said if you could read this, you're gay. It was referencing internet memes. But on what you just said there about investigating,
there is. Hold on a second, Caitlin. There is a transgender.
If there is funding.
Hold on, Caitlin.
Is he about to say uwu notices bulges?
Caitlin, there is a transgender. There's a reference to. Do you see my bulge?
Said no, you know, understand, chat, when Ted Cruz says trans person, he's not thinking of trans guys. This guy might not even know trans guys exist. All right. I don't know. I don't know if trans guys, you know, I'm not going to speak for trans guys. All right. But no, that's not. Oh my God. Does he think that cis people don't have bulges? It's a anti-furry meme from like the early 2010s, right? And the joke isn't about the bulges. The joke is that the guys in the comic, like their personas are like, you know, the joke is that I don't know. It's a fat phobic joke about furries, right? It's basically a joke saying that like furries are you know, overweight and middle-aged and I don't know. It's just fucked up 4chan brainworms. Wow. He was like, no, notices bulges. Trans people, transgender women definitely want you to notice the bulge. That is why they're trans, to try to make you notice the bulge. They do everything like as if trans people are putting fucking cod pieces under their like pants to try to be like, you notice the bulge, you notice the bulge, you notice the bulge. No. Oh my God. This is so fucked up and it's so hard to explain. And the fucked up thing is, chat, as ridiculous as he looks to us, right?
you probably some of my aunts and uncles, if not my parents, are gonna be like, yeah, that's right, that's what the trans people. No, God, this is so. Oh my God, dumbest person in Texas. Also the like negative Riz, like before. Look, Ted Cruz walked so JD Vance could run. As far as negative aura politicians, right? Like politicians that you're like, how the fuck did that guy get elected? But then again, I could say the same thing about Gavin Newsom. It's funny because me trying to explain this, I risk like sounding transphobic, sounding like I'm erasing trans guys. Really, what I'm trying to relay to you is the fact that Ted Cruz does not probably know of the existence of trans guys, and yeah, like probably does not know that there's a difference between a trans woman and a drag queen, a drag queen that identifies as a man, and a like just is like, no, it's like the same thing. They're all trying to come to the they're all trying to go to the kindergarten to read story time, right? It's just like these fucking. He should be banned from talking about LGBTQ issues. His own daughters hate him. Is that true? I call him Ted Ooze. Yeah, I mean, he pretty much does ooze. He's the wait, what is that Frank Zappa song? I am the slime from the video, oozing around on your living room floor. That's him. He is the slime.
Which is, I'm told, is an online meme for transgenderism. And
transgenderism is all about noticing bulges. Which oh my God. Please, Caitlin Collins. You were my least unfavorite. Does that make sense, chat? I guess that translates to favorite. But I mean, like, I'm not a fan of CNN. I would say that of all the people in the media, I have noticed Caitlin Collins doing a good job more than anyone else, and doing a bad job less than anyone else. Like, Caitlin Collins, I have some faith in. Are you going to push back? Are you going to set him straight? Are you going to maybe even make fun of him a little bit? Because it's warranted. You would be warranted. At this point, CNN is radical Antifa. Don't tell them that. They'll ban CNN.
Director Patel testified that the murderer here was living with his romantic partner, who was a transgender man transitioning to being a
Hasan, somebody help me out here. Throw me a freaking bone, somebody. Sorry, I just plosived a little bit. Sorry, I don't usually do that. Wow. Wow. This is painful. This is fucking painful. A transgender man transitioning to be a woman sounds more. It sounds like a bit of a merry-go-round situation going on there. I don't know. Look, I don't want to tell anybody how to how to do their gender identity, but Jesus Christ, that's expensive. It does would be the word. Wikifur sums up the oboe thing. Also, his daughter's recoil from his touch. Ew. I somehow want to say that he shouldn't be allowed to touch his daughters. I don't know. Ted Cruz should be banned from human contact. He should have to put a suit on so he can't touch anyone. So nobody can be infected with the disgusting ooze that is Ted Cruz.
Woman and
please, Hasan, somebody.
Cruz, by the way.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna do that. Did Caitlin Collins push back? Please tell me that Caitlin Collins, right? Like I said, Chad, I mean, I don't like reporters. I don't like, CNN reporters, but I feel like Caitlin Collins, like, I have a pretty good impression of. Like, if there's anybody asking a tough question in a press conference, like it's usually Caitlin Collins, right? Very often Caitlin Collins. this. I mean, Hasan didn't even have to. He didn't even feel like he had to say anything there. Christian Amanpour would have pushed back. Yeah, it's interesting. She's she's in some of the the press briefings, some of the press conferences. Even though it's almost like a step down from her, she was like a senior. I don't know what you call her. Senior news person who's like too good for the on location stuff, and then she stepped down, I think specifically because she wanted in this moment to sort of be able to push back harder than what she was seeing. She was like a top war correspondent. She's done a lot. Christiana Amanpour has done a lot. Like a Russian nesting doll of genders, you keep going until there's only one itty bitty NB. Okay.
So, as I have spelled out earlier, there is a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of back and forth in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. And this was the last thing I was going to show about pressure. Media Taps Twitch Star told viewers that kill Republicans for comment on Charlie Kirk's assassination. Hassan Piker was previously suspended from Twitch after discussion. People should kill Florida Senator.
Yeah, he said Republicans should kill, what is it, Rick Scott? It's a real danger, chat. There's a real danger. Given how many Republican politicians, Republican elected officials, listen to and hang on every word of Hassan Piker, aka Hank Pecker, it is very dangerous that they might, be influenced. They might try to take Rick Scott's life, and we must protect them. Just like chat must protect me. You get actual gender science here. And see, yeah, it's not just a gender ideology. We've turned it into a science.
Rick Scott, which is, of course, not the case, as you guys know. And this is part of the reason why this is
a social science.
Part of the reason why I keep telling you, like, context doesn't really matter in this regard. Do you understand? Context and clarifying these sorts of things do not matter. That wasn't even a joke. Like what I was saying in that situation was not a call to assassinate Rick Scott. I mean, it clearly wasn't. So, and it's one that I've clarified as well, but they still keep pushing it. Okay. And of course, the reason why they put kill in air quotes is so that there's a little bit of plausible deniability. Okay. Several mainstream media outlets platform pro-communist commentator Hassan Piker was previously called for people to be killed on Twitch to weigh in on the assassination of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk from a left-wing perspective. The reason why they're doing this is because they couldn't find anything that actually sticks with respect to me, like saying anything even remotely violent about Charlie Kirk. So they're just sticking to the old notes. Okay. Piker had been scheduled to debate Kirk at Dartmouth College later this month, but Kirk was shot and killed last week during a campus event at Utah Valley University. The two have debated multiple times before at political events. In the days following Kirk's death, outlets...
Wait, what's going on? Rave says, any talk of Hassan getting brigaded by DGG on Reddit? I was fighting with them on in a friendly Jordy's subreddit? Oh, sub. Yeah, the sub. I thought I was like...
Including Vanity Fair, Political, and the New York Times, interviewed Piker for his reaction and what the tragic killing might mean for political commentators moving forward. In an interview with Vanity Fair on Friday, Piker was described as immediately traumatized after seeing the video of Kirk being shot, but he went on to criticize the ways people have begun eulogizing Kirk for whitewashing the incendiary, explosive, and dehumanizing language that Kirk had used. Again, this is what they're mad about. They're mad that I have a difference in opinion with Charlie Kirk, okay? Which is crazy. You are no longer making an assessment off of you don't have a valid claim here. You're just upset that I'm revealing my position. Like, of course, I was supposed to debate the guy, What do you mean? Oh, you didn't actually grieve it in the way that I want you to, okay? You haven't demonstrated sufficient grief. That's an insane assessment to make. It's just that I think people venerating a person with what I consider to be morally repugnant political ideology is going to have unforeseen secondary consequences as far as normalization of this ideology, Piker said. We're seeing that in every aspect of society already, and this is very frustrating. Though he criticized Kirk, Piker condemned political violence across all publications, telling Politico on Thursday that he never advocated for such a thing and never would.
What I'm getting, the subtext of this Fox article is like, listen, if one of ours dies, we do get to venerate them. You are not allowed to criticize them. In fact, if you, as much as are insignificantly grieving for them or fail to eulogize them, fail to perform a hagiography, then you will be subject to the law, to deplatforming, to you know, having your boss called on you. It's just, you know, wow. The subtext says a lot.
He added that he feared political repercussions in the wake of Kirk's death, though did not elaborate on which side. I think it's pretty obvious what I was talking about, on which side. Okay? The side that political repercussions are going to be coming from is the side that has all control and is enforcing its administrative control over dictating what platforms say and do.
And look, if you want to know who has the power culturally, if you want to know who the real establishment is, just look at who's able to hide their real thoughts in subtext, right? Look at the things that Fox News does not have to say.
He went into more detail with the New York Times on Friday, claiming that Republican lawmakers were taking advantage of the confusion surrounding the shooter's motivation to foment calls for vengeance. But that confusion, I think, is being utilized by many, including people in the positions of power, like the administration and many other prominent Republicans in Congress, to enact some sort of vengeance or political persecution of all political dissidents that have spoken out against either Charlie Kirk or even the Trump administration, Piker says. The New York Times also ran an opinion piece by Piker on Saturday titled, "I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk, here's what I would have said." In it, Piker tied Kirk's death to what he described as lax gun laws, civil decline, and social challenges linked to capitalism. The social challenges include rising rents and homelessness, the destruction caused by climate change.
45 minutes left on the butterfly goal. There's still a chance for butterfly to land on my hair today, but it's going to take you using your super chats. Light blue super chats in this case will count, and we need 7 more of them. So this is I'm giving a chance to people that are what am I trying to say? The word for it. I'm giving a chance for people that make smaller super chats to have an impact. Usually it's teal or above. Right now it's light blue. It's like we're running a special on butterflies in my hair. 2 for 1, chat.
Titanic levels of inequality, and too many others to name here. Our capitalist way of life, always accumulating, never evening out, leaves more and more people to deal with these problems on their own. And what's interesting about this was that this wasn't just about my assessment on what material circumstances led to Charlie Kirk's assassination. This was about the desensitization that many Americans feel towards unlimited violence that they see, okay? And many Americans that engage in ultra violence, whether it be school shootings or mass shootings or even gang violence, as Charlie Kirk tried to talk about, okay? This was a broader context. It wasn't just limited to Charlie Kirk's assassination, of course. In a comment to Fox News Digital, a New York Times spokesperson defended speaking to Piker as a way to better understand Kirk from different perspectives. The Times has published dozens of news articles and opinion pieces about Charlie Kirk after his assassination to help readers better understand him and this social and political era. Kirk and Hassan Piker debated each other before, and we're about to do it again. They saw value in talking to each other, and they said they weren't afraid to engage in open debate about issues and ideas, the spokesperson said. That is actually a very good response. That's a shockingly good response from the New York Times to basically say, like, the fuck are you talking about? These two dudes obviously did not have interest in doing violence to one another and wanted to do the spirited debate that you guys claim you want to take place. Fox News Digital also reached out to Vanity Fair and Politico for comment. Piker was openly supported communism as an honorable goal in the past, as a history of using violent language to stream against political opponents. Earlier this year, Piker apologized after being suspended from Twitch for urging people to kill Senator Rick Scott while on stream. Republicans are not tackling providers. They're not actually going after false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. Fraud is not happening at the point of the recipient. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, he said.
It's wild that they're able to. This is like Zonia worthy, chat. Like I had an op once that would do this kind of shit, would make a claim about me and then show some tweets that didn't really often have anything to do with what the claim that was being made. But yeah, they just made a claim here, and then but in this case, this would be like as if you showed my tweets that said like the opposite of what you were claiming, right? They actually showed it with context, right? It's really clear for they showed enough of it to like, because like the normal thing that you'd expect them to do is to say, you know, like, yeah, to cut it with, if you really cared about Medicare fraud and Medicaid fraud, you would, you know, unalive Rick Scott, right? That would be how you'd expect to see it. But they actually added in the context, right? Saying Republicans are not tackling providers. They're not actually going after false billing, right? That's where the Medicare fraud is. They're trying to cut recipients. Fraud is not happening at the point of recipients. If you care, yeah. So it's actually clear there that the claim that they just made is just untrue. That's wild. I wish my ops would do that.
Now, this is what I mean when I say Fox News can't get away with just like pure libel. Okay, someone said you're going to jail. Yeah, dog. I didn't even get a fucking phone call from the Secret Service for this, because everyone with two working brain cells, even with this quote, can understand that I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans. Okay, something that I also apologized for as well. This is not like a call to action, a call to assassinate a fucking sitting Republican, okay, and elected.
And if it was, it would be a call to Republicans, to Republican elected officials, right? Who, you know, the very people that Hasan has like negative, you know, influence with, right?
Fox News' digital side is very different from its editorial side, okay? And therefore, they have to show the full quote, which is why, you know, they put the quote within the context. Across X, videos also resurface the Pikers using incendiary language to call for bloody massacres of capitalists and Republicans. Yeah, kill them, kill those motherfuckers, murder those motherfuckers in the streets. The streets soaking in fucking red capitalist blood, dude. Piker said regarding property owners who choose not to rent out empty homes. Okay. Once again, a quote from 2018, where I was talking to, at the time, a friend of mine who is no longer a friend of mine.
Was it Dan Saltman?
Landlord himself. And
yeah, it was Landlord Dan. It was Hark Dan. It was Dan Saltman.
This is not a sincere policy demand. This is not something that I advocate for. And if it was something,
yeah, then Dan would have had a very different reaction, right? Dan did not leave that conversation upset with Hasan or writing off Hasan or complaining about Hasan or scared of Hasan. Quite to the contrary.
That I sincerely advocated for. I suspect there would be more to it than just a 10-second clip from 2018. Anyway, nobody else knows about the Oompaville thing. Hasan, you should watch the new Oompaville vid. Dude, please stop.
What is Oompaville covering?
Yeah, I say in a video game, but that doesn't matter. It's like obviously not a sincere position that I hold regardless, okay? It's fucking so stupid. Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there. You need to be gutting them, Piker said in a video, presumably following the 2022 Georgia Senate debate. Okay? Yeah. Left-wingers need to be more cutthroat. Liberals need to be more cutthroat in a debate. Wow, I can't believe he means, like, he wants Nancy Pelosi to fucking cut someone's throat. What are we talking about? It's very obviously a fucking metaphor. Okay? In any case, they still at least add the context to a certain degree. Okay? At least they add context to a certain degree, but that's not enough for people to run along with it and to go crazy over it. Okay? This is the best day they got, and it's really fucking silly and really stupid. But one thing I will say is the commentary surrounding Tom Tillis receiving death threats was obviously so fucking stupid that even Fox News didn't put it in the compilation. Okay? Because it's so obvious that I'm reporting in that moment about like the discontent and anger that people fucking feel when they run out of options. It is a very important part of my criticism in general. It's one that I actually reflected on in the New York Times op-ed as well. So even the fact that even Fox News was like, yeah, that one's like a little too silly. They just moved on from it. Did they reach out? I'm sure they did. I don't usually respond to comments for stuff like this. Fox News Digital reached out to Piker for a comment, but did not immediately receive a response. I can't imagine there's going to be a story a month from now. Right wings have the attention span of infantile goldfish. I feel like the masses won't care about a meeting on political radicalization on social media. It'll be just roaches of the world. Yes. But
chat, there's one potential story that would absolutely erase this. All right? Absolutely wash all of this away. I don't know if we're going to get that story soon, or if it like a Christmas present, we're going to have to wait to unwrap that one. But there is one thing I could think of that would that might actually yo, Cloudy XX with the $2 super chat for the butterfly. Yeah, we're 6 short of that, and we got what 37 minutes to make that butterfly happen. So yeah, if you are a downscale super chatter, never thought that your super chatter mattered because you can't turn it teal, now is your moment. Now is your time. You may be able to jump in and save the day, as you can with your thumbs by liking the stream, because that does help me out a lot.
I do think that this is...
We're going to watch this. We're going to watch the Ethan Klein thing, and then we're going to move on to the bonus content, starting with Candace Owens. And it looks like, I don't know, I'll have to add up to see what the second place. I think Candace Owens is in first right now, but we'll see. Make sure to get your votes in. Make sure to get your votes in. And wait, what am I saying? Yeah, because I'm about to add this shut up, and we'll see what we've got for bonus content.
Is a part of a broader initiative, and therefore it is up to the administration. If they actually push for it more aggressively, it will become a bigger problem down the line. Now, here's the thing. Okay, I need you to understand something. It doesn't even feel like Trump's
Robin Hood with the $2 super chat, getting us to 5 out of 10 on the butterfly goal.
Okay.
Cloudy XX super chat $10. Butterfly.
Here, let me add that. Okay, I think Chad, we're like kind of closing in on. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're strangely close to 300 here. If we get 300, that's the top 3 stories. Unless there are some mad Asmongold fans here, or yeah, I mean the Robo Racist was like in last place last time I checked, but I know of one story. All you got to do is look at Trump's mini draft deferments that say he's has an extra female chromosome. Oh my god, I hadn't heard that one yet. Are you saying like as in XXY?
It doesn't even feel like Trump has it in him to make this a broader issue, considering that he skipped the vigil, and every single time they ask him, because he's such a self-important, narcissistic madman, he literally doesn't think he's involved enough in the story, so he just moves on to the fucking ballroom. Or you find him doing dances at the Yankee Stadium on the night of 9/11, only a day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. It's very obvious that he doesn't give a shit about this beyond the fact that Steve Miller and J.D. Vance want to use this as an opportunity to prosecute all political dissidents and erode the First Amendment. That's it. So his heart is not even in it. And Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance are not necessarily as popular as Donald Trump. So clearly, this is, I mean, it's up for debate exactly how successful this initiative will be. Previous hearings have been a pretext for boosting a right-wing algorithm. Exactly. Every single one of these previous hearings have always been around how the right is suppressed. And it's interesting because, it's funny, I think I debated Charlie on this issue as well. The notion that like these social media platforms are woke. Back in 2016, that was all the rage. That's what people used to say all the time. And they used to say that even though Ben Shapiro and numerous other right-wingers were dominating these platforms, and they just still kept saying that. They designed a media.
Have you ever heard of, what is it called? Oh my god, chat, what is it called? Something the refs? When you working the refs, right? When one side of a, like, I think usually it's like a basketball game, complains about the refs, makes the refs feel like they might be unsafe walking out to the parking lot, with the hopes that they will sue with the super sticker. Thank you for that. And that's a high five. Doge. Sorry, I shouldn't say Doge. Shinu Ibu, right? Or is it Shibu Inu? I always forget. I always get it wrong. But either way, thank you for the 3 pounds, Sue. And Heidi the sausage with no comment. We're up to 7. Unfortunately, it doesn't count super stickers towards the butterfly goal. I don't know, chat. YouTube's weird. And Stream Elements is even weirder.
Narrative that the right was constantly being undermined by these supposedly woke, transgender, DEI, Antifa social media platforms. Like, I'll give you one example. Facebook used to be public enemy number 1 for Republicans, right? When are you getting banned, for fuck's sake? Oh my god.
Yeah, wait a minute. That's what.
I need you to understand something.
I'm sorry. That's too funny. That's too fucking funny. Right? That is hilarious. The reason that the person is saying that is because they've been watching videos that say Hasan is about to get arrested. Hasan is getting banned. It's over for Hasan. Like, right? These like, channels, including like one that's like a weird like PDF adjacent, a guy that has like a loli for a VTuber. If you know who I'm talking about, with big glasses and black hair, I shall not say the name because again, we don't want to call that fucking evil down on us. But yeah, they constantly have these videos that they're just like, no, just like, it's like those, I don't know. It's like Rachel Maddow, right? If you watched, and sorry, Rachel Maddow, I mean, like, she's, she's done good work. She's done questionable. She's done a lot. She's been around forever. She's an institution, right? But I gotta say, if you watched Rachel Maddow in the first Trump administration, you were left with the impression that if you watch until the end of her segment, if you watch until the end of her show, you might very well see Trump being frog marched out of the White House in an orange jumpsuit, right? It's just around the corner. Mueller's going to get him. And anybody who understands the political process could have told you that the Republicans are not likely to impeach him, and that for Trump to have consequences while he is president, he must be removed from office, which takes not only a majority of the House, but also I think 60 senators have to vote for. No, am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about? Is it not 60 senators? It's a preponderance of the Senate, right? So, you know, I mean, like Rachel Maddow really did, I guess, clickbait a lot of people into thinking that like Trump getting arrested was right around the corner. I'm seeing the same behavior from some anti-Hassan channels. So she's the ghost of Keith Olbermann. I have complicated feelings about yeah, she just had she's interviewing Kamala Harris. I noticed.
And I don't think you ever will. You don't have to watch me. Okay? You do not have to watch me. I don't know why.
Yeah, the Rev who shall not be named. Oops.
People put themselves through this experience. Okay? And if you are putting yourself through this experience, why don't you, at the very least, see if you can, as a game, okay, see if you can pick up on some of the things that I'm talking about here, where you can find an area of agreement. Just a game for you, okay? I know you have it in you. I know you can make up your own mind, okay?
All right, well, I thought we were...
Which would, of course, include Twitch as well, okay? If
I thought that they were going to include the Ethan Klein's fans thing there. Let me just... Here it is. Here it is for you. Hassan Japan IRL has got this. Let's watch it on this.
The CEO of Twitch is set to be interrogated by Congress alongside other CEOs in an effort to spread leftist speech online. Ethan Klein's H3 subreddit can't figure out if they like this. The consensus is we wanted fascist censorship, but it was only supposed to be for Hassan. You would think this moment would be a wake-up call that Ethan had been pushing an inherently fascist agenda when he screams about how dangerous, un-American, extremist, tanky leftists need to be deplatformed and silenced. But no, they think it's Hassan's fault for existing. Yeah, you got it, guys. H3H3.
We are 3 light blue super chats away from Butterfly Goal, and wow, like 44 points away from triple bonus content.
Foot soldiers, you got what you wanted. Why aren't you celebrating? It doesn't make any sense. Isn't this what you wanted? What do you think was going to happen? I don't understand. What the did you think was going to happen? You're getting what you wanted. I disagree with that. They love this. They're not conflicted. These are the few dissenters. Hassan and other radical propaganda should be banned from Twitch. However, this being a government action and not an action.
Okay, so at least one chatter is... So you're going to see some remorse here from H3H3 fans about their platform to cancel Hassan. But one of his chatters is saying this is not representative of the H3 community. Most of them are cheering it on, blissfully unaware that this will come back on them. That this shit will be used against even the piss poor, pathetic little bit of anti-Trump commentary that is offered by Ethan Klein. Yes. Could be used as a pretext to get his platform taken out from under him. So yeah, they are whistling past the graveyard here, but there's a few of them that at least are kind of waking up here. Let's see what they have to say.
Action taken at the platform's sole discretion opens an extremely ugly precedent. Also, those Republicans won't stop with people like Hassan and uses to go after any and all people, even slightly left of MAGA. This is not a good thing. They didn't realize when they were propping up Asmongold as a amendment violation.
I'm sorry, wait.
Not get the FCC.
Wrong thing.
Isn't this what you wanted? What do you think was going to happen? I don't understand. What the did you think was going to happen? You're getting what you wanted. Need to be deplatformed and silenced. But no, they think it's Hassan's fault for existing. Yeah, you got it, guys. H3H3 foot soldiers, you got what you wanted. Why aren't you celebrating? It doesn't make any sense. Isn't this what you wanted? Tanky leftists need to be deplatformed and silenced. But no, they think it's Hassan's fault for existing. Yeah, you got it, guys. H3H3 foot soldiers, you got what you wanted. Why aren't you celebrating? It doesn't make any sense. Isn't this what you wanted? What do you think was going to happen? I don't understand. What the did you think was going to happen? You're getting what you wanted. I disagree with that. They love this. They're not conflicted. These are the few dissenters.
Can I go to 1.5? I was at 1.5. I reduced it to 1.25.
Hassan and other radical propaganda should be banned from Twitch. However, this being a government action and not an action taken at the platform's sole discretion opens an extremely ugly precedent. Also, those Republicans won't stop with people like Hassan and uses to go after any and all people, even slightly left of MAGA. This is not a good
There we go.
They didn't realize when they were propping up Asmongold as an alternative, highlighting his active attacks against me. What happened? I told you. Dan was telling Lonerbox he regrets it because he didn't actually think it would ever happen and that Destiny and you are both targeted by politicians now. Oof. Yeah, I saw that too. What happened to all those trips to DC, lobbying Republican congresspersons for them to come after me and deplatform me, for them to go after Twitch? What happened?
Oh God, please play the Dan Lonerbox clip. There's a Dan Lonerbox, like some people, like I think there's even a, anyway, he might get, let's see if he gets to it. Maybe this, if this is the clip I think it is, he will.
How many times did I say that this administration was going to inevitably do that to everyone? I didn't think the leopards would eat my face. How did this happen? Part of the reason why it's happening also.
Look at that, chat. Great minds. That's the, Hassan just said the name. Hassan just said the name of the thumbnail. Look at that. Look at that. Here, let me make it super clear. Wow. Okay. I didn't actually pre-watch this part. I didn't get to this. I swear. I did pre-watch some of this content, but not that. Anyway. Wow. Spooky freaky. Yeah.
Is because I have to 1v
spooky dookie. Since we're talking about Ethan Klein, we can say spooky dookie.
99 motherfuckers on this, okay? Every goddamn day, from all different walks of life, all different backgrounds. Like I said, from Andrew Cuomo to Eric Adams to the ADL to Jake Tapper. And now you know who else is shaking hands on this? Nick Fuentes up in here being like, hell yeah, brother, time for the deplatforming. McCarthyism is here, and it was championed by
Nick's just glad that people aren't going after him.
Self-described liberals as well. Wake the up. If you're conflicted in this moment, wake up and realize who the real enemy is here, okay? Jesus Christ, I have, in spite of the
how the turntables, Rave, are you talking, is that a Dan Clancy reference? DJ Dan Clancy?
Imaginable amount of
on the ones and twos.
Resentment that has come from all of these different, like, self-described liberal places. Not once even shied away from openly admitting who the real problem is. It's Donald Trump and his administration, and these idiots are still holding on to petty grievances. It blows my mind. I'm split on this. On the one hand, I want bozos like Mike from PA and Hasan to be held accountable for their rhetoric. On the other hand, I know that no matter what the context of what is shown is, Republican Senate will use this as a justification to further paint the left as dangerous and attribute these morons to political violence where it actually wasn't attributable to. I think some of you guys are losing the plot if you're cheering this on. This will literally only hurt left-leaning and progressive political commentators while fascists and right-wing radicals will continue to dominate the airwaves. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're finally realizing it. What happened? I thought Asmongold was just like kind of MAGA. It was fine, right? When you guys were hyping up every dumb Republican on the internet. The fact that the Republicans are in charge means we shouldn't trust them to handle any investigation in a fair, balanced, and trustworthy way. But as long as they are in power over the government of the United States, they're also the only hope to enforce just the most basic standards that Twitch has been flagrantly violating. That's one of the main issues with tackling escalating anti-Semitism or escalating calls to violence online. These are problems that cross traditional left-right boundaries, but they still get funneled into the insanely divided and polarized landscape of American politics right now. So I've been dealing with this for the past 2 years, from Ethan Klein, from Destiny, from Dan Saltman, and numerous other right-wing groups that are now also involved. What the do I do? Asmongold is another dipshit that is also engaged in this. The more they attempt this and the more it doesn't happen, the more insane they get. Yeah, Richie Torres, Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, Ethan Klein, Destiny, Asmongold, Dan Saltman. What the fuck are ADL? What is happening? What the fuck is happening? Elon Musk has gotten to a point where it feels like if you're not like, I mean, bring some goddamn Marxist-Leninists in there too and throw them in the pile too, you know? Just what a rotation of people who have decided.
Please don't say Haas. Please don't say Haas.
That ideologies aside, we can all get together, shake hands, and take out the true evil in American society is fucking Hassan derangement syndrome. The only reason why they're feeling the stress right now is because the very same people that they thought that they could align with are now coming after sex pestiny. You understand that, right? Good job, you fucking moron. Are you happy? Amazing. This is why you don't ally with fascists. You don't align with fascists. You lie with pigs and you get covered in shit. This is the most foreseeable consequence. And guess what? I warned about this non-fucking stop. I warned about this over and over again. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Philip DeFranco didn't want to cover it. All these apolitical fucking slop tubers also didn't want to cover it either. What will it take for people to realize that this was an incredibly dangerous game to play? Yes, these guys hate me. No, Philip DeFranco didn't refuse to cover it. I'm just saying, like, this is the type of shit that normally Philip DeFranco would cover, but he didn't. Nobody covered it while it was happening. Nobody actually applied any sort of internal pressure from the commentary sphere. And
Philip DeFranco was having trouble keeping the fence pole up his butt. If he moved too far to either side, it would slip out. And he was just enjoying having that fence pull inside of him, I guess. I don't know.
Look at where we're at. We fucked around and we're all collectively finding the out. What is the it happened? I just got here. The administration threatened to pull licensing from ABC unless they pull Jimmy Kimmel off the airwaves. And ABC fucking capitulated. And not only did ABC capitulate, this morning we found out that after all of the endless advocacy from these dipshits, the Republicans have decided to add Twitch and the Twitch CEO to the pylon in the post Charlie Kirk violent rhetoric galore for one reason and one reason fucking only. We know what reason that is. As much as I agree with everything you're saying, all these content creators would have been covering this the whole time the Trump admin still would have done full fascism. No, dude, I know that they would have, but at the very least, they wouldn't have fucking put the crosshairs on Twitch, for example. At least one avenue would be safe from the additional scrutiny. They redirected the attention to Twitch for their own personal ambitions, for their own personal vengeance quest. Do you not understand? Of course, the admin would inevitably come after someone like myself, but there's no reason to accelerate it. You know, there's no reason to work alongside them. These fucking idiots gave them the clips to post everywhere. Moody versus Net Choice 2024, the Supreme Court ruling had the result of companies not being required or their rules/committee guidelines being regulated to be enforced to the letter, as that would violate First Amendment rights. Congress and states can't force a company to follow their guidelines if they don't want to. Of course, there are a million.
But they'd love to kiss Donald Trump's ring. That's all.
Different First Amendment violations here. You cannot get the FCC to regulate like this over the content of Jimmy Kimmel's joke. The administration is also obviously trying to apply pressure in congressional hearings to Twitch for a very specific purpose, to throw a little bit of fucking red meat in the direction of the dumbest morons on the internet. You know, you made your fucking shit sandwich. Now you got to eat it, right? Fantastic. Make no mistake, television broadcasts are growing increasingly right-wing. Larry Ellison owns Skydance, and that's why Colbert got fired. I know. The problem is television is somewhat inconsequential. What we're talking about here is Twitch. And it's not just Twitch. It'll be TikTok. It'll be all of the platforms that don't actually capitulate to the Trump administration. I'm not.
Yeah, chat. I mean, I may have to look into some contingencies, right? Like platforms that are outside of the U.S. as a fucking, you know, as a fallback position, right? If this shit hits YouTube, we're gonna have to look at some options. I don't know. What is the Chinese TikTok called? Red Note or something?
Not even, dude, I'm not even mad that this is like personally targeting me, okay? That is frustrating.
I mean, obviously there'd be, you know, limits on what I could say on that platform, other kinds of limits, but
the major reason why I'm frustrated here is that this is leaning into the severe restrictions on political dissidents and erosion of free speech. These guys understand that they're.
Oh my God. Okay, where did I see this?
Cool TikTok of a girl drawing you. What is this?
That's not what we're looking for. Where did I fucking see? We started off with a clip of Lonerbox and Saltman.
But JN is setting in and he's seeing the Holocaust happen in front of him. Man, you have blood on your hands.
Here, I'm gonna try to reload this and see if this pulls it up.
JN is setting in and he's seeing the Holocaust happen in front of him. Man, you have blood on your hands if you ever.
Is it this one?
$99 motherfuckers on this, okay? Every goddamn day. From all different walks of life, all different backgrounds. Like I said, from Andrew Cuomo to Eric Adams to the fucking ADL to Jake Tapper. Down to the fucking Proud Boys. You got the Proud Boys and the ADL shaking hands on this shit. And I am going to read this new article that came out from Ali Breland. The Proud Boys love cancel culture now. Inside the far-right network that is working to get people fired for what they say about Charlie Kirk, okay? I didn't want to leak this. I gave some quotes to Ali about this last night, but he informed.
Okay, it's coming up here.
Boys, when he was interviewing me for this, in order to get a quote from me, he informed me that the Proud Boys are actually actively coming after me. Okay, and that they have been.
Yeah, as Ethan Klein would say, stand back and stand by.
Looking for anything and everything they can, alongside many of these other conservative groups. Obviously, it's just funny because it's the Proud Boys, right? Like they did January 6th, but. Apparently they are looking for anything and everything they can in my background to get me deplatformed, which is really funny because like when you say the Proud Boys are coming after me, one would assume they're trying to like violently and physically apprehend me and kill me or something. No, they're using their instead of their trigger fingers, they're using their Twitter fingers. Okay. When Enrique Tarrio picked up the phone, the first thing he wanted me to know was he was pushing through a 4-day hangover. This was on Monday, and he had just returned to Miami from Westfest, an annual pilgrimage to Las Vegas in which Proud Boys from around the country gather for hard drinking and general debauchery. Basically a frat party, he said. But with that out of his system, Tario, who's long been one of the far-right group's key leaders, found himself stirred by a more pressing preoccupation: all the people he wants to get fired. Over the past several days, Tario told me, has activated an extremely effective network of Proud Boys to scour the social web, find posts celebrating the Charlie Kirk, identify the individuals involved, and persuade their employers to fire them. Oh, God, they are soy boys, dude. Such pussies. Oh, my Lord. Fed activity. In many of these groups, people celebrate over growing tallies of firings in which they refer to as scalps. He told me, it's funny because this was a tactic that was used on us from 2017 forward. We got deplatformed, debanked. He told me it sucked for us. I always said I wouldn't do it back to anybody, but since
it sucked for you, but you were beating people's asses in the street. I mean, these people did January 6th, right? What did they're getting people banked, deplatformed, whatever, for fucking making like jokes in bad taste on Twitter.
Incarcerated for something I didn't do, Tario said, referring to his conviction of seditious conspiracy for his role at the Capitol insurrection. Yeah. Those are the guys that are after me, by the way. On January 6, 2021. So I'm in a different mindset now. An eye for an eye right now.
An eye for an eye, that's Code of Hammurabi, but really like a kind of more, I feel like a more applicable quote would be the, don't point out the speck in somebody's eye when you've got a larger, oh God, I can't remember. There's like a Bible verse or something. But yeah, the Proud Boys are the ones pointing out, hey, you got something in your eye, you got something in your eye. Meanwhile, they're carrying like a log in their eye, right? They just do not recognize the massive hypocrisy or don't care.
2023, when officials announced that Tario had been sentenced to 22 years in prison, they emphasized that no organization put more boots on the ground on January 6th than the Proud Boys, who were, under Tario's direction, at the forefront of every major breach of the Capitol's defenses, leading the on-the-ground efforts to storm the seat of government. In January, Tario was released from prison as a part of Trump's blanket January 6 pardons. In recent days, Tario told me, he and the rest of the Proud Boys have been mostly focused on targeting employees in government and higher education, but his white whale is far more prominent. The left-wing influencer Hassan Piker. Tario told me that his campaign to get Piker kicked off Twitch wasn't about anything in reference to Charlie. As my colleague Spencer Kornhaber recently wrote, Piker condemned the shooting and anyone who attempted to justify it, though he has at times used his own violent rhetoric in the past. Piker was temporarily banned from Twitch earlier this year when he said people who truly oppose Medicare for all should kill Senator Ray Scott. Still, okay, come on, Ollie. I gave you the full quote. Jesus Christ. I guess, it's fine for brevity. Still, Tario seemed to sense that the post-assassination cultural climate would be friendly to an attempt to go...
What is it? Yeah, splinter. Don't point out the splinter in the eye when there's a log in yours or something. Yeah, I can't remember the exact quote.
Piker, I was banned from Twitch, he told me, and I didn't say half the shit he did. Tario told me that he and the other Proud Boys have teamed up in a group chat with other right-wingers who all want Piker to get kicked off Twitch by running a bigger and most sustained version of the other active mass firing campaign. They have been circulating Piker's past controversial statements to companies that advertise on Twitch in an attempt to pressure the streaming platform, he told me. Which, of course...
Sounds familiar?
...is something that I worked on, or is something that I've been dealing with for the past 2 years. Once again, not exactly sure if Ali put that in the article when he asked me, but I did talk specifically about Destiny and Dan Saltman's attempts to do this exact same thing over Israel. Okay? So I've been dealing with this for the past 2 years, from Ethan Klein, from Destiny, from Dan Saltman, and numerous other right-wing groups that are now also involved. What the do I do? Asmongold is another dipshit that is also engaged in this. And
yeah, not to mention, like the splinter in the eye versus the log in the other person's eye, and then along comes Ethan Klein with a log of dog shit in his eye.
The more they attempt this, and the more it doesn't happen, the more insane they get. I thought you greatly disliked The Atlantic. I like Ollie Brelin. He has covered me in the past. That's why I...
A plank in your eye? Is that what it is?
The Atlantic is far from my favorite publication. Let's be real. Yeah, Richie Torres, Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, Ethan Klein, Destiny, Asmongold, Dan Saltman. What the ADL? What is happening? What the is happening? Elon Musk has gotten to a point where it feels like if you're not like, bring some goddamn Marxist-Leninists in there too and throw them in the pile too, Just what a rotation.
Please don't say Haas. Please don't say Haas.
Of people who have decided.
It breaks my heart every time somebody calls Haas a Marxist-Leninist or even a tanky, right? He comes every time you call him that. Every time you misidentify a fucking fascist as a as some kind of tanky or mecha tanky, as he likes to call himself, right? He comes. That's no log. That's a petrified dog turd. Exactly.
ideologies aside, we can all get together, shake hands, and take out the true evil in American society. Yeah. Remember when you were called controlled opposition? Yeah, that's why I laugh at dumb who are like, Enrique gets 20 likes on his tweets. I mean, yeah, he's gone. He's irrelevant. It's not him personally that's doing this. What a wild
washed
list, dude.
We're still missing 3 super chats. Anyway, light blue super chat will get it. They're discounted chat. 2 people have been doing $2 super chats. I think you can even do less than that. I think I saw some New Zealand $2 or Australian $2. So that means that even less than that will, and we only need 3 more if you want to see for the first time in over 10 days a butterfly alight upon my hair.
Is Hassan derangement syndrome. Don't you think it's not worth it to still fighting? What? Why would I, what? The CEO of Twitch is set to be interrogated by Congress alongside other CEOs in an effort to suppress leftist speech online. Ethan Klein's H3 subreddit can't figure out if they like this. The consensus is we wanted fascist censorship.
Okay, so we saw this part.
Hassan.
Wait.
You would think this moment would be a wake-up call that Ethan had been pushing an inherently fascist agenda when he screams about how dangerous, un-American, extremist, tanky leftists need to be deplatformed and silenced. But no, they think it's Hassan's fault for existing. Yeah, you got it, guys. H3, foot soldiers, you got what you wanted. Why aren't you celebrating? It doesn't make any sense. Isn't this what you wanted? What do you think was going to happen? I don't understand. What did you think was going to happen? You're getting what you wanted. I disagree with that. They love this. They're not conflicted. These are the few dissenters. Hassan and other radical propaganda should be banned from Twitch. However, this being a government action and not an action taken at the platform's sole discretion opens an extremely ugly precedent. Also, those Republicans won't stop with people like Hassan and use this to go after any and all people, even slightly left of MAGA. This is not a good thing. They didn't realize that they didn't realize when they were propping up Asmongold as an alternative, highlighting his active attacks against me. What no role in lobbying Congress to enact censorship on Twitch. Here's Dan Saltman talking to Loner Box about how he set up a meeting with multiple.
Thank you. God damn.
Cracking down on Twitch. I am not sure if Hassan is trying to.
Wait. Are you gonna play the clip? Oh my God. Am I gonna have to find this on Twitter? Okay.
Blame myself or in parentheses Jews for this.
Oh no, this is it. This is it.
Emailed or.
Right, so that's Dan's tweet, like denying what we're about to see is actually true.
DM'd or had any communication with anyone involved with this, directly or indirectly. They chose to investigate Twitch all by themselves. I had no idea this was coming or even in the works until it hit the news.
You want to talk about the mission?
What's your progress going forward with Twitch?
I have congressional meetings set up. Okay, so that's like with more than one dude. Republicans, obviously, shifted.
What's a congressional meeting?
Well, I guess it's when there's with multiple congressmen, and it's like a fact-finding mission for them, where they go and they. Oh, stop the video. Sorry.
Super hard right now.
Okay. Oh, his chat had to tell him. His chat had to tell him to pause the video if he wants to talk.
All right. So congressional.
Indeed, chat. Dan can't stream.
Video is where not congressional video. A congressional meeting is where there's multiple of them. And they have their aides with them, their chiefs of staffs with them, and then you have their
Loner Box. When I was talking about people not from the United States that opine on American politics and constantly get things wrong, you know, he is, he's on the top of that. He's towards the top of that list.
Trying to find out, like
next to useless in terms of his analysis of American politics.
They explain this to us, everything from start to finish, and they're taking notes. And then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that based on the information of.
Dan is having to be. No, this is a congressional meeting. It's when you meet with multiple members of Congress, Republicans. Like, note that he's saying that, right? Note that he's talking about meeting with Republicans to try to get, Republicans, obviously, right?
Dude. Republicans, obviously, shifted.
What's a congressional meeting?
Well, I guess it's when there's with multiple congressmen, and it's like a fact-finding mission for them, where they go and they. Oh, stop the video. Sorry.
Super hard right now.
Okay.
Holy shit! What a mess. His stream is such a mess. Hassan reacting to Dan Saltman and Lonerbox reacting to Hassan, reacting to Alex Jones, reacting to Hassan talking to Dan Crenshaw? No, reacting to Hassan, watching Hassan debating Dan Crenshaw. God damn. This is way too deep.
All right. So a congressional video.
Many layers.
A congressional meeting is where there's multiple of them. And they have their aides with them, their chiefs of staffs with them. And then they're trying to find out, like, okay, explain this to us, everything from start to finish. And they're taking notes. And then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that based on the information of what you give. What would you like to talk about? You want to talk about the mission?
What's your progress going forward?
What happened? What the fuck did you think was going to happen, you obsessive pervert? The only reason why they're feeling the stress right now is because the very same people that they thought that they could align with are now coming after Sex Pestiny. You understand that, right? Yeah, Mike from PA is right. This is a total lie. Dan Saltman and various Destiny orbiters have been working behind the scenes to work with some of the worst fascist Republicans in an attempt to target Twitch and Hasan. He only regrets it now as Destiny himself gained their attention by mocking Kirk's death. I am not sure if Hasan is trying to blame myself or Jews for this, but for clarity's sake, I've not talked, emailed, DM'd, or had any communication with anyone involved in this.
What a disingenuous bastard, right? Yeah, Hassan's being anti-Semitic. What a wild thing for him to do, to blame me for when you literally got him like in that stream. He just he's hiding behind obscurity, honestly, if I were to say it, right? That he is such a obscure streamer. He's such an obscure. When we talk about Destiny orbiters, we're usually talking about like Lonerbox chat. Lonerbox gets 1,000 people in his chat from time to time, right? It's not as many as Destiny, but it's something. Dan is nobody watches Dan's stream. Nobody can it's terrible. He can't fucking stream. There we go. Dan can't stream is exactly right. But he's thinking that because of that he can straight up lie when there's a clip out there that contradicts it. But yeah, we got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Directly or indirectly. In addition to that, I don't think the government should be telling companies who to ban. Hassan Piker should have been banned many times over, and he wasn't. I do think that Twitch should be brought before Congress for their illegal ban of Israeli signups, as well as the CEO's blatant discrimination and protection decisions affecting Jewish people. The best result moving forward is not Hassan being banned. It's a new executive team and a clear set of rules that will be actually followed moving forward.
It's Dan Saltman being able to fucking. It's Dan Saltman being named CEO. That's the only thing that would make him happy. He just wants total control, total fucking control. Right?
If they want to be a free-for-all like Twitter, fuck it. But you can't be banning people for 2 weeks for calling someone fat if you go to that route. They're still talking about people getting banned for calling someone fat. He was literally...
It's basically Dan sees Twitch as being, woke. And he thinks, much like right-wingers, that woke people that he considers woke, should not have any control over any platform, right? He only wants his bias to be perpetuated.
Literally tagging the FBI and Laura Loomer in his tweets targeting me, and now he's turned around and he's like, oh, I didn't realize it was like that. Yeah, the only reason why he didn't realize it was like that is because they're coming after Destiny too, you fucking idiot. Good job, you fucking moron. Are you happy? Amazing. This is why you don't ally with fascists. You don't align with fascists. You lie with pigs and you get covered in shit, okay? Very different attitude right now on this issue than he had earlier in the day, even when he first actually fucking talked about how awesome it was, how much he celebrated. Didn't this fucking asshole also post the congressional order to have Dan Clancy, the fucking Twitch CEO, appear?
DJ Dan Clancy.
Here in front of Congress. He was celebrating it a couple hours ago.
MC Dan Clancy.
Only when he realized that it's like Destiny's in the crosshairs too, does he turn around and he's like, oh, I didn't want this to happen actually. This loser literally ruined ad revenue for anyone who's queer, Venezuelan, or even remotely attached to things.
I've been saying this.
That this platform thinks is political. He ran such a huge campaign. It literally hurt so many people who aren't as rich as you. It was such a catastrophic failure. Everyone hates this motherfucker, even people who hate you. Yeah, there's a reason why like the FaZe K-Song, for example, lost his revenue at the time because Twitch was like, oh shit, if anything is political, if anyone is even affiliated with a country that is considered a part of the foreign terrorist watch list, and K-Song is Iranian and had Iranian as a tag, he lost his fucking revenue. And now queer creators can't even mention that they're queer without risking and getting demonetized and getting labeled. What the fuck did these guys think was going to happen, dude? Congratulations, by the way. You did it. We did it, Joe. We did it, Reddit. And it's so crazy because, like, this is the most foreseeable consequence. And guess what? I warned about this non-fucking stop. I warned about this over and over again. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Philip DeFranco didn't want to cover it. All these apolitical fucking slop tubers also didn't want to cover it either. What will it take for people to realize that this was an incredibly dangerous game to play? Yes, these guys fucking hate me, okay?
Okay, so yeah, we've seen everything. Now, chat, there you go. Come full circle. We started off with Dan and Lonerbox. We ended with Dan and Lonerbox. This is the leopards eating the faces. This is the regret coming too late. People realizing that their strategies, their tactics, their vitriol has in some way backfired, but it's too late. It's too late. The leopards have already eaten their face. Clancy of the Overflow. All about framing. Why would the Proud Boys go after one of Charlie Kirk's debate partners? That seems disrespectful to his memories. Okay, yeah, no, you're cooking, Sarah. You're cooking. You are cooking. Ah. So, yeah, with that, chat, I got to do some math. All right, and I also got to remind you, we have 1 minute left. Holy chat. Holy chat shit. Holy shit, chat. 1 minute left to try to get 3 light blue super chats, or else we miss the butterfly for the entire day. This is gonna be my last offer to you. Yeah, 45 seconds. Let's see if we can make that happen. If you get it and it's like a second late, I'll still count it though. But here, I gotta start adding this stuff up to see what we're gonna do for bonus content. We might have to do a little bit of a lightning round. Well, no, we're only at 2. Do I think are we? I'm not sure if I counted all of these. Let me put it at 260. The goal is at 260, so we're like 40 points away from getting triple bonus content. Looks like we're gonna get at least double bonus content. But yeah, you're losing that butterfly goal right now. No, I don't have to count fast. People have. Oh, there we go. Look at that. So that's a blue. Oh no, it got up to 8. It got up to 8. Okay, make it happen now, or else it's gonna. Heidi with a super fast blue super chat, bringing it up to 262. Look at that. One more. We're looking for one more. I will still count it, even though you're technically late. That is look, that's the problem of the people that want confetti. All right, we won't get confetti, but we could get butterfly. I'll count that as 9 out of 10. We're just looking for one more. We're looking for one more. One more and I will count it. Let's bring the goal up to 264. So we're now at we're 36 away from triple bonus content. If you want to see TYT, Candace Owens, oh my God, there we go. I will count that.
$5. Flutterby.
Flutterby, indeed. We'll count that. Okay, look. That was a hard one. Butterfly goal, but I'm counting it. All right. Any excuse. Oh, another one. Okay. What I'm adding, let's see, 6. Okay, so we're at 270. We're 30 away from tripling the bonus content. And I think that would make it so I don't have to do math. I would just do TYT, Candace Owens, and Asmongold. But as is, it looks like we're getting at least double. The goal ended, but I'm counting it anyway. Right? You were close enough. I mean, for all I know, you had the, super chat like in the you were starting, for all I know, you were starting to do the super chat before the goal ended. So I'm counting it. Butterfly has been achieved. Yay. That was pretty amazing. And we're at 270. So let me go ahead and start adding this in case we have to pick the top 2 instead of the top 3. I might get interrupted if we hit the if we hit 300 in the meantime. And oh my God, look, there's a lot for me to add. Okay, let me look at. So get your votes in if you haven't already. I'll try to. Oh, yo, Sarah with the super sticker. GG indeed. Not even the GG like the sarcastic GG. This is the unironic GG. My favorite kind of GG. This kind of GG. 25 away from tripling the bonus content. Okay, so look at that. Twitch is back up to 129, just 31 behind YouTube. That's pretty amazing. Twitch has had a huge resurgence, but so has YouTube. YouTube, yeah, I'm not even going to pick a favorite, chat. YouTube and Twitch, you knocked it out of the park today. It was a collaborative effort. It was a team effort and a successful effort. Let me make an effort myself to do some math. All right, 33 for TYT. Everybody, like, this is funny when I always get somebody coming in at the very end and being like, what the fuck is the math on your screen? What is that doing? 33 plus 30 plus 33 equals 63. No, 63. Charlie Kirk or Candace Owens blames Israel. This one's going to probably be in first place, I'm guessing. Plus, oh wait, TYT pulled it out and is now ahead. What the fuck? People voted. People voted. People liked the stream. If you haven't done either of those things yet, you still have a chance to make that right. 28 for Candace Owens plus 50, 28. Okay, that's a nice round number, isn't it? I think 28 plus 52 is gonna be 80, right? That's 80. All right, so Candace Owens so far looks to be in first place. Asmongold 15. Also, if anybody, if you donate or you have donated, make sure to let me know where to. Oh my God, Formio just something just happened. Joel Siverud putting us over the top. Holy shit! How was your meeting? I hope it went well. I gotta read out some of these. You may won a gifted community gift sub from Joel Siverud. Baja Bisexual Blast. Let's make it easier. Wait, now yours goes towards was it Asmongold? Oh, that's coming in for Asmongold, right? Or unless you're splitting it with the video game content. I think the balance has been tipped several times. Baja Bisexual Blast. You just got Baja Bisexual Blasted with a gift sub from Joel. John Kuntz, you just got Jellyfish. Formio, you just got Jellyfish. Dan BV, you just got Jellyfish. And Joel just re-upped. You just re-upped your sub. Let's make this easier. So I am adding 36 at least, all to Asmongold, I'm assuming. Oh, Joel's deciding. Spread it amongst the top 3. Geez. Okay. 36 divided by 3 is 12. So that's at least easy to do. Let me just add what Asmongold was at before. What is Asmongold at? About 29. Okay, Asmongold got up to 20. Wow, Asmongold kind of little resurgence there. 29, almost in first place. In second place, 15 plus 29 is going to be 34, 44. Okay, so yeah, it looks like well, it doesn't matter. Wait, it kind of doesn't matter. All right, because that's 36 added to the goal and puts us at 311, which means we do the top 3, which is TYT. Candace Owens blames Israel for Charlie Kirk, and Hassan Asmongold trying to get Hassan redacted. So confused right now. Look, we have a poll. The poll goes on YouTube. You can see the poll right now. You can vote on the poll right now, right? At the end of the day, I also take into consideration when people support the stream, they get to say, hey, I want to see Candace. I want to see TYT falls in line with the Trump crackdown. I want to see Asmongold, like any of these topics that are on the poll. You can support that. And so what I end up doing is adding the donos for each of the items to the total in the poll. And I come up with a total. But yeah, just, you know, so if I want to make this completely correct, I'll add 12 on each of these 3, because Joel said spread them out amongst the top 3. 64 and then 27. Somebody's going to come by and just think I really like math, but this is not exceptionally hard math. All right, 56 on this one. Yeah, just adding 12 to everything, really. 92 and 75. All right, so yeah, but anyway, since we've got 300 on the board, we will do the top 3. So the only thing that we're not covering today is Taylor Lorenz's new video about robot racism. Unless you were robo-racism people or Vox Populi. Well, no, Vox Populi just means like you want to reinforce the vote, right? If you do Vox, everything else here is like plus, right? But Vox Populi is minus, because what that does is whatever ends up in here gets subtracted from the donos of each of the topics, right? And it basically pulls it back to make it more. That makes it so that the votes count more and the donos count less. That's what you're saying with Vox Populi, is you're like, let's respect the will of the people. Please, please, please. Let's respect the choice of the people. But as it is, I don't think, yeah, robo-racism, I guess the only thing that's losing out today. So far. But anyway, I'm going to have to do a little bit of a lightning round on this. Hopefully I've got everything I need in my starting off with Candace Owens. Wait.
A very frail and weak.
All right, guys, got some breaking news here for you. Jimmy Kimmel was just indefinitely.
A very frail and weak president with extreme.
All right, let's see if we can. I know I've had it covered. Candace Owens, I think they had a pretty good version of this story. It's from a day ago. Wait, is that the one? I think it's the one. Hash Patel. Let's see if this is what we're looking for.
Immediately after the murder of Charlie Kirk, right-wing influencer podcaster Ben Shapiro said that he was taking over Turning Point. And it's important. It's a really weird media world right now because you have Fox.
So chat, you are in for it. You have entered into the fun half. The first half of the show, I choose the topic. I cover the topic. I cover what I think is important. The second half of the show is for you. And it's what you vote on and what you donate for. And this time people have massively supported the stream to the point where we're not only covering one extra topic, we're covering 3 extra topics. So here we go. Starting off with Candace Owens from the I've Had It gals. This is Jennifer and Pumps. Let's go.
And Fox is just kind of like an appetizer for right-wing media. And then you get to the hard-hitting drugs, the deeper you go into it. I think the left and the mainstream media that's trying to report on facts has done.
I thought it was a rumor. This video is a day old, so I've heard people say that it could have even been a trial balloon, right? Sometimes rumors are trial balloons. They put it out there. They see what the reaction is. If people are happy about Ben Shapiro taking up over Turning Points, they'll go with it. But obviously, that is not gonna make anyone happy. So yeah, either they put it out there as a trial balloon and it got shot down, or like you said, Emily French, maybe it was just a rumor. Yeah, I do think that this is, but the fact that this is being floated is actually kind of amazing because it's such a bad idea. Such a bad idea.
A disservice to the country by not covering what they're talking about on the far right. And so I am going to shed some light on what's going on over there. And let me just say, sometimes people on the far right start to figure it out. Here's somebody in the comment section of Ben Shapiro's podcast. And they say, I just realized your entire business model requires that us normal folk hate each other. And that is their ethos. Trump ran on that. We're going to get the enemy from within, the radical leftist scum. He continues this talk. The vice president, Stephen Miller, Fox News, is telling all of America right now when the economy is cratering, inflation is rising. Farmers in Arkansas have nowhere to sell their product to because China is just kind of like, F you, America, we're done. And so their whole business model is hate the opposition. Their whole ethos is own the libs. And so we're going to dive into some of these right-wing media podcasters. And first is Tucker Carlson. He was on Lil Smokey's podcast yesterday where he substituted for deceased Charlie Kirk. And Carlson is very anti-Israel. And so here is Tucker Carlson calling out Benjamin Netanyahu on Lil Smokey's podcast.
But I don't think it's helpful for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say this is what, he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting, actually. Don't do that. That turns everybody off. You don't help your own cause by doing that. And it's also literally untrue.
So this is this really weird intersection that I want to highlight where people on the left have identified that, God, a lot of our politicians are so shackled to AIPAC money and to Israel's interests that they can't speak freely. And that same thing is happening on the right. Here's the problem with the right. I think you always have to look at people who cherry pick human rights. So Tucker Carlson speaks out against Israel and he speaks out about what's happening in Gaza, but also when it comes to like gay people and Black people, he doesn't offer them the same level of empathy and support for their right to equality. And so sometimes I think people get roped into these far right people because you see a clip like that. It seems rational. Because immediately after Charlie Kirk's murder, Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump are like posting this AI stuff. It's an American flag and an Israel flag. And I thought, well, that's weird. Yeah. That's a really weird thing to post on the internet immediately after this. And Israel has been so injected into American culture at a fever pitch. And this is in mainstream, on the far right, on the far left. It's everywhere. All right. So
wait, does this look like turning points? I just noticed somebody mentioned turning points and I'm like, why turning points? The background kind of looks similar.
Then this is the
I've Had It podcast.
This is where this gets kind of crazy. Okay. So Candace Owens is a far-right provocateur. She is vehemently anti-Israel's aggression. She's very pro-Palestine. She speaks out about what's happening with the kids and the famine and the
demagogue. We're going to do 3 topics. We're going to do this topic, then we're going to do TYT, then we're going to do Asmongold. So if you voted for TYT, it's coming up.
Genocide in Gaza. She speaks out about it very, very clearly. At the same time, she has this whole conspiracy theory where she's trying to claim that the wife of the French president, Emmanuel Macron, that his wife, Brigitte Macron, is a trans person. And she spends just an inordinate amount of time on it. And these videos get millions and millions of views. The problem with these types of provocateurs is I play tennis with a gal from, she's of Palestinian descent, is she is like, yeah, Candace Owens speaks the truth. And this girl's a Democrat. I said, you have to be very cautious because she speaks really disparagingly about the LGBTQ plus community, and people that are true advocates for human rights leave no one behind. The statements, none of us are free until all of us are free, are something that I use as a guiding star when I'm trying to defend human rights. I can't leave
refreshing take
anybody behind in that. I can't.
Right. And there are a lot of people that are seeing Candace Owens or even like Nick Fuentes say like one good thing about Palestine, right? And being like, oh, cool, they're on our side now. And sometimes they'll even say this is the most important issue. And sure, yeah. But you don't have to give flowers to a Nazi, all right? Who is, opposition to Israel very likely stems from more from hate than from concern for. She sounds like a woke Marxist. That's right. We'll see who cancels who, but yeah, no. So this is kind of refreshing here.
Can't leave a marginalized group behind. So Candace Owens is basically accusing Benjamin Netanyahu and billionaire Bill Ackman, who is a huge Trump thumper. She is accusing, so let me just read this. This is from the right. Candace Owens claims that, quote, threats were made to Charlie Kirk during an intense intervention with Bill Ackman in the Hamptons weeks ago.
Wow. Alina RA, oh my God, still live and watching iHip. I love this. Yeah, this is the second iHip segment we've done today. I'm kind of a fan of this podcast. Obviously probably have different, somewhat of a different, I don't know, like, oh my God, why am the word ideology, ideologically, I'm not sure. These gals are coming from the exact same place as me, but in terms of how they talk about electoral politics, it's pretty. They don't miss. Gin and pumps do not miss.
Owens claims Kirk was having a change of heart on Israel before his death, and says that he was contacted by Benjamin Netanyahu. I know that Charlie was offered a ton of money in this moment, a ton of money. Bill Ackman denies the claims and says they are false. So the thing is that there was this meeting in the Hamptons before Charlie Kirk's murder, where Charlie Kirk had been having voices on his podcast that were anti-Zionist voices. Allegedly, Benjamin Netanyahu and Bill Ackman and others wanted to give Charlie Kirk $150 million to toe the Israel line. Candace Owens is calling this out. Bill Ackman.
I gotta say, we do know that there's been the meeting with Ackman is confirmed. As far as the content of that meeting, as far as I know, we are relying on Candace Owens as our source there. I mean, she told the truth of, some people doubted if there was even a meeting with Bill Ackman. There was, so that much is true. But again, just recognize that she's got a dog in this race too. She's got a, and she's probably jockeying for, position as a replacement for Charlie Kirk, either, in terms of Turning Point as an organization, which would take Turning Point in a whole new direction if it was Candace Owens, but more likely jockeying for the audience of Charlie Kirk, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind.
Billionaire, surprisingly, you guys, look at this responds to this. 4 pages of this tweet about, yes, I was in the Hamptons with him. Yes, we had dinner. Yes, we did all of this stuff together, but I didn't blackmail him. I didn't, but he admits that basically the premise of what Candace Owens is saying is true. And so again, I want to bring us back to this weird intersection. So you have these right-wing podcasters, some of which are total shills for Israel. And then you have some that are like, wait a minute, this is not America first. Why are we supporting Israel's provocations and genocide in Palestine? And there is a link there that also goes on the far left. The difference is these right-wing agitators, again, they cherry pick civil rights. On the left, if you hear a Hassan Piker Majority Report, there's no cherry picking. They go hard in the paint for everybody. But this is a huge thing that's going on right now, that Charlie Kirk refused the money from Bill Ackman and Benjamin Netanyahu. And then the allegation here is on the right that Israel murdered him. This is the conspiracy theory. And there's always going to be a conspiracy theory when somebody famous like this gets shot. But I just think this is rather interesting.
I think it's rather interesting too. You know what struck me about the Bill Ackman response? How long it was.
Oh, he's notorious for this.
Okay.
He's notorious for, he defends Trump all the time on Twitter. And there's a lot of memes about Bill Ackman's tweets because he just goes and goes and goes and goes. And my thing is, if you're having to explain yourself.
Wait, Bill Ackman, is that the money that his father turned down? Oh no, that was the reward. There was like a reward for Tyler Robinson that that somebody was giving out, and the father did turn it down. I don't know if the father took the Bill Ackman money. These ladies have a great potential for Wake Up Normies, absolutely. And like, look, it's more like what I like about them is a combination of nuance on one hand and brevity on the other hand. So they're taking what could be me watching Candace Owens for an hour or more, which I don't think that you would enjoy, and turning it into here's what we got from the Candace Owens stream, and even having the nuance to separate out the contingent of the right that says that is pro-Israel, you know, and it's just gonna sign off on anything they do. Like, you know, Ben Shapiro would fit into this. You know, honestly, Trump has been pretty pro-Israel. JD Vance, you know, too. Right, you've got that contingent of the right, and then you got the America First right that is anti-Israel because they're mainly well, sometimes a lot of times for because they associate Israel with Jews, right? But that's one, like, even break it down further and saying, you know, there's the ones that are like, I don't want to send money. I don't want to spend money supporting Israel. It should be about, you know, we should spend that money on more ICE agents, right? If I'm being real, right? That's where their priority is. That contingent of America First, and then the contingent that does not trust Israel for different reasons entirely, right? So yeah, pretty nuanced and also pretty damn concise. How do they do it? It's a balancing act, and they seem to do it well.
That much. To me, it makes, like, why are you over explaining this? I would be like, I never blackmailed Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens is a nut that thinks Bridget Macron is a man. Right. And period. And I would end it.
Yeah.
Good advice.
To me, that seems like he was over explaining a bit, but if that's his MO, but you cannot underscore how bizarre it is that Benjamin Netanyahu was on Fox News. He was on another right-wing media channel, I can't remember the name, talking about Charlie Kirk within hours of his death.
What's fascinating to me is he's the only head of state that had to get on TV and deny that he had anything to do with it.
Right.
I mean, so I can see how these conspiracy theories get born, because that is a really weird thing to do. And then the time of his tweet and the time of Trump's tweet were coordinated. I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist, but I do think that there is some common ground here if we want to save democracy. The reason why I'm pointing this out is there seems to be, both on the right in the crazy confines of it, and on the left, an acknowledgement that all of our politicians are getting dog walked by Benjamin Netanyahu, both on the left and on the right, that everybody's getting dog walked by this guy. And so I'm not a politician, but I would think at some point, when we see the fascism escalate and we see the discussions about eroding civil liberties, that people that are smarter than me and have more power than me would try to get some of these voices together to save democracy. Because at the end of the day, these right-wing podcasters aren't going to be safe either. If they're speaking out against this, we're not going to be safe. The only First Amendment, and I put that in quotations, listener, are the people who propagandize for what the regime wants. Right. So I don't know, but let me move on from that and talk to you all about another far-right provocateur, and his name is Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes is the leader of the Groypers, and it has been suggested online. There's a lot of suggestions online about all of the reasons for the murder. Some people think it was Israel. I don't think that. I mean, an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. Some people think that this kid was a Groyper and that Charlie Kirk wasn't far right enough. And so here is Nick Fuentes. What if you're a Groyper? what you're going to be consuming. So Hassan Piker tweets this: what a difference 1 month makes for this booger eating neo-Nazi and his opinions on Charlie Kirk. Play the clip.
Disagreements where we did agree is that he would go to these college campuses and proclaim the name of Jesus Christ. And ultimately, that is why he was killed. The gunmen that killed him, they hated him because of his defense of Christian morality. Charlie Kirk cannot call himself a Christian anymore. Sorry, you forfeited that. I do not want to hear, and you cannot allow Charlie Kirk to go to one more public event, one more question and answer, one more ask me anything, without being protested, without being shouted down, without being interrogated about this. This guy goes around from campus to campus in the most artificial and phony and fake way, talking about, oh, God made me very blessed that I control $500 million. Oh, I'm so blessed. I'm so rich and I'm so blessed. And God's been.
So I just want.
Do you see that shit? Do you see that? Like, Nicholas Fuentes is actually scared of being attacked by the fucking moral panic that's hitting so many other people, right? This guy hated Charlie Kirk's ass, hated his guts, and basically told him to get Jesus's name out of his dirty mouth. Only Nick Fuentes is allowed to talk about Jesus, apparently. But yeah, this is an absolute sweeping job that he's doing here, and this clip shows it. This is what I'm saying about, like, the concise, nuanced, it's all there.
I want to point out the first clip, for those of you that are listening, not watching, was after the death of Charlie Kirk in September. And then the other was August in 2025. Probably the reality of this shooter is, isolation, came from a very religious Mormon upbringing, steeped in gun culture. And he probably followed some far right accounts and definitely came from a far right family. I'm in no way connecting that he's a groyper, although I could see, based on the evidence that I have heard, and I don't trust any of the evidence coming out of the FBI, that there was a dinner where the Tyler Robinson, the shooter, said to the family how much he hated Charlie Kirk. And if you listen to Nick Fuentes here, what he was saying a month prior.
And always before that, these guys have had a long-standing beef, right? Nick and Charlie Kirk, right? Nick basically stalked Charlie Kirk's Turning Points events, and is in some ways responsible for Charlie Kirk going from a sort more, I guess, libertarian is how you would have described him when he started on Turning Point USA to, basically being a far right, basically, his the kind of white nationalism that you'd see more recently from Charlie Kirk, and the Christian nationalism, right? That is whether or not Charlie Kirk always believed that or not, Nick's agitation is somewhat responsible for pushing him to that position.
He hated Charlie Kirk too. Now, you can hate people that you disagree with. That is not a crime. That's completely different from, going and ending somebody's life. But
I also want to point out, and we haven't had a chance to watch this, but there's several channels that are talking about that there are, better or, in a better or worse manner, because I have seen this portrayed in a somewhat problematic way as well, right? The idea that Groyper and dating a trans person are not mutually exclusive, right? It's more common than you think, right? And I'm thinking of Park Rose Permaculture. God, I can't remember the other channel. I can't remember the other channel, but there's I think they're both like shorts, right? Or they're vertical videos, not short ones, but like longer form vertical videos.
that go over this, but yeah, this is the stuff that we've seen about the shooter, possibly dating a trans person and or living with a trans person, and the and being a groyper, it's not necessarily mutually exclusive. So
this is where these little neo-Nazis are dangerous, because here is now, this is the last couple of days. Here's Nick Fuentes talking, we're back to the Israel thing. All right. And so you can hear these people in little clips and you think, oh my gosh, okay, that sounds kind of reasonable. And then if you dig deeper into their platform, they're total neo-Nazis. I mean, Nick Fuentes is a complete neo-Nazi to his core. But sometimes assholes and provocateurs say things that get clipped and put out on the mainstream. And here's his positioning now.
Leadership, where's the messaging? Where's the information? Where is the whole of government effort to get to the bottom of this, keep the American public apprised, to deter future attacks, and to ensure that this will not happen again? Where is it? And shame on all of the Trump shills for not calling this out. They will praise anything. The Cracker Barrel logo, the Department of War.
I'm sorry. What? Praising it? I guess the fact that they changed it back. Is that what he means?
And honestly, I was, and I'm not just trying to politicize this, but I was genuinely disturbed by Trump's reaction to Charlie Kirk's death. Isn't this your friend? They asked him about it the day after, and he said, yeah, anyway, so we're building the new East Wing. Are you serious? You got shot.
Chat, I'm not a big fan of like cultural appropriations, but whoever takes over the White House next, you probably need to burn some incense at the very least, right? If not, tear down and remodel everything that guy's built. I don't know, Chad. It says it's a waste of money. Obviously, I'm not serious about this, but there's something eternally foul about that man that should be burned from the pages of history. Or maybe not. Maybe we need to remember this lesson. Remember it well.
This is your 31-year-old friend who's supporting.
So I don't know if he's just now finding out that the leader of the MAGA movement.
Yeah, that's right. He needs to be saged, right? Has a little bit of a double meaning here.
As a malignant narcissist. I mean, I know that sometimes it takes people a long time to understand that Trump genuinely doesn't care. He cares more about his ballroom than he does the death of Charlie Kirk. It's inconsequential to him, as evidenced by the way he's behaved and him skipping this. But as you can see, and in that video, he goes on to talk about Israel, Nick Fuentes. But as you can see, my point with all of this is we always avoid this far right stuff. We always just avoid it, and we operate as Democrats, as people on the left.
Yeah, because it's gross. And I'm like, there's been, in some ways, like covering, left-wing person covering Nick Fuentes, when he's, oh my God, like, look, Destiny debating him, right? Destiny tried to, like, he resuscitated the guy's career. If you were to ask him about, why did you do this? You fucked us all over. We shouldn't have to deal with this guy, but we do thanks to you. He would say, whoa. I didn't have Nick Fuentes on to agree with him. I had him on to debate him because I disagree with him, right? It's just like, again, that's what, if you agreed with him, that might have actually hurt him more, right? If they were just like, this is another Destiny orbiter, I don't think the Groypers would really want to. I think the Groypers might have left him, right? But obviously that's not how it went down. And yeah, he resurrected. He's like the it's like the blood of I don't know. You bleed on the the coffin of the vampire and it brings the vampire back. That's what Destiny did.
In an assumption, nobody's going to believe that stuff. Right. That's crazy. But as you can see, you have these moments where these people, it's not crazy from start to finish. You have Candace Owens who can speak and make a lot of sense. You had Tucker Carlson. You have him. And there's moments where they say things where there's agreement. Now, their main ethos is to own the libs, but within their language, they have to make carve outs for the struggles of working class people, or they will lose them. And so I just think it's interesting that we have to pay attention to what's going on the far right, because it's my belief that the murder of Charlie Kirk was born in far right politics from all of the evidence that I've seen. Born in a MAGA family, steeped in gun culture, isolated in white Utah, which I'm sure is kind of militia-like culture out.
And dealing with sexuality that is maybe not, something that your friends and family understand or accept. Yeah.
In the rural area, I know at least it is here in Oklahoma, it's like that.
Well, the thing about it is when you see these people talking, like you said, it's like, oh, well, that's kind of making sense. But the problem is you have Tucker Carlson, who we've had, Trudeau said he was an agent of Putin. We have Candace Owens, who's just fucking crazy over this whole, why is she even talking about Macron's wife? Why does it matter? We've got this Ackerman and Israel thing. The problem with a lot of these people is they are beholden to people other than their actual beliefs, because Charlie Kirk got called out by Nick Fuentes in the very beginning for not going raw deep into against the U.S. aligning with Israel in the Iran bombs. And that's where their original,
the beef goes back years with these two.
The beef goes back years, but it was...
The beef goes back years.
And there's a competition, but these people are preying on people that are isolated. They have nobody else, and they don't have a community, and they're telling him, it's not your fault you don't have a community. It's other people's fault.
That's the biggest point right there, Pumps, is that in not having something and being alone and isolated, you can see that sometimes these right-wing influencers, how they're able to consolidate such a huge audience, because there are points that are made that are universal, that make sense to people on the right or the left. What they do is then they say, you can't have these things because, and they pick the most marginalized group, which is at the core of, bizarrely, Candace Owens' stuff. Is she?
Yeah. Just like you would, if back in the day, you would, if you were a witch hunter, right, and a farmer's crops failed, you might ask the farmer, is there anyone in the village that's an outsider? Maybe somebody who lives on the edge of the community, maybe a woman who traffics in herbs and cures. Oh, yes, as a matter of fact. And she walked by my crops just the day before they failed. And the witch hunter says, that's a witch. Did you ever see her dancing with a black figure in the moonlight? Right? This is how they get under your skin. Material conditions, like your crops, we turn into a moral panic, right? If you want your crops to grow, you need good soil, you need rain, right? It's material. Did the sun, how was the sunlight, right? Like it's stuff like that. That's the actual explanation. That's what decides whether your crops will grow or not whether a fucking witch walked by your farm. But if you get inside people's heads and let them think that fucking doing something horrible to a person that they regard as an outsider will have material benefits for them, unfortunately, chat, 9 times out of 10 they go along with it.
Is a Black person that wants to uphold white supremacy. At the core of Nick Fuentes, he is a neo-Nazi that wants to uphold white supremacy. Tucker Carlson is a white nationalist. And so at the core, they can say some things and then they activate underneath that the longstanding racism that has been in the country. Now, Candace Owens, you said, why on earth does she care about Bridget McCrone? Because one of the core tenets now of the far right wing is anti-trans hate. And so she's feeding them somebody to hate. She's serving up, you can't have nice things because look at how crazy these trans people are. And she's sowing more racism and more bigotry and more homophobia. So that's intentional on her part. It is an intentional way to feed up rage to these people. But I just think it's
don't have a job. That's because some immigrant took it.
Interesting that we keep an eye on this. I think it's been ignored a lot. I think that we have to respond by pointing out how people found communities.
Yes, they have.
In these groups. And these groups are the ones that are right now going to absorb the information from the MAGA leadership, the regime, that they need to be jailed. They shouldn't have a right. They need to be expelled from polite society because in all
exactly, it's outsiders. This is a stranger. This is who you must blame.
Of these right-wing echo chambers, these podcasters use that they as well. And the one thing that links all of this ideology, and this is what's just so baffling to me, is that we're probably going to lose our country. Right.
This is the most sober and accurate appraisal that I've seen so far, right? From a fairly, these gals, they're not, radical leftists, communist invading radicals or something. You know what I mean? They're very, middle of the road, middle of the country, progressive Democrats, right? And yeah, I think unfortunately, Jen's appraisal is probably right. And I feel like I need to do more to help people who need to get out. And God, there's so much to be done, chat. There's so much to be done.
Because they're so desperate to own the libs. It's the craziest, dumbest, and saddest timeline ever. And it's just, they will literally cut off their nose to spite their faces.
Well, and they also are willing to, at the end of the day, the oligarchy doesn't think the poor, the sick, the working class have anything to offer, that they need to be in charge. And they're continuing to reinforce that until these people say, not only do we not want democracy, we want the rich people to take care of us.
That's exactly right.
The rich people in power is what she's saying.
Okay, that's all we have.
Not the rich people take care of us as in pay their taxes. No, the rich people control more of our lives, right? This is the impulse to give yourself over in a troubled time, to want to give yourself over to a dictator, to a strongman. And that is very much what Trump is doing. All right. So that is the Candace Owens story. Sorry, I can't bring you more, but we got to cover 3 things today. I'm going to do my best. The second thing is TYT. This is something I haven't looked at it at all. So this is, I'm completely going into this with no knowledge of what TYT has said, but I've heard it's pretty bad. All right.
Freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And Trump doesn't understand that. And so now taking out people who make fun of a politician to serve that up on a silver platter to Trump, no way. Disgusting.
Oh, wait, what? Anna Kasparian defended ABC. Oh, this is more of an Anna thing then. Defended ABC's decision to pummel Kimmel from the air tonight on TYT. Cenk Uygur, to his credit, identifies the free speech threat, and it is, and debates her.
I think I disagree with you. Like, the more I sit with what he said and the more I think about it.
What exactly did Jimmy Kimmel say? I would love to see, maybe we can find, I want to know that too.
Look, guys, I mean, you have to consider, even if you loathe Charlie Kirk, put your shoes in the shoes of conservatives.
Your feet in the shoes.
Who saw one of their you know, top influencers, someone who had a tremendous amount of clout on the right wing, he gets assassinated. And so to make a declarative statement and pin the blame on the very people who are grieving the loss of Charlie Kirk before you have any evidence is, yeah, it's offensive. It's irresponsible.
Freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And Trump doesn't understand that. And so now taking out people who...
I guess we can look up Jimmy Kimmel too. I kind of want to know. A MAGA woman brags about calling ICE. Oh, this is Rush. Okay. This is April 30th. It's old. July 8th. September 12th. His It's looking like this is what's going on with TYT. Can look up Anna Kasparian since it's mainly about her. See if anybody's got more. If ABC decided Kimmel's comments on Kirk's assassination were out of line and they decided to suspend him for alienating half of the country, I wouldn't have a problem with it, keeping it real. I do have a huge problem with the Trump administration. Okay, so she's still trying to keep the mask on a little bit. Trump administrating exploiting Kirk's murder to bully and control the media. I also think Nexstar, ABC, deserves a lot of the blame for throwing their employees. Well, I mean, absolutely. You know, again, Trump doesn't have the power to throw Jimmy Kimmel out. It's ABC kissing the ring. That being said, you know, I don't think that Jimmy Kimmel's she's maintaining that Jimmy Kimmel's statements were problematic and deserving of a review and possibly firing. So see if there's another clip here. Sometimes they post. Nope. It's August 19th, September 9th, 9 hours ago. Yeah, this is just a retweet here. July, September 16th. So it looks like Anna's trying to clarify in that tweet. What is this?
All of us should be less violent.
Why do you
can't
think?
Trump say that?
Why do you think?
Can't Trump say
behavior
that?
contingent on Donald Trump?
I'm insane right now.
Why do you think? No, let me
behavior
ask you a
contingent
question.
on Donald Trump?
Let me
Why
ask
is
you a
that?
question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the opposing political party.
Let me
You
just.
have a huge audience of young men who
I'm a
listen to
YouTuber
everything you have to
who
say.
has more
So
young
when
men
you,
following
it
him.
doesn't matter.
Who
You
has
have a
more young-
huge
it doesn't
audience,
matter.
and because
This
of
is
the fact that you
world
have a
I'm
huge
living in,
audience,
and
you
your
have
brain
a
has been
responsibility
broken by
to
online
not turn.
rhetoric.
No,
And
it
your
hasn't.
brain
It
has
hasn't been
been
broken. I
destroyed
actually care
because
about the
people
country
bullied you on
and want to
Twitter.
bring people together.
If
You
then
do the
you should tell
opposite.
Donald
You
Trump to tell
represent the
people
worst
to
of us,
be
Destiny.
less
You're
violent.
embarrassing.
You should tell
You're
Donald.
embarrassing.
All right, let me ask Destiny a question.
Watch how easy this is.
hang on.
I hate to say it, but Destiny's right here. His framing of it doesn't really help. His former statements, you know, laughing at people getting shot at a Trump rally don't help. It does make it easy to portray him as the bloodthirsty, loony lefty, ironically enough, because Dusty is nobody's leftist. But now, you know, the Twitter thinks this guy is a left-wing radical because of his contrarianism, I suppose. But yeah, no, Anna's an absolute piece of shit here. September 15th. Wait, is this another one? Some more longer. Last Destiny for mocking Erica Kirk. I also want to see what the fuck actually Jimmy Kimmel said.
Destiny, you have so much hatred in your heart, and at the same time, you
it's such a
judge
simple thing.
others
If you're
as
going to
hateful.
weaponize somebody's grief,
I gotta also say, this debate lord getting fucking wrecked by Anna Kasparian. Look, Anna's not known as a debater. She's known for losing her shit in a debate. She's known for being a cringe lord. She's known for refusing
to engage with her critics. But look at this. Look at Destiny just like feeding her.
Of course, people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
Let me understand. Let me understand your argument. So since others are using her grief to politically recruit, you think that it's okay to mock her specifically?
Since others
How
are
does that
using
make
her
any
grief,
sense?
she's the one who gave a 17-minute speech on TV where she talked about good versus evil. She's the one showing up in
Destiny, let me
TPUSA
explain,
ads to
let
1
me
or 2
explain
days
something
after.
to you. If someone assassinated my husband, I would not be able to have the level of composure she had during that speech.
Oh my God.
I would be.
Yeah, look, Anna Kasparian's leaving TYT. That's my prediction. She is gonna get this kind of, you know, center right credibility that she's always sought, and she's left the left a long time ago, and she's probably leaving TYT, right? She in fact she's probably the only, like, right, this is like Jink and TYT are gonna sink. Anna is gonna become, I wouldn't be surprised, chat, to see her end up on Fox News, honestly. She's definitely mastered the aesthetic.
Out for blood. I understand.
In a way, she's almost like slightly less, I mean, she is, you know, abrasive, but she's a slightly less abrasive version of Megyn Kelly.
Understand why she's angry and why she said the things that she said. Okay, you need to understand what being a human is, what it's like to actually lose someone that you love, that you chose to spend your life with, that you chose to.
I mean, Destiny did lose Wreckful, but no, he's he's not beating the you need to be more human allegations.
Raise children with a person who was violently and viciously assassinated like that. This is why I've moved
That's fine.
away
And when
from
something yeah, I know, yes,
identifying
because
as
you
a
got bullied online. It's so funny. It's so funny that you
Identifying as a Democrat? Yeah, Democrat is no longer my gender.
just said that you don't think about how other people.
Oh, that freeze frame is great. Look at that shit. She looks like a Who from Whoville. I mean, it's not, she doesn't normally look like this, chat. I think it's just a very unfortunate freeze frame that she kind of glitched out on.
Act to define your behavior. Your entire political ideology now is somehow defined by the people that were mean to you on Twitter.
No,
if somebody
it's
cares
not.
about somebody who's
No,
grieving,
I
then
understood
you tell that
what
person,
the flaws
you
on
tell
the
that
left
person,
happen to
hey,
be. The
maybe you
weakness
should
in their
step back for a
arguments.
couple of
No,
weeks.
no, it's
Maybe you
not
should
about
take
the
some
way I
time to
get
grieve.
treated.
You don't
The weakness in their arguments, is that why you refused to engage with anybody that criticized you? Because their arguments were fucking weak? If their arguments were weak, then you should have a fucking smackdown. You should have had a smackdown with Bonnie, right? Instead of just like, you know, ignoring her and then TYT fires her.
I get
say,
treated
let's
like
throw
crap
a
from
camera in
both
front
sides of
you
the
and have
political
you do
aisle.
mass recruitment for our political
I
party.
mean, you definitely get treated like crap by the right. They throw tampons at you.
Well, everyone over here is calling for civil war. It's unhinged. When you've got people like Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire, and the
we're
president
talking to a
of the United States
guy
calling
who
for
said
civil
he'd be
war.
okay with his own parents getting killed if they went to that Trump rally where that assassination
Yeah,
attempt
and we're talking
happened.
to a
There's
woman
no
who went
reasoning
on and
with
did
you,
the whole
Destiny.
conservative.
He's an easy target. He's so lucky that people aren't calling him a pedo, right? Like, he is such an easy, he shouldn't be debating at this point, right? Anybody that wants a fucking W on this guy just has to mention the 17-year-old he was sexting with.
Media
There's no-
outlet with
there's
Tucker
no
Carlson
reasoning
and
with
Glenn
you.
Beck.
Wow. Fucking Pierce Morgan is so cursed. Oh god, actual justice warrior still thirsting for her. Look, chat, if Anna Kasparian ever leaves her husband, there's going to be a race between that Jeff guy that carried her, the MAGA guy that carried her bike, and this guy, actual justice warrior Sean Fitzgerald, to woo Anna Kasparian and try to get in a relationship with her. Okay, let's see if we can figure out what was the Jimmy Kimmel clip about. Jimmy Kimmel. I gotta know now. What did Jimmy Kimmel actually say? Are these the comments? These are the comments that got him banned?
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the thing other than one of trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points.
That's it. Yeah, that's it right there. Yeah. And look, I mean, at the time, this was what it looked like. This more stuff was revealed, but this is what got him fucking shit canned. I can't watch too much of it because it is a television clip. Finger pointing there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew flags at half staff, which got some criticism, but on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this. And then he shows, so this is what got Jimmy Kimmel, more probably this, right? This is showing Trump being asked about the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk and how are you dealing with it? And he immediately is like, well, we got some beautiful construction going on here in the new wing of the White House. So that's what got Jimmy Kimmel banned, apparently.
Comments the late night comedian made Monday night about Charlie Kirk's suspected killer and the MAGA movement and their reaction.
And Chad, if you're ever wondering, why? I guess I did this time because everybody was commenting, but I generally try to not comment too much about breaking news because this shit evolves. Now, that we don't know that the shooter didn't have any far right allegiance. Again, I said it's completely possible, and there's a lot of signs pointing towards him, having been a groyper or maybe currently being a groyper. You could be somebody that that is with Nick Fuentes on on some issues, but not on others. And you could certainly be somebody, in fact, Nick himself, there's a lot of rumors or, even maybe more than rumors that, that Nick Fuentes's sexuality is anything but heterosexual. So, by virtue of that, you could see why somebody in the movement would, not listen to his do what I say, not what I do message on, and also the self-hatred, right, expressed in his vehement and violent anti-LGBT messaging. Okay, so I think I understand what's going on with the Jimmy Kimmel thing. This is what Anna Kasparian was talking about. She's basically saying, yeah, the dude deserves to be fired, but if it was because of Trump pressure, that fucking sucks. No, it fucking sucks. He shouldn't have been fired. He may have, and we still don't know, chat. We still don't know. He may have gotten something wrong about a breaking news situation. But you remember he's pushing back against this. The shooter is trans. The shooter is woke, right? And that is not that's not how it shook out either. So look at the double standard. You get something wrong a little as you're on the left, you get fucking fired. You get something massively wrong on the right. There's no fucking consequences. Look at what happened to Brian Kilmeade, right? Advocating for like the lethal injection of the unhoused population, and the dude is back at his job, a couple days later, right? So all right, so yeah, that is the TYT story. And again, it looks like it's more of a Anna Kasparian story this time. Massive disagreement with herself and Jink. Let me read some chat. Raffle Ninja style Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon with a panini. Wait, you're making me hungry, Heidi. I still want to know. I don't think the Groypers did this. No, it's not about like did the Groypers do it. It's about did the shooter have some? Was the shooter primed to hate Charlie Kirk at all? Partially. Because of, the criticisms that Fuentes, lodged at him, right? And yes, unfortunately, it is possible to be a Christian nationalist and also be dating a trans person or be bisexual and in a relationship you don't fully understand. Good night, BCAT K. I'm trying to read through here. 2 Russian spies who masqueraded as a couple have been arrested near where I live. Damn. Oh wait, I think she grew up poor. Are we talking about Anna Kasparian? Grew up poor and wants to be rich. I don't know much about her background. Wait, see the video? What are you talking about, George? Did I see the video? Wait, was it not showing up? The Vanguard boys covered the TYT thing. Yeah, but I mean, that, I don't know. I don't think there's much. Is there more than that? I don't think there's much more than that other than just their, you know, commentary. Just Rave being a funny mofo doing Chung-Li cosplay. Wait, what video? Asmongold is next. I think you're right. Yeah. Wait, there's video, I think. Wait, there's more video that the Vanguard has of Anna. We kind of have to move fast, but I'm gonna be. I do need to go to the language school and pay them. They're very adamant about getting their money now that they've got me my visa. They want the money, chat. They want the money. So I'm gonna probably have to, you know, like I'll probably have to either start. I'll have to start early in the morning tomorrow just to make sure that I get over there by the time they close. Jink Uger Jink Uger and Tucker Carlson team up to whitewash Charlie Kirk's legacy in nauseating fashion. Anna Kasparian, this is from a day ago. Wait, what all do they have? Let's like take a look and see. You see an ambulance, the Vanguard will be there, sir. Excuse me, the Vanguard will be there. Yeah, this is the one that's out right now. This is more about Jink. So maybe I think chat's trying to tell me they covered the Anna stuff today. Maybe that video will come out soon. Again, chat, their lives, which, you know, I might have to do this. Look at that. All their lives are members only right now. The reason I don't know if they do this to try to, you know, maximize monetization or what the purpose is, but the other thing that you know, making stuff members only is so that if you are, say, somebody who streams like 8 hours out of the day, that you do not get, like, you know, clipped out of context and die from a million cuts, right? So you know, or reported falsely, or, you know what I mean? There's a lot of you know, in this new environment, yeah, probably less is more as far as having content out there and open. I will try to make sure that people can still you know, have access to stuff even if they don't have membership or whatever. I'll see what I can do, chat, but yeah, I don't know how to avoid this sort of thing. It seems like more and more people are doing that. Let's take a look at the Tucker thing really quick.
Or we've got Cenk Uygur and Tucker Carlson for the America After Charlie stream. Ooh. America After Charlie. America After Dark. America After Charlie. Let's take a look at that. I haven't seen this yet. Apparently Tucker Carlson, you know, popped up to help reunite the country or whatever. Yeah, on Tucker Carlson's shitty ass show. It's Scott.
Now I will say one thing about Tucker is he one of the people that is actually somehow, I mean, he's a horrible guy. All right. Tucker Carlson is a horrible guy, but is he one of the Republicans that I feel like Matt Walsh is, you know, said something like this too, where they were it was from a clip channel that I saw recommended, a Vanguard clip channel, like a Casa del Vanguard, maybe. The university was UVU, yeah. What is Owo or Uwu? It's a cute utterance of an anime girl, usually, right? Like it's a cutesy thing to say. Like, ooh woo. Like, you're not gonna make me clean up the, floor, are you, ooh woo? Right? If you're trying to be cutesy, you say ooh woo or oh whoa, right? That's it's supposed to be. It's like a little. I think it's a. Wait, is it an emoji? It's almost an emoji too, like with the Morty face, like with the lips drooping. Which one I mean? Wait, what? If you're asking about the ooh oh whoa notices bulges thing, Carlson accepted Putin's. Oh yeah, no, Carlson's terrible. But I think if I'm not mistaken, he's like tacked a little closer to like pushing back on some of Trump's anti First Amendment stuff. I haven't seen it. I've just heard it. So be prepared for that. And that's where Jink seemed to be coming from. But again, this is like more hagiography of Charlie.
Afraid of black people, Adams. Cenk Uygur. Oh gosh, who I think not Kellyanne Conway, the other lady, the Megyn Kelly. That's who it is. And then one other asshole that I wasn't familiar with, Megyn Kelly. I always forget her. I get her and Kellyanne Conway mixed up for no reason, even though Megyn Kelly is admittedly far more relevant to the world now.
Charlie Kirk's life work was speaking with not just two, but with people he disagreed with vehemently. I thought that our next guest, who's run the Young Turks for probably almost 20 years now, I think he can correct me if I'm wrong, who is one of the most visible daily broadcasters on the left. The fact that he had this kind of amazing exchange with Charlie Kirk, well, a couple of them, but one pretty recently, I thought it'd be worth hearing what he thought. So it is with pride that we announced our next guest. Thank you, Cenk, for coming on.
Oh, it took forever.
No problem, Tucker. Thanks for having me on. I think it's important that we have a moment like this where we try to bring the country together.
Amen. I so strongly agree. You had this kind of
they're like legitimizing each other is what they're doing. Like Jink is giving Tucker nominal, left wing, and it's dubious how much he can legitimize Tucker to the left, and Tucker is giving Jink you're not totally washed up yet kind of cred. That's what's going on, right? Jink is washed, Tucker is a Nazi. They're both like sweeping for each other. That's what this appearance is.
Famous exchange with him, I think it was 2018 at Politicon, and it got super heated and bitter, and it was like, I don't know if things were viral in 2018, but it was viral.
They were, you dumbass. And also, like, that was actually when Cenk was, fucking taking his role seriously as a left flank media broadcaster, and he was taking these clowns to task instead of drinking beer with them. So yeah, there's a reason he has to go back to 2018 and not the more recent rendezvous Cenk had with Charlie Kirk, which was basically just a suck-off session. Yeah, and it was crazy. If you guys aren't familiar with this, I know a lot of you guys haven't been paying attention to politics since 2018. I had to go back and watch it. But Hasan's on stage with Charlie Kirk, from what I remember, and Cenk is in the crowd just standing up and screaming at the top of his lungs at Charlie, interrupting everything that Charlie has to say and just berating him. Doesn't give a single fuck what anybody has to say. People are like, stop interrupting, keep screaming at him, and you're the problem, and we need to take you down.
Is that when he said I'm a capitalist every day of my life?
You're destroying our country. And it's crazy that this is the same guy who's going to turn around and kiss Tucker's ass and kiss Charlie's ass now. And again, that's when Cenk was actually treating these right-wing ghouls the way they deserve to be treated. Not only in his direct fucking interaction with people like Charlie Kirk in that clip, but also, if you notice, he's defending Hasan against the right-wing bullshit.
And then you came back to a TP USA event, and I was amazed and impressed, both that he invited you and that you came. And you still disagreed on some things, but it was, the tone was completely different. Can you explain that? And better and great, I thought.
Yeah. So first of all, in 2018, that was a Politicon that I debated you.
Okay.
And
That's the other thing. Cenk is so forgettable. Tucker's like, oh yeah, we were debating that year, but I totally forgot about that.
Tucker just stomped on his head, and Cenk said, oh, thank you, sir. Please give me another head pat with your foot. Oh my God. He's like wiping his fucking toe jam on Cenk, and Cenk is like, please, sir, may I have some more? That was delicious.
We got along pretty well, as I remember.
We did.
Well, hey, it's all about the power dynamic, as Ethan Klein would say.
Debating my nephew Hasan, Hassan Piker. And but I couldn't help myself because that's who I am. And in the middle of their debate, I said something to Charlie when I wasn't on stage. I was in the crowd, and he yelled at me, "I live like a capitalist every day, Cenk."
Okay, that was the time. Yeah.
By the way, some people then thought that it was a racial slur. No, that was just my name.
Oh,
It was just
well,
slightly-
it's the way that he pronounces it. Yeah, he does pronounce it just like it's pronounced jank, right? And Charlie's pronunciation sounds more like a like a slur against that's often used against Asian people.
Mispronouncing it. So then actually something happened in between that moment and turning
I
point.
think the origin is an anti-Chinese slur, but it gets basically thrown at anyone from East Asia.
So we were at the RNC in 2024, and Charlie came by at our booth and said, "Hey, do you guys want to talk?" And we were a little bit taken aback by that. We were really surprised by it. And Anna and I, Anna Kasparian is my co-host on the Young Turks,
yes,
talked it over and said, yeah, we would like to talk. And so he came on the show, and
so they'll talk to these guys, but not any other leftists on planet Earth.
Yeah. So we had our disagreements. So
also, what's so shocking? I mean, they just had debated Tucker Carlson, Hassan had just debated Charlie Kirk. Like, what is so shocking about, like, do you want to talk? Like, yeah, that's the whole fucking industry, and is debating each other for clicks and views and shit. It's not
Especially
like,
at that time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's not. Yeah, what, like, that's not some shocking. It's not like he was, oh, yeah, I don't know what this is. What's so profound about this?
Cenk and Anna, or Anna and I were really desperate. We were really out at sea, and Tucker Carlson gave us a life raft.
So it's interesting that you have me on here. Partly for the reasons that your friend texted you about. Oh, well, that's strange, right? Left and right. And so I don't agree with everything that you, Megan, and Scott said about Charlie.
I'm sure.
Right, but I think that's what makes it more interesting. So the willingness to talk to us, even though we were so entrenched on different sides, right? And so then when we started the conversation, what wound up happening, it surprised us. So did we still have our disagreements about the black pilot line, this, that, and other thing? Of course we did, right? But
he just told us,
about the implication that if you're on a plane and the pilot is black, you don't feel safe, right? Wasn't there even like a misogynoir aspect? I thought he said something about like a black female pilot too, but I'm not sure. I only vaguely remember this.
Over it. It's like, dude, you're talking about a white nationalist, a genuine white supremacist, a dude that hated the LGBTQ community. Like, you're trying to launder his reputation right now and pretend that he was good. Like, I mean, it's absolutely insane. Did you read any of the Ta-Nehisi Coates piece?
I did, yeah.
I thought the intro did a fucking great job of basically laying out, like, this is explicitly who Charlie Kirk was. He was a racist.
MR went over that article. We'll try to cover it tomorrow.
He hated these people. Here are all the quotes that you could possibly need to, explain, hey, this guy was hateful. That was his entire brand. So it's really shocking. I guess less shocking for people like Cenk Uygur, but we saw this across the board. Like, people like Ben Burgess published in Jacobin talking about how, Charlie Kirk didn't descend into fucking, ad hominem attacks and all that kind of crazy shit, which is absolutely untrue. He did it constantly. He made jokes about fucking hundreds of thousands of fucking Palestinians being murdered, right? He made a joke on stage. I retweeted it. This was not that long ago, right? Where he was saying, I used to tell gay people that if they went to Gaza, that Hamas would throw them off of a tall building, but now there aren't any tall buildings left. Ha ha. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was the kind of guy he was. That wasn't a guy that was interested in good faith, civil discourse.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, his speech, as heinous as it was, I don't even think is the most, the most horrible aspect of his legacy. Because again, that is all, debated speech, whatever. Obviously, no one deserves to get killed for shit they say, no matter how fucked up it is. The thing that's being ignored, constantly, which pisses me off, when people just keep talking about how Charlie Kirk, he was just a debater, he was a master debater, reference South Park. He just cared about communication and talking. It's like he wasn't just going out.
He was reaching across the aisle, trying to start a conversation, open to hearing another point of view, and considering it in good faith. Yeah, right.
Out there to talk for just to heal the country or what? Like, do you not understand the nature of a Turning Points USA event? It's a Hitler youth recruitment ground. The point of those events is to get as many young people there as possible. Why? So that they register to vote Republican. It's a recruitment event. And that's the role that Charlie Kirk played. The fucking spectacle of seeing him like destroy liberals on a college campus or whatever, that was just a pretense for the recruitment that would take place at those events. And not just on college campuses, but if you actually look at a real TPUSA event where they had all the speakers lined up, those were that on steroids. That's what this was, which is why it was integrated into the Republican Party, which is why it was literally an integrated arm of the RNC. Charlie Kirk was not just a propagandist, which he absolutely was, but he was a recruiter and a very effective one. And that was his real role, not being a master debater like all these idiots keep talking about. And it's not just right wingers. I see this too. Like you said, Ben Burgess. I saw Ryan Grimm saying that on Counterpoint or Breaking Points this morning.
Ryan's been hella boomer on this. I love you, Ryan. You're a great reporter, but you've been boomer as hell on this.
He's just acting like this guy is just like the Johnny Appleseed of debate. Like, oh, he just went out to go start debating. And
yeah, Ryan does have his weak points.
And he couldn't stop. He just had to keep on debating.
I like Ryan, but and he does some really good work. But yeah, sometimes So he does boomer from time to time.
On debating people. It's like, no, dude, that's not what he fucking did. He was a recruiter for basically what is the modern day Hitler Youth. And yeah, he was a good performer, which they were able to recruit people off of the fucking spectacle of. That's what the reality of the situation is. Now, that doesn't mean I think he deserves to fucking be executed on television. But let's be real about what his role was. It was not the Johnny Appleseed of debate.
That's a great turn of phrase.
Talking about corporate rule, he agreed. And I remember, like, I want to go back and watch the first interview we did with him at the RNC there, because I was kind of shocked by it. It's like, really? You're also worried about corporations having too much power and right? Because that, Tucker, you can understand that was a left-wing position for a long time.
Yeah. About corporations having too much power, bro. No, he wasn't. Charlie Kirk was not concerned about corporations having too much power. Unless you want to say,
like, I don't know, maybe Jewish-run corporations. That might be what he was, more locking on to.
He told you all this behind everyone's back and just lied professionally to the public. Because that's the thing with Israel too. It's like people are like, oh, well, but behind the scenes, when the cameras weren't on, he actually was against Netanyahu. So it's like, okay, well, that just makes him a coward because that means he was lying to all of us. I never heard him say that about Netanyahu, and apparently he said it behind your back. Okay, who gives a fuck? He was still a coward out here fucking doing pro-Israeli propaganda in the same way that he did pro-corporate propaganda, pro-capitalist propaganda. So I don't give a fuck what he said behind my back. What did he actually put out there into the world?
Oh, 100%. It's like that.
Or like liberal CEOs, something,
People will say anything online. Charlie Brown had hoes. It's like, bitch, no, he didn't. You know what I mean? And exactly, I don't give a shit what he said behind closed doors. That was something that Charlie Kirk and the entire Republican Party dragged the ever-loving fuck out of Hillary Clinton for saying. Rightfully so. You have a public position and a private position. That's horseshit when you're trying to be the guy that speaks from the heart. Oh, I'm the Stump It Charlie guy. The Johnny Appleseed of debate, as Gavin just coined him. That's great branding, by the way. And it's totally true. I mean, they're just rewriting this guy's entire legacy. And Cenk is being a useful idiot for it in a way that I just find totally ridiculous. And last thing on Charlie Kirk, what we do have real footage. I've tweeted it like 4 times because I'm not going to let any of you fuckers gaslight me. It was him and Candace Owens sitting in a room and he is gushing about Netanyahu. He says, he's a special person. I mean, truly everything a leader should be. So fuck you if you want to tell me that he didn't love Netanyahu or, he changed his mind after October 2nd. No, he did. October 7th. I keep doing that. That's a verbal slip, not a fucking me not knowing the name of the date of this instance. But you know what I'm saying, right? He absolutely campaigned and cheerled for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. He made a mockery of their suffering. So fuck you if you want to rewrite his legacy. And again, I just want to show, for anybody who wants to rewrite his legacy and be like, Charlie Kirk was standing up to Donald Trump and he was standing up to Israel. He was a guy who fell the fucking line when he was told to. Charlie Kirk says he's done talking about Jeffrey Epstein for the moment. He immediately fell in line as soon as Donald Trump.
He said, I'm going to trust my friends in government about the Epstein thing. He literally, after like a week of being like, this is kind of a bad look, guys. And then he was like, you know what? I think I'm going to trust my friends in government, aka Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and all the biggest dumb fucks in the world.
Yep, less than 8 weeks before he was killed. So I don't know what part of the day that he was really breaking with the Trump administration. If anything, it was what we talked about yesterday. He was worried about losing out on views that were going to go to Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens instead.
Yeah, 100%. That's the only reason he was trying to even remotely moderate his position on Israel, because he didn't want to become irrelevant. He didn't want to have his popularity subsumed by people that were willing to be more anti-Semitic than he was, because they weren't being funded by Zionist billionaires like he was.
But the battle has been joined. And so that is an incredible development in American politics that mainstream media, I think, has chosen to ignore because it's inconvenient for them. Then we got into a specific topic, which was banning private equity from buying residential real estate. And the idea behind that is private equity is the biggest bank.
This man doggedly supported Donald Trump. He would never, ever, 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 ever fucking support that.
In the world, basically. They're the
and by the way, you can do this with literally anyone. Like, we can sit here and be like, we had a conversation with Nick Fuentes, and could you believe it? He also is against the bankers. I thought we had nothing in common, but Nick Fuentes, it turns out he hates the bankers.
Nick Fuentes is critical of Israel.
I guess he's one of us. I guess we have a lot more in common than we thought. Isn't this crazy?
Yep.
Institutions. And they've started to buy all of our homes. Now that creates a huge number of problems. Number one, it drives up housing prices. That is why they are artificially high, because so much more demand has come into the market. And I went to Wharton Business School, so this is not complicated though.
We don't probably have to keep watching all of this. It goes on for a while. Do you want to keep playing it?
I mean, if there's something else that's like going to happen that's worth reacting to, sure. But it just seems like a boring fucking whitewashing of Charlie Kirk at this point.
Yeah, I gotta ask chat. The two people that went to Wharton are Cenk Uygur and Donald Trump. What was in the water at Wharton University?
Like, we've done enough dogpiling on this guy. We can move on to our next topic. But this is essentially what Cenk has become. He's a lol cow now. He's there for us to mock him for cowering to the right, no pun intended. And he's there for the right to be like, look at this dude. The left was so crazy that even Cenk.
No. I mean, Tucker was showing him disrespect, and he was lapping it up, just like he did for Charlie. Same kind of shit, same kind of dynamic, right? He knows where his bread is buttered. He knows that he's got to fucking suck it up and take it from these guys, and he does. He's a little cow for the right and the left now.
The guy who has been on the progressive left for 20 years.
Okay, anyway, so that is the TYT story today. We still have one more story to get to, and that is Asmongold. Somewhere here, I got some Asmongold for y'all to watch. If I can. I thought I had some Asmongold. I should have some Asmongold. I know I must have Asmongold. It sounds like I'm saying I'm talking about an STI.
Oh no, I got Asmongold. Or some kind of parasite. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't put this one on. There's 2 items that I was sure I had on the playlist. But maybe not. Where is Asmongold? Oh my god, what the fuck? That's not it. Okay, here it is. I guess I didn't. I watched it. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. Now it's on the playlist. Let's load the playlist and get a Thai ad.
A very frail
No.
and weak president with extreme cognitive decline, whom we refer to as Cain.
No Thai ad. Okay. This is the video I'm
Anyone
talking
who's
about.
been in the crosshairs of Asmongold has been the recipient of unlimited amounts of death threats. Okay, I know this better than anybody else because I've been in his crosshairs quite a bit. Now, of course, I have a very sizable audience, so it doesn't really fucking matter. We just ban him and we fucking move on. Okay.
No Asmongold, please. I'm sorry. It's what the voters have chosen. Look at this chat. Candace Owens came in first place, TYT came in second place, and Asmongold came in third place. Normally that would mean no Asmongold, but as we have hit 300 today, that means yes Asmongold. That means yes Asmongool. Unfortunately for some of you who are like, no Asmongold.
Breaking 2, the biggest freaks online are teaming up again. Oh, here we fucking go. Anyone surprised that Charlie Kirk has been paying attention? Go anywhere, Reddit, Twitter, etc. You'll find 1,000 unhinged direct calls to violence over politics. I'm gonna get fucking killed, dude. I swear to God. Holy shit. To go beyond the political violence. Kirk didn't pioneer anything. He just professionalized and monetized it. Can we do a vote on whether you should hire security? Oh my fucking lord, dude. We have reached new.
Chat's worried about him. Just apparently my chat's worried about me now too. Chat, I am trying to. I don't know what I can do to. I mean, I'm a little safer being outside of the country, not completely safe. There are a lot of passport bros over here. And unfortunately, a lot of them are MAGA. So, you know, I'm not completely out of the woods, but.
New levels of parasocialism. Can we run a vote in the chat? Wait, what is this? Is this Asmongold's new take on political violence?
And giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily.
Dude, he's such a pussy. Just say you want me to be fucking killed, okay? What is this? What is this wishy-washy like, oh, the left gets to do terrorism and the left is defended for doing terrorism and they should actually experience the violence themselves. That's what he's trying to say.
And then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump.
I kind of feel like we could make bookends out of Asmongold and Destiny, right? They're both their takes are that I think the other side needs to feel the terror, needs to feel the fear, and that's what will turn down the temperature. Our side definitely does not need to. And look, you don't need to back down. You should not comply in advance. You should not let the illegal actions that Trump is threatening, limit your criticism, right? I mean, obviously, if you're in a marginalized group, you might have to, you're more vulnerable than most people, so you got to protect yourself. But with Destiny and with Asmongold, if both of these two were like in charge of the discourse on their respective sides, we would straight up have civil war, right? That's what that would lead to. Both sides, they're playing chicken. That's what they're doing. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. You should not play chicken.
Trump did 3 years ago. This is just
Twitch partner streamer, by the way.
Simply a response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because
Asmon Dad is apparently a Hasanabi head, or was a Hasanabi head. I'm not sure if he still is.
Until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, their, like icons that they look up to the same way people looked up to Trump.
Dude, this is so.
God damn it. Asmongold, clean your fucking webcam, for fuck's sake. Do you see that disgusting webcam?
Like, does it have are there like fruit flies laying eggs on it? Like, what's going on?
Stupid. Okay.
It looks like I'm looking at through petroleum jelly.
This person is more my contemporary on the opposing side than fucking this rat is. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks from now. What the fuck are you talking about? I've known this person for longer than I've known Asmongold. He has
dust or mold, yeah.
Okay, and I despise his views, but he's over here using the death of a dude I was supposed to debate 2 weeks from now to fucking call for violence in the pussiest way possible, without naming names here too, because he doesn't want to get banned. He doesn't want to go that far because he already experienced that. He already experienced that issue one time when he actually said, you know, Palestinians deserve genocide, while he's fucking crying on the sidelines about 86-47. He's literally saying, until the left start dropping like flies, they won't understand the violence that they're causing in this country. Why the fuck?
I would hazard to say maybe Asmon is taking it a little further than Destiny was.
Would I want to debate Charlie Kirk if I wanted him to be killed? It's so fucking stupid. This is a much more active death threat than any number of different clip chimp things that he could point to about me, okay?
Charlie Kirk, you know, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly government.
He's such a fucking coward. He can't, like, you know what he's saying, but he can't openly say it. He has to, like, dance around it, you know?
Apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored.
Yeah. I'm willing to bet. Is this on his latest YouTube video or something? Let me see. Let me see if Asmongold's audience understood the assignment here. Let's take a look. Because anytime this fucking clown actually goes offline, as you guys know, right on fucking cue, I know about it. Why do I know about it? Because his fucking audience comes in here to start issuing death threats, okay? They kill us while calling us violent. He hasn't streamed in a week. I know. That's why I haven't been getting as many fucking death threats. The way the left is celebrating this on Reddit and threads is absolutely disgusting, shameful. Which is why we must kill them. People are so fucking stupid in the way that they analyze the situation. They're so horny to fucking disparage. They're so horny to just be like, oh yeah, fuck this guy. Hassan deserves worse or whatever the fuck. They're so cowardly in their commentary and their rhetoric. Why would I advocate for violence to take place against a person that I'm supposed to be sitting next to in a public event? Well, like, it doesn't make any sense. It's also outside of my advocacy in general. It's not something that I advocate for anyway. But it's crazy that it doesn't even make sense from the perspective of just self-interest. It doesn't even make sense from self-interest. Yeah, dude, I want to get fucking killed. Personally, that's what I want. Oh my God. Using the death of a political commentator to issue a non-specific, somewhat vague, within the confines of permissibility death threat to another political commentator who was supposed to debate the first political commentator that died today. Sick. Crying about how all the violence is coming from the left.
It entirely. So the death of Charlie.
Yeah, he's couching his death threat in the "they won't stop this violence until we start killing them."
Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in
anyone who's been in the crosshairs of Asmongold has been the recipient of unlimited amounts of death threats, okay? I know this better than anybody else because I've been in his crosshairs quite a bit. Now, of course, I have a very sizable audience, so it doesn't really fucking matter. We just ban him and we fucking move on, okay? This post full of death threats for pointing out Charlie's comments about empathy. I mean,
any type of social discourse, and I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next. Because
yeah, he doesn't have to worry about it because he doesn't do anything outside. He never leaves his fucking house. I do, like, all the fucking time.
I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop.
Yeah, until the left has a couple of their content creators killed, will the violence not stop? Meanwhile, the violence, is it coming from the left? Nobody knows. We don't know.
So yeah, people said that Hassan was a sick fuck for, I don't know, talking shit about Charlie Kirk. You know, somebody that he sat across from. Like, right, because Hassan was not doing hagiography, laundering his image, lying about who he was and what he thought, lying, you know, making up agreement that didn't exist, right? Hassan was called ghoulish, right? Look at Asmongold. Basically, like, the shit that he's saying could legitimately get Hassan killed. And he's talked to Hassan. And they were somewhat cordial at one point, right? No, this is actually some sick shit from Asmongold.
Oh, overwhelming majority of the violence is coming from the right. Are there instances where there is a left ideologically aligned shooter, attempted assassin? Certainly. Okay. America's a very violent nation. It's bipartisan, that violence. It is shocking, though, what the disparity actually looks like in terms of political violence, in terms of mass shootings. Okay. And we don't even know anything about this fucking instance regardless. And yet, here's Asmongold posturing about how this is actually a direct byproduct of the violent rhetoric. Now, if, for example, liberals and leftists saying Charlie Kirk is a Nazi is violent rhetoric, what is it when you call me a terrorist 1,000,000 times over every single fucking day? Every single day. What is it when you demand the government actually deport me?
And also, which of these claims is closer to the truth, right? Is Hasan a terrorist?
When you demand the government actually arrest me every single fucking day. It's not even deplatforming at this point. He just literally cries and demands that the government actually take action over and over again. Well, that's patriotism, I guess. Yeah. Anyone trying to play the blame game when a shooting happens and says which side the shooter was on is fucking R word. Read their comments, their manifesto. They're not left wing or right wing. No, they were. They were a Nazi. So of course it came out and was like, this is apolitical. It's crazy. The shooter today had a manifesto? No, that was the prior week's mass shooting. I agree with what you said, except that this is 90% left and 10% right in terms of violence. It's pretty even down the middle. The left side is just more recent, saying it's mostly left, is just flat out wrong. I love this guy. This guy's like, listen, it's 50-50. It's not.
Agreeing with Asmongold, except he thinks it's 50-50, not 90 left, 10% right.
It is not. Look at it. Look at the actual numbers and you'll realize it is not 50-50 at all. Yeah, I saw this as well. Anyone surprised at what happened?
Like this, and those days are over.
There are no repercussions for this anymore. Let's go. Isn't that good? You deserve to be suppressed. Your views deserve to be shut down.
They literally just unabashedly think that it's okay as long as it doesn't happen to them. It's completely beyond reasonability. Yeah. No, there is no extremist linked deaths from 2013 to 2022. It's not even a question. By the way, this is ADL, so of course they have domestic Islamist extremists as a separate category. But back then, every time there is a mass shooting, they immediately go trans. There are unironically people who think like trans people are overrepresented in mass shootings. That's how crazy it is. Isn't that wild? It blows my mind, dude. It blows my fucking mind. So
confirmation bias.
Much of the domestic terror on U.S. soil, like the overwhelming majority of domestic terror on U.S. soil,
meaning that the one time or the two times that the shooter does turn out to be trans, like in the Nashville situation, people remember that and they don't remember the other, 9,999 times where the shooter was not trans.
Conducted by far-right anti-government extremists. And yet we just sit around and we're like, well, the left is real violent too. It's like, that's not the case. Yeah, that's what Charlie Kirk was unironically arguing about in his final breath, literally. Survey of Americans being asked, of all the U.S. murders linked to political extremism over the last decade, how many do you think have been committed by overall left-wing extremists? 25%. Right-wing extremists, overall, all Americans polled, almost close to 50%. This is from 2022. Biden voters overwhelmingly say it's right-wing extremists, which is ironic because they're correct. Democrats also say it's overwhelmingly right-wing extremists, which is also correct. Trump voters believe. Republicans don't even reach the 50%. Not even 50% of Republicans think that most of the U.S. murders linked to political extremism over the last decade are from left-wing extremists, except for Trump voters. I wonder why. Almost all versus more than half. Yeah. I mean, we saw this. We saw this with Thomas Crooks. It don't matter. It don't matter. Dude was a registered Republican. They're like, nope, that's a blue-haired libtard. That's right. He was blue-haired. Registered Republican. Wearing the gear. What is this? What the fuck is this? Non-fucking stop.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god.
No.
That was an abrupt ending, but sometimes you get that from the Hasan industrial complex. That being said, chat, it's time to thank my Patreons once again. If you subscribe to me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of every stream. I need to take care of that now. Yeah, thank you. Here, let me get this started here. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Darfil. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izymandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayer. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy schmancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zerazerex. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my content out there to more people with the power of your thumbs. Remember, one thumb doesn't do much, but when we put all our thumbs together, we thumb wrestle that algorithm into submission, and it does what we want, pushes my content out to more people. God, I mean, we fucking really killed it today, chat. I'm overwhelmed by the support, and it's just very helpful after a very strange month in which, I was in Vietnam and streaming on my laptop. So this really, helps me put me back in the, not quite in the, like as close to the red as I could possibly be. Did a trans person break Asmongold's heart? Good question. I'll be back tomorrow. Although I'm going to be starting earlier maybe, and or I'll have to do a shorter stream. Anyway, rating you into Zachap over on the Twitch side. Go and show Zachap some support. And that's going to do it for me, everybody. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Much love, everybody. And I will see you tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.